Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1, Systems Book. Everything has a cost: food, clothing, hygiene, information, and even the air I breathe. Unfortunately, I don't have access to the currency needed to pay for it all. Mana. Elio awoke with a violent spasm. His back arched on the straw pallet that served as his bed. His nails clawed at the rough fabric, seeking something to hold on to as his body convulsed in search of air. His mouth opened in a silent scream, eyes bulging in the dim light of the room. There was no oxygen in the air. Almost none. His lungs contracted painfully, as if 1,000 needles were piercing them. Elio rolled over, falling to the floor with a dull thud. The impact against the indestructible stone barely registered, the pain in his chest eclipsed everything else. I'm going to die, he thought, gasping frantically, his mind clouded by panic. This time it's the end. I can't. His fingers clenched, scratching the floor in search of something, anything that could save him. The ringing in his ears intensified, and black spots danced in his vision. Each second was an eternity of agony. Calm down, damn it, shouted a voice in his head, surprisingly clear amidst the chaos. You've been through this 1,000 times. With superhuman effort, Elio forced his body to stay still. He closed his eyes, ignoring the burning in his lungs, the feeling that his chest was about to explode. He inhaled slowly, painfully, making every tiny particle of oxygen count. The pain was unbearable. It felt as if he were breathing liquid fire. But he continued, one breath after another, slow and deliberate. It hurts, he thought, tears running down his cheeks. It hurts so much. Why? Why do we have to live like this? Gradually, agonizingly, his breathing stabilized. The pain didn't disappear, it never really did, but it became manageable, a familiar torment he had learned to live with. Today's the day, he murmured to himself, his voice barely a whisper in the silent room. The day when everything changes. Or the day when everything ends. Today, finally, he would breathe without pain. Or stop breathing forever. Elio sat up slowly on the floor, his body trembling from the effort. He closed his eyes, remembering the long nights when his father talked to him about the wall, the systems book, the challenges, the secrets hidden in its pages. Back then, his eyes had sparkled with curiosity, eager to learn, to discover. Now, he only felt a void in his stomach. The curiosity he once felt for the system, for the secrets his father had enthusiastically shared, had now transformed into a well of bitterness and resentment. A wave of rage washed over him, so intense that for a moment he forgot the pain in his chest. Damn you, Fath. You! He whispered, his voice laden with bitterness. You condemned us all with your stupid heroism. With superhuman effort, he stood up. Every movement was agony. But he forced himself to move, to prepare for the day ahead. It was his last day at the community school, a place where young people devoured the information left by God before facing the systems book. God had put them here, had given them this cage, this protection in this horrible infested world. Memories of his father mingled with the day's lessons. Oxygen, son, is the key to life. His father's voice resonated in his mind, overlapping with that of the teacher explaining complex mathematical formulas. What's the point of knowing this? Elio muttered, earning a reproachful look from Micah, his classmate. The hours passed between differential equations and tales of other worlds, stories that once fascinated Elio but now seemed like a cruel mockery. All the information God left was like this, either too complex or utterly useless. Did you know that in some worlds, air is so abundant that no one even thinks about it? His father had once said, his eyes shining with childlike curiosity. Now, those words only fueled the bitterness in Elio's heart. As classes ended, he met up with Zara and Micah. Ready for the challenge? Zara asked, her voice mixing excitement and fear. Elio nodded curtly. I'll see you at the library. Now. I must say goodbye to my mother. The air was dense and stale inside the small room where Elio and his family huddled together. But this was the best time to breathe. The best air of the day. His mother, Lena, swayed exhausted after having spent most of her 10 mana points on some food and generating the oxygen they all breathed. Lena collapsed to the floor, drained. Elio felt a surge of frustration seeing the woman he loved so much reduced to this pitiful state. All because of his father. Despite her extreme thinness and gaunt face, her eyes shone with determination when she looked at her children. She still loved that idiot who played the hero. His father had fallen at the wall, saving some nobody from being a victim of a monster attack. Elio clenched his fists, remembering the day they told them his progenitor had sacrificed the family in an attempt at heroism. What good did it do that he had reached level 3 in the system book? Worse yet, why had he considered him his hero when he was little? He had condemned them to a life of misery and deprivation. The measly daily point of mana for compensation did almost nothing to help. Elio, come here. His mother called him in a tired voice. He approached reluctantly, sitting down next to her. Lena gave him a weak smile and took his hand in hers, rough and cracked. She squeezed Elio's hand firmly, despite her weariness. Today is a special day, son. Not only because you will receive your system book, she said, her voice soft but filled with hope. It is an opportunity to improve our lives. Always remember your father's sacrifice and fight for your future. Elio snorted, unable to hide his bitterness. How am I going to improve anything with no weapon, even if I live, then? By being locked away 10 years in the army? If I die, will you do with another measly mana point? We don't even have enough resources to buy decent food, but I suppose 12 daily points and my absence are just what this family needs to stop starving. As soon as the words left his mouth, Elio regretted them. I'm sorry. He mumbled, looking away. I didn't mean to. His mother's eyes darkened for an instant, but then shone with a determination Elio knew well. It was like that whenever she spoke of his father. I've been saving. Lena said, taking a small mana crystal out of her pocket. 100 points, all I could gather in these 2 years. Elio gaped at her, staring at the valuable crystal. An extra 100 points were a fortune for them, and his mother had surely sacrificed a lot to save such an amount. They were thin as hell. Even if the system helps them survive in the most extreme body conditions, they surely couldn't live off so little food for one more year. Yet she was able to comply with tradition and give him a maturity gift. While he had been wallowing in his bitterness and resentment, his mother had been quietly working, sacrificing, planning for his future. Shame washed over him, tempering his anger. "Mother, I cannot accept it," he protested, feeling ashamed of his earlier outburst. "You will need that mana to survive." Lena shook her head firmly. "It is my duty to ensure your future, Elio. You are our hope." He looked around at the anxious faces of his 5 younger sisters, who gazed at him with adoration. Even little Ryan, only 6 years old, reached out his little arms towards him with a toothless grin. Elio's determination faltered. He remembered all the times his mother had turned down offers from one of the privileged families to become a concubine in exchange for resources. She had refused, preferring to maintain her dignity and that of her family at any cost. What was he bitching about then? With a lump in his throat, Elio took the mana crystal from his mother's hands. "Thank you," he whispered, feeling humbled by such sacrifice. "I will not let you down, Mother. I will bring a better future for all of us when I return on the first service break." As he spoke the words, Elio felt something shift inside him. The bitterness that had been his constant companion began to give way to a new emotion. Lena smiled, her eyes shining with pride. "I know you will, my son. You are a warrior, born to face challenges with courage and wisdom like your father." Elio rolled his eyes, but then nodded, clutching the crystal tightly. From that moment on, every decision, every action, would be for the good of his family. No more laments, only unwavering determination. As he left his humble home and headed towards the imposing central library, in the streets he could see people coming and going to exchange stuff with the statues near their houses, most with faces as gaunt as his mother's, struggling to breathe the rarefied air with their filter cloth. Everything had a perfect symmetry, ordered exactly at the same distance of each other. All the houses were the same, the streets, the pavement, the exchange statues every 100 meters of each other, and the enormous 500 meters tall walls surrounding this circular city, were made with the indestructible white stone, the power of God. This year was its 100th year of existence. 100 years since God made the first 100,000 humans together with this city, and even if hundreds of thousands of men died, it already had reached about 1 million inhabitants. Elio had memorized every detail of his plan to defeat the sacred fire monster of the first page, studying the ancient tactics and scanned scrolls the small community school possessed. He stopped by to pick his 2 best friends, Zara and Micah, who promised to accompany him on this important day. Upon arriving at the library, he joined a line of eager youths waiting their turn to receive the system book. "You seem different, kinda gloomy in school. So did you get what you wanted at the Gods Exchange statue? The most efficient equipment, with 100 mana points your mother gathered?" asked Zara. Friend from school, Elio smiled, taking out his precious acquisitions. A 10-point portable breath of air stone, a 50.3 use magic dagger, and a 40-point fire-resistant blanket. Micah whistled, impressed. "That's clever. The air stone will let you breathe inside the book, the dagger destroys the core by touching it, and the blanket will protect you from the monster's fire." "Exactly." Elio nodded, carefully storing his treasures away. "I've studied every detail of the strategy to defeat the fire monster. With these tools, everyone who attempts it has an almost guaranteed survival." Zara gave him a friendly nudge. "Always so meticulous, Elio. But don't get stuck in your head, overthinking as usual." Before Elio could respond, a group of rowdy youths shoved their way through, led by a burly, arrogant boy Elio recognized as Varric, the son of one of the 2 privileged families, granted by the only 9 level 4 survivors, the Summoners. "It stinks here, smells like a filthy boy wants to cut in line ahead of me. Step aside, trash." Varric sneered, pushing Elio aside without care. Micah clenched his fists, but Elio stopped him with a look. It wasn't worth starting a fight before his trial. Finally, they reached the end of the line leading into the entrance of the massive central library, where the God-granted books awaited to be bestowed upon those of age. Elio took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves, when suddenly a pair of thugs grabbed him from behind. "What the hell?" He began to yell, but Varric approached with a mocking smile. "I forgot my equipment for the trial. Hand over your stuff, filth," he demanded, snatching away the bag with Elio's acquisitions. "No equipment?" The armor he wore and the magic sword suggested otherwise. Elio struggled frantically, but the thugs held him tight. "That's mine. I bought it with." Varric laughed cruelly. "Now it's mine. Did you really think a nobody like you could get out of poverty? How pathetic." Elio gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. "We all have the right to try, Varric." "Rights?" Varric scoffed. "Rights are for those with power." With one last shove, The thugs released Elio, who fell to the ground, watching helplessly as Verk entered the library with his belongings. The guard at the entrance said nothing, one of the employees of the two great families. Elio writhed on the ground, feeling despair consume him. How was he going to face the coming challenge without a weapon? How was he going to lift his family out of poverty? But then he remembered his mother's words, "You are a warrior, Elio. Fight with courage and wisdom." Zara and Micah ran to help him up. "Elio, I'm so sorry," Zara said, her face contorted with anger. "We can help you gather points, you have a month's leeway to." But Elio shook his head, getting to his feet with determination. "I'm not going back empty-handed after what I promised my mother. I will face the monster unarmed." His friends looked at him with concern, but Elio did not waver. The door guard looked at him with disdain. "Boy, if you don't have a weapon, your chances are 30% at most. Are you sure you want to proceed?" Elio nodded, swallowing hard. "I'm ready." The guard gestured and jotted something down in his ledger. Elio entered the library, and a strange force pushed him to the center, where hundreds of thousands of books rested on shelves some 500 meters high. A black book with glowing blue letters came to his hands. It was the same as all the others but had his name, Elio Ilian, on it. Upon opening it to the first page, a question appeared: "Do you wish to challenge the first trial?" Elio nodded, and without warning, a portal opened, transporting Elio to a battle dimension. He found himself in a small stone room, with a somewhat small fire monster at the other end, about 50 meters away. "First, you must take in all the air you can in the first 3 seconds. The monster will activate its sacred fire, and if you breathe in after it, you will pass out and die." Taking advantage of the brief moments before the creature detected him, Elio inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the fresh air of the room. Then, without hesitation, he ran straight towards the monster. "Second, you must run without stopping until you reach the monster, remember not to breathe." The small fire monster roared, its power igniting the oxygen instantly, engulfing the entire room in a wave of searing flames. Elio squeezed his eyes shut, continuing his blind run as fire surrounded him. "Third, do not open your eyes when the room is set ablaze." The heat was scorching, threatening to consume him. Without the fire-resistant blanket he had planned to use, the burns wanted to make him scream in pain. Still, he did not open his mouth, despite also feeling his lungs burning, demanding more oxygen. He could not breathe, or he would die. Gritting his teeth, he continued running through the inferno of flames, guided only by his determination. Finally, the flames began to dissipate and Elio opened his eyes, finding himself face to face with a small fire monster. The beast growled, snapping at him, but Elio did not flinch back. "Fourth, remember that its core is in the center, roughly at what would be your stomach height." Gathering all his strength, he lunged forward and shoved his fist into the monster's mouth, the monster receiving it by biting down on his arm. Elio felt his muscles tearing, but lamenting would not give him oxygen. He pushed his arm deeper, shredding his flesh and the monster's until he finally found and ripped out its glowing core. The creature shrieked in agony and began to dissipate. Elio fell to his knees, gasping desperately for air. He had managed to defeat the fire monster unarmed. Just as his lungs thought they could refill, Elio passed out. Chapter 2, Systems First Level. Elio opened his eyes, finding himself in a small stone room. His body ached, but what concerned him most was the burning feeling in his lungs. Breathing was torture, as if he was inhaling fire instead of air. Then, the memories of his confrontation with the fire monster hit him. He had managed to defeat it, despite having no weapons or equipment. The advice his father had repeated to him, on how to face the level unarmed, had been tattooed in his brain. A wave of pride washed over him, mixed with sadness at the misfortune of losing the things he obtained thanks to his mother's sacrifice, especially the magic dagger that would still have 2 uses left had he used it here. He looked at his hand, the same one he had used to rip out the beast's glowing core. It was covered in burns and deep cuts, but was beginning to heal at an accelerated rate. He had heard of this: upon completing the challenge you would obtain your level and your health would be restored to 100%. The book rose from the ground and opened in front of him, showing on the left page the black and white image of the monster he defeated, and on the right page his statistics. Elio Ilian's statistics: skills, Sacred Flame, Familiars, Salamander, 0 out of 100, Level 1, Mana, 10 out of 10, Resistance 10 out of 10, Stamina 5 out of 5, Attack 1, Magic Damage 1, Strength 1, Defense 1, Speed 1, Agility 1, Balance, 0 Mana points. The first level equalized everyone's abilities impartially, men and women, young adults and the elderly, all are equal in the eyes of the system. Upon leaving the book he will be forced to challenge the second level. Men, who cannot give birth like women, are less important to the city so they must defend it. The conventional way of defending the city is by feeding God's punishment turrets that are high on the walls. It's very rare to face the monsters directly, as the turrets usually are able to fend off the monsters. As long as they have enough mana. It was a shame not being able to defeat the monsters directly, perhaps if the book's power was greater. Elio took his book and summoned his powers as his faith. Had taught him, he could not help but feel amazed at seeing the small whirlwind of air that spun around his palm. It was his reward, the power he had unlocked by overcoming the first trial, the ability to generate and control the life-giving sacred flame. Elio inhaled deeply, reveling in the freshness of the air flowing directly from his hand. It was an incredible sensation, something stable families took for granted, but for him and his family had been a scarce luxury in recent years. He remembered the countless times he had seen his mother exhaust herself maintaining a small breathable oxygen bubble in their home. The occasions when he had passed out from lack of air, waking up with a distressing feeling of suffocation. But now, all that has changed. He has control over oxygen, he can breathe whenever he wants, without restrictions or limitations. Elio let out a laugh full of relief and joy. It was as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Never again in his life would he have to worry about air scarcity. As he explored his new ability, memories of the legends he had heard at the community school assaulted him. Stories of the world before the monster waves invasion, a world where things called plants produced oxygen naturally and abundantly. A world where people could breathe effortlessly, without having to sacrifice valuable mana points to stay alive. It was hard to imagine, after having lived his entire existence in a walled city, with its stale, rarefied air. Elio frowned, remembering the lessons about the sacred flame they had been taught at school. This ability had always been spoken of as a way to create fire, the life-giving power that burns with God's blessing, or a basic elemental attack that rarely had any real practical application for level 1s. The privileged, like Varric surely will, use special gloves to ignite the oxygen flow they generate, turning their power into a small flame. But most only see it as an apprentice's trick, a useless ability compared to the magic weapons and armor those families could acquire. Elio clenched his fists, remembering how Varric had taken his belongings before entering the library. Rage boiled within him at the thought of the arrogance and contempt of that son of one of the two privileged families. Varric had always been his bully, taking advantage of his position of power to intimidate and abuse him. Elio had hated him since they were children, when Varric used to mock his father saying he was a level behind his uncle, daily. Even worse, after his progenitor had given his life to save a stranger, Varric showed even less respect. In his mind, Elio and his family would always be trash, unworthy of the luxuries he enjoyed. But things had changed. Elio got power even if Varric had tried to prevent it, and he was determined to use it to improve his family's life and leave poverty behind forever. As he explored the limits of his ability, an idea began to form in his mind. If the oxygen he breathed was the source of the sacred flame, why wasn't the power called sacred oxygen? Elio extended his hand, focusing on the whirlwind of air spinning around his palm. Slowly, he began to accelerate the movement, increasing the friction. According to his father, practicing this way would give him the possibility to make a small spark in the center of the vortex igniting the flame. But only when he reaches level 2. Suddenly an idea lit up in his brain, it all made sense. The reason this ability was called Sacred Flame was because oxygen was the source of fire itself. Controlling fire was just the first part of a system that was surely much larger. Elio smiled, feeling a surge of excitement course through his body. It wasn't just an apprentice's trick, perhaps it was a versatile ability that could be the key to his ascension in the system's book. But first, he had to overcome level 2. Elio emerged from the test chamber, feeling both pride and concern. He had managed to overcome the first challenge, but now he would face an even harder trial. The guard looked at him with surprise when he came out. He clearly didn't expect a scrawny equipment-less youth, who was bullied like that, to have survived the confrontation with the fire monster. Well, it seems you got lucky, boy," the man said with disdain. "But don't get too cocky. About a third of the lunatics who attempt the challenge without equipment manage to pass the first level, thanks to the abundant information available on the fire monster." Elio frowned at the guard's condescending tone, but remained silent. It wasn't worth arguing with someone who clearly underestimated him. "The second level is a different story," the guard continued. "Even with the equipment they'll give you, between 20 and 30% of challengers fail to survive. The water monster is truly dangerous." Elio knew that, so he only rolled his eyes. And saw Zara and Michael, who were waiting anxiously outside, their faces lit up with joy at seeing him safe and sound. "You did it, Elio!" Zara exclaimed, hugging him tightly. "I knew you would make it." "Well, I hope so." Micah patted his back with a proud smile. "You're a true warrior, my friend. Not using the leeway month to buy more equipment was stupid, you could have saved up again. But I'm glad you made it." Elio smiled, enjoying the celebratory moment with his closest friends. Zara, with her dark hair and lively spirit, had been like a sister to him at school. And Micah, his advisor, was the older brother he never had. Even though he was a bit younger than Elio. Together, they had enjoyed warm and fun moments, always sticking together and supporting each other through the hardest times. "Thank you, friends," Elio said, his voice heavy with emotion. "I hope to see you both again soon." Zara waved dismissively. "Don't worry, being a woman won't stop me from joining the army. Did you think you'd have all the fun?" Micah whistled impressed. "That's interesting. You heard her. Elio will have the mad woman with us in a few months." Elio nodded, his mind already exploring the fun adventures they would have then. But before he could continue talking, a group of guards approached. "Elio Ilian," one of the guards said, his voice grave and authoritative. "You have passed the first challenge of the system book. Now you must continue with your duty and face the second level." Elio felt a knot in his stomach when hearing those words. He knew what was coming next, the water monster, a far more dangerous enemy than the previous one. He recalled the lessons from the community school, where they had learned about the challenges and the trials they would face. His father. Stop his mind, I don't wanna remember him. His progenitor had always insisted on the importance of being prepared for any eventuality. The level 2 monster is a formidable creature. He used to say. It has the ability to generate an invisible, odorless substance that instantly fills the room. When combined with the power of the sacred flame, it produces holy water. Needless to say, if you breathe in liquid, you will drown. Elio swallowed hard, remembering his father. Damn it. His father warnings, about the importance of keeping his hand completely sealed against his mouth, when invoking his sacred flame power. If he allowed the monster's power to mix with his own, he would drown. But despite the fear he felt, Elio did not waver. He had promised his mother he would bring a better future for his family, and he was willing to face any challenge to fulfill that promise. "I'm ready," he declared with determination, looking the guards in the eyes. One of them nodded and handed him a common dagger, an apprentice magic glove, and the army's resistant uniform. "This is the minimum recommended equipment to face the hydrogen monster," he explained. Even with these tools, only between 70 and 80% of challengers manage to survive. Be careful not to die or you'll waste the equipment. Elio felt his life was being taken lightly, but also a wave of relief at seeing the equipment. Zara and Michael looked at him with concern, but he gave them a reassuring smile. "Don't worry about me," he said. "I've memorized what I must do." With those words, Elio parted from his friends and followed the guards towards the recruitment field. As he approached, his mind filled with images of his family, his mother, struggling to keep them all alive, his sisters, looking at him with adoration in their eyes, even little Ryan. Elio clenched his fists, feeling determination flow through him. No matter how dangerous the challenge, he would not back down. Taking a deep breath, he entered the recruitment field, ready to face the water monster and prove his worth as a true warrior. Elio found himself in the recruitment field, filling out the necessary forms to join the army. As he waited his turn, a familiar and unpleasant voice made him tense up. Well, if it isn't little Elio Ilian." Elio turned around to come face to face with Varric, the burly bully looking at him with a mocking smile on his face. "I can't believe you survived the fire monster," Varric taunted. "You must have had a lot of luck, filth." Elio clenched his fists, feeling rage boil within him. This idiot had snatched away his belongings before entering the library, depriving him of any advantage in the trial. "It wasn't luck, Varric," Elio responded, his voice laden with determination. "It was skill and courage, something you don't have." Varric let out a mocking laugh. "Skill? Please, you're nobody. You probably won't even be able to pass the second level." Elio remained silent, looking at Varric with an impassive expression. Varric, feeling frustrated by Elio's lack of reaction, stepped forward, invading his personal space. "Listen, filth, maybe you got lucky with the fire monster, but the water monster is another matter. Many have died trying to defeat it, even with proper equipment." Elio didn't flinch, keeping his gaze steady in Varric's eyes. "Then I suppose I'll have to be more skilled than them," he responded calmly. Varric frowned, clearly frustrated by Elio's defiant attitude. He was used to intimidating and abusing him without resistance. "You've got guts, I'll admit," Varric growled. "But don't get too cocky, an accident could happen during your trial with that basic equipment." Elio felt a chill run down his spine at the veiled threat, but he remained steadfast. He wasn't going to let Varric intimidate him. "Thanks for the warning," Elio responded with sarcasm. "But I can take care of myself." Varric looked at him with contempt, but before he could respond, a guard called Elio's name. It was his turn to face the water monster. Elio turned his back on Varric and headed towards the test chamber, his determination burning stronger than ever. He wasn't going to be cowed by the threats of a privileged bully. Chapter 3, Systems officer Elio entered the test chamber, an area surrounded by high white stone walls that seemed to loom over the gathered youths. Numerous young men and scarce women were waiting in line to be registered before facing the dreaded water monster. Some projected bravado, while others couldn't hide their trembling hands. As he waited for permission to open his book, Elio looked around, trying to calm his nerves. The chamber buzzed with hushed conversations and the occasional nervous laugh. To one side, a chalkboard caught his attention. It displayed statistics on the success and failure rates for the month in the first 2 levels of the book. For the fire monster, the success rate hovered around 99%, a comforting number. But for the water monster, a more daunting 72% made Elio's stomach churn. The disparity bothered him. He approached the registration guard, pushing down his unease. "Excuse me, why is there so little information about the 3rd level? Shouldn't we know the victory percentages for that too?" The guard looked at him with undisguised disdain, his lip curling slightly. "Not how it works here, boy. We reveal only what's necessary for mandatory trials. Level 3 info belongs to those who earn it. You'd do well to focus on surviving the water monster first." A familiar, grating voice cut in before Elio could respond. "Hurry up, filth. You're clogging the line." Elio tensed up, as he recognized Varric's sneering tone behind him. Did he go to the bathroom hole? Why hadn't he gone into the trial first? That way Elio wouldn't have to put up with him and could continue with his life in peace. "Savored your fleeting glory, Ilian?" Varric sneered. "The water monster will shred you. Best get on with dying." Elio clenched his fists, restraining himself from responding to the provocation. Engaging Varric would only waste energy he needed for the trial ahead. Still, the words stung, feeding the doubts that lurked in the corners of his mind. The guard seemed to side with the privileged youth. "He's right, boy. Ashamed to squander Lord Varric's time with your... What's the commotion here?" The authoritative voice silenced everyone. They turned to see a tall man striding towards them, his presence commanding attention. Light blue hair cascaded over his shoulders, and atop his head perched a small frog, its bulbous eyes taking in the scene. Elio caught his breath as he realized who it was. One of the only 9 summoners who had managed to reach level 4 of the book. These were the men and women who practically controlled the entire Mana City. The guard hurried to stand at attention. "Nothing of consequence, Von Lucien. Just a rookie asking ill-timed questions." Varric smiled smugly. It was his uncle. Elio recognized the family resemblance between them. But the smile quickly faded as Lucien shot Varric an icy look that could have frozen fire. "Don't dismiss a young man's inquiries," Von Lucien reprimanded. "Questions fuel progress. All them are valid when seeking knowledge." Then he fixed his piercing gaze on Elio, who felt a chill run down his spine. "You're the boy I heard about a few minutes ago, aren't you?" Von Lucien asked, a hint of curiosity coloring his tone. "The one who bested the fire monster without equipment, correct?" Elio nodded stiffly, his mouth suddenly dry. "Why yes, sir. Elio Ilian, at your service." He managed to keep his voice steady, despite the nervous flutter in his stomach. For an instant, Von Lucien's eyes flashed with something akin to approval, maybe even a touch of excitement. "An admirable achievement for someone of your condition. You remind me of someone." He shook his head with a sigh, a faraway look briefly crossing his face. That fool also wasn't afraid of his book. Varric scoffed. "Uncle, surely you don't believe this nobody's fluke." "Enough, Varric." Von Lucien cut in sharply. "I won't tolerate such baseless arrogance. Your privilege does not excuse such behavior." A tense silence fell over the group. Varric looked like he wanted to argue, his face flushed with indignation, but his uncle's intimidating presence made him swallow his words. Elio, for his part, couldn't believe what he was witnessing. The great Von Lucien defending him instead of his own nephew? It seemed too surreal to be happening. After a pause that felt like an eternity, Von Lucien turned his gaze back to Elio, his expression softening slightly. "Tell me, young Ilian, what troubles you about the 3rd level of the book? Your curiosity intrigues me." Elio swallowed hard, gathering his courage. This was his chance to learn, to understand more about the system that governed their lives. "Well, sir. It's just that there's hardly any information about that challenge for the people. We don't even know the actual failure percentage. How can we prepare ourselves if we're kept in the dark?" Von Lucien nodded pensively, stroking his chin. "True, most jealously guard their secrets, but the 3rd level is not so secret as you might think. The success percentage typically ranges from 40 to 50%, but almost no one challenges it without obtaining information first." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Without that crucial knowledge, I'd say the success rate drops to a mere 10%. Or maybe not. In any case, that idiot was. But tell me, young Ilian, do you want to challenge the 3rd level yourself?" Elio was momentarily speechless, unsure if he should share his aspirations. But Von Lucien's inquisitive gaze seemed to push him to confide in the imposing man. Well, I could be. Elio began hesitantly, his voice trailing off. What makes you think you could achieve it? Von Lucien pressed, leaning in slightly. It could be that you know something about the nickel monster and... He muttered the last part, almost to himself. Maybe if he told the summoner his suspicions about the true nature of the water and fire monsters, he could obtain information or at least gauge the summoner's reaction. Well, my lord, now that you mention it. Elio began, his words coming faster as his excitement grew. After my experience with the fire monster, I began to suspect that the elements these beings supposedly control are not what they seem. Rather, I believe they manipulate more basic substances like oxygen. He paused, gauging Von Lucien's reaction before continuing. I even heard a guard call the water monster the hydrogen monster and... He trailed off, memories of his father's teachings flooding back. The long nights spent discussing theories, the hushed conversations about the true nature of the system. And perhaps something related to ice is involved. Is that the nickel you mentioned, or some other catalyst, as my father called it, which allows them to freeze the water? Go on, boy. Von Lucien urged, his eyes shining with growing interest. Your ideas fascinate me. Continue. Well, we're taught that the water monster generates that element, but after my experience with the fire one, I suspect it actually controls another substance, one that when combined with oxygen produces water, which is why we must keep our hand sealed against our mouth. As he spoke, he noticed Von Lucien's expression becoming more and more pleased, as if Elio was hitting upon some hidden truth. Varric let out a mocking laugh, but his uncle silenced him with a brusque gesture. So Elio continued, explaining his theory of how the monsters actually controlled elements like hydrogen and oxygen in different states, giving the illusion of manipulating fire and water. As he spoke, Von Lucien's expression became more and more pleased, as if Elio was hitting the mark. When Elio finished, a heavy silence reigned. Varric looked at his uncle with a mixture of mockery and exasperation, clearly expecting him to dismiss such absurd ideas. But to everyone's surprise, Von Lucien simply nodded slowly. Very insightful observations, young Ilian. I see you not only have guts, but also a sharp, analytical mind. He narrowed his eyes towards his nephew. Something that others. However, before he could speak, Varric burst into mocking laughter. Are you really going to listen to this nobody's nonsense, uncle? He's obviously just trying to impress you with his supposed analytical mind. We know that the... Von Lucien ignored his nephew, focusing on Elio. Tell me, young man. How is it that you've come to such conclusions? Elio hesitated. Well, sir. My father. He. Your father? Von Lucien's eyes narrowed, a spark of recognition flashing in their depths. Did your father manage to overcome the third level? Elio nodded stiffly, a mixture of pride and sorrow welling up inside him. Yes, my lord. He reached level 3 before. He swallowed hard, pushing down the lump forming in his throat. Before falling while defending the city. A heavy silence fell over the recruitment platform. Slowly, Von Lucien nodded, an expression of understanding crossing his face. That explains it all. Ilian. Your father. He trailed off, lost in thought for a moment. Then, his eyes lit up with an almost mischievous glint. Young Ilian, would you like to learn the truth behind these mysteries? Perhaps even the secrets of the invocations themselves? Elio's eyes widened in amazement at such an offer. One of the very 9 summoners was offering to reveal to him the secrets he knew of the system. It was beyond his wildest dreams, a chance he never thought he'd have. Yes, my lord. Elio exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. More than anything in the world. Von Lucien's smile widened slightly. Then prove the second challenge won't hinder you, young warrior. Show me you're worthy of such knowledge. Yes, my lord. Chapter 4, System's second level. Von Lucien gave a curt nod of approval, his piercing gaze lingering on Elio for a moment longer. The small frog perched atop his head blinked its bulbous eyes, as if studying the young man with equal intensity. Then, with a swish of his light blue hair, the summoner turned on his heel and strode away, leaving a dumbfounded Varric gaping after him. Elio stood rooted to the spot, his mind reeling from what had just transpired. One of the legendary 9 summoners had not only defended him against Varric's insults but had recognized his intellect and offered to reveal the mysteries he knew behind the system. If he could prove his mettle against the water monster. A rush of determination flooded through Elio's veins, mingled with a healthy dose of trepidation. This was an unprecedented opportunity, one he couldn't afford to squander. Gripping the common dagger and apprentice magic glove tightly, he took his book that was floating near him, painfully aware of Varric's murderous glares boring into his back. The guard checked Elio with a disdainful sneer, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Well, looks like you've got yourself a powerful admirer, boy. though I can't for the life of me understand what Von Lucian saw in a scrawny thing like you." Elio bit back a retort, his jaw clenched resolutely. Let the doubters mock him, their scorn would only make his eventual triumph all the sweeter. "Very well." The guard grunted, gesturing impatiently. "Open your book and begin the trial. Try not to die too quickly, eh? Wouldn't want to disappoint your new patron." With trembling hands, Elio opened the weighty tome, its pages seemingly whispering dark secrets waiting to be uncovered. A cold shiver ran down his spine as the familiar question appeared, "Do you wish to challenge the second trial?" Drawing a fortifying breath, Elio gave a firm nod. Immediately, the world around him dissolved into a swirling vortex, transporting him to the water monster's lair. Instantly, he found himself in a stone chamber, similar to the fire monsters, but with a colder atmosphere. And there, in the center of the room, waited his opponent, an enormous frog roughly a meter tall, its bulging eyes watching him warily. The time had come to face the dreaded water monster, and Elio's mind filled with his father's teachings. The words resonated as clearly as the day they were told. "Remember, son, the water monster's a tricky bastard. It disables your ability to create fire. The little apprentice level 1 trick the women like to use on the day of the sacred flame ritual won't work for you. Most failed men are idiots who thought their attempt to burn the monster would bear fruit. And for the love of all that's holy, keep your hand sealed to your mouth. Let that frog's skin touch water, and you're in for a world of hurt." Elio's chest tightened at the memory, but he pushed the feeling aside. Now wasn't the time for sentimentality. He had a monster to defeat and a future to secure. He knew his father had studied this challenge thoroughly, learning the harshest lessons firsthand. He could not afford to make mistakes. Elio held his breath, recalling his father's warnings about the creature's elusive nature. The frog tensed, ready to leap at any moment. Elio began his approach, moving with exaggerated slowness. 1 step. 2 steps. The monster's muscles coiled tighter with each passing second. "Listen, you must run slowly until it jumps, and then change to a sprinting speed as soon as it is suspended in the air to catch it as it falls. The damn thing won't understand what happened." According to his teachings, the frog tended to wait for summoners to make a mistake, letting them create the water it needed to attack. So it would hop around the room for hours, keeping away from its attacker in a battle of stamina attrition. Suddenly, the creature sprang backwards, its body twisting gracefully in midair. Elio's heart raced as he exploded into a sprint, his speed increasing exponentially, his legs pumping furiously to close the distance. The frog was mere inches from landing when Elio struck. His dagger flashed in the dim light, slicing into the monster's soft underbelly. A shrill screech filled the chamber as the blade cut through, exposing a glimpse of the glowing core within. He had tricked the frog. Elation surged through Elio, but it was short-lived. The core remained intact, protected by a thin layer of something. Damn it! Elio cursed under his breath, frustration burning in his chest. If that privileged bastard hadn't taken my magic dagger. Elio grimaced, feeling adrenaline coursing through his veins. The strategy to win instantly had failed. He shook his head, forcing himself to focus. Dwelling on what-ifs wouldn't help him now. The frog's body began to glow with an ominous energy, and Elio knew his father had been right once again. The creature had gauged his true speed and would now move with impossible agility. The frog lapped again, this time with an agility impossible to follow. Elio cursed under his breath, realizing he would not be able to overtake it until he tired it out. But relying on his stamina to exhaust it was risky. 3 out of 10 died with that strategy. After a while he could grow weary and his hand might slip from his mouth, he could trip. There were too many ways to fail. He needed an alternate plan. A memory surfaced, another of his father's lessons. It was risky, but Elio was out of options. He removed his hand from his mouth, holding his breath. With trembling fingers, he pulled off the apprentice magic glove and summoned the tiniest spark of his sacred flame. A minuscule drop of water formed in his palm. The effect was instantaneous. The frog froze, its massive eyes locked onto the liquid, halting its frantic flight. With a guttural roar, the creature lunged at an insane speed. Mid-flight its front foot touching the drop and one of its toes transforming into a sharp water claw. Elio barely had time to react before the claw struck his chest, ripping through his uniform and into his flesh. The pain made him grimace, but Elio did not falter. He had been prepared for this counterattack, and with a rapid motion, he plunged his dagger into the frog's exposed core. An ear-splitting shriek filled the chamber. The frog thrashed wildly, its body slowly dissolving into a fine mist. Elio stumbled backward, clutching his wounded chest and gasping for air. As the last wisps of the monster faded away, Elio fell to his knees. Blood seeped between his fingers, but already he could feel a warm sensation spreading through his body. The wound began to close, new skin knitting together before his eyes. By the walls. Elio muttered, watching in fascination as his injury vanished. Father wasn't exaggerating about the healing properties of leveling up. Elio smiled. This was part of the process. Upon overcoming a level, his health would be fully restored, though he hadn't expected a mere drop could create such a long claw. How had the damn old man defeated the frog if, according to him, he made the mistake of generating a stream of water upon entering the challenge? His mind buzzed with questions he could ask Von Lucien. Would it be possible to obtain information about the familiars only powerful level 4 summoners had managed to invoke? How was it that their power allowed them to hurl energy balls at high speeds? When the last part of his wound vanished, the system book opened before him, showing his new stats: Elio Ilian's statistics, skills, Sacred Flame, Holy Water, New, Familiars, Salamander, 0 out of 100, Frog, 0 out of 1000, Level 2, Mana, 20 out of 20, plus 10, Resistance 20 out of 20, plus 10, Stamina 6 out of 6, plus 1, Attack 2, 3, plus 1, Magic Damage 2, plus 1, Strength 2, plus 1, Defense 2, 2.1, plus 1, Speed 2, plus 1, Agility 1.2, plus 0.2, Resistant Uniform Defense 0.1, Common Dagger Attack 1, Apprentice Magic Glove Fire Spark, Balance, 0 mana points. Elio stared at the numbers, pride and curiosity swelling within him. He stood up, marveling at the newfound strength coursing through his body. On impulse, he crouched and leaped upward, sailing nearly 2 meters into the air before landing with surprising grace. A strength of 2 was basically the combined might of 2 people. Elation swept over him, and Elio began jumping all around, reveling in his newly acquired agility. In a moment of carelessness brought on by the ecstasy, he lost his balance and fell to the floor, but to his surprise, it didn't hurt at all thanks to his increased defense. It stung a little. Well, that's new. Elio chuckled. Guess I don't have to worry about bruises anymore. Elio got to his feet and flexed his arms, marveling at the sensation of vitality coursing through his body. He had never felt so healthy and strong before. He even got some muscles, not a lot though. He was still scrawny. Elio tossed his glove into the air and focused, directing his attention to the details of his surroundings. The increased perception intrigued him most. The world seemed to slow fractionally around him. It wasn't much, but in a fight, that split-second advantage could mean the difference between life and death. Elio smiled, understanding that his increased perception granted him this ability. Though the 0.2 increase this level was not substantial, and only 0.1 in the next levels according to his father. His elation faded as his thoughts turned to Von Lucien's words, offering him the chance to learn the secrets behind summoning and the system. Elio clenched his fists. If he could impress the summoner, perhaps he would finally obtain the answers he so desperately craved. Chapter 5, Systems Decision. Elio emerged from the trial, his mind still buzzing with the excitement of his recent victory over the water monster. However, one thought crossed his mind: what had they done with his book while he was inside? Normally only its owner can touch the floating book, exceptions being when the owner is dead or in a trial. The book is, as everything God makes, indestructible. Even so. Don't tell me, Varicad. As the swirling vortex of the trial faded, Elio found himself not on the familiar recruitment platform, but in a lavishly appointed office. Rich tapestries adorned the walls, and intricately carved wooden furniture filled the room. Each piece, Elio realized with a start, could be exchanged at trading statues for amounts of mana that made his head spin. Some weren't even in the trading options he knew normally. Challengers simply exited onto the recruitment platform after each challenge to log their times, but to his surprise, Elio found himself somewhere else. Seated behind an enormous desk sat Von Lucien, the summoner's piercing gaze fixed upon him. The small frog that seemed to be the man's constant companion blinked lazily from its perch atop his head. Ah, young Ilian. Von Lucien said, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I'm pleased to see you've emerged victorious from the second challenge. Though I must say, you've done so with remarkable speed. Elio blinked, his mind still reeling from the abrupt change in surroundings. Sir, I don't understand. Why am I here instead of at the recruitment platform? And what happened to my systems book while I was inside? Von Lucien leaned back in his chair, his long fingers idly stroking the frog on his head. Let's just say I took certain precautions to ensure your book didn't suffer any unfortunate accidents. Elio's brow furrowed as understanding dawned. Varric. He breathed, anger flaring in his chest. Indeed. Von Lucien nodded. I deduced that my dear nephew might attempt some juvenile act of revenge. Perhaps tossing your book into a pile of leftover food before you finished your trial. And given the immense authority the two privileged families wield within the army, he could easily persuade a guard to look the other way. The summoner's lip curled in distaste. So I intervened. I requested your book be delivered to me for safekeeping, and I would personally log the time of your emergence. Or, in the unfortunate event of your book disappearing, record your untimely passing. Elio swallowed hard, a mix of gratitude and unease churning in his stomach. Thank you, sir. I hadn't even considered that possibility. Without his intervention, he'd have had to bathe for a few hours. No doubt you had other concerns weighing on your mind, Von Lucian said, watching the little frog hop from his head onto the desk. Now then, tell me about your encounter with the water monster. I must admit, I'm intrigued by the swiftness of your victory. Most challengers spend hours wearing the creature down before they can land a killing blow. Elio nodded, recalling the trial. It was thanks to my father's teachings, sir. He prepared me for the challenge. Von Lucian nodded approvingly. He must have been a wise and insightful man. Please, elaborate on your strategy. Taking a deep breath, Elio recounted his battle with the monstrous frog. He described how he tricked the frog into getting caught in midair to how he used his own sacred flame ability to create a droplet of water to lure the monster into a trap. As he spoke, Von Lucian's expression grew increasingly animated. When Elio finished, the summoner let out a booming laugh that startled the frog on his desk. Brilliant, lad. Absolutely brilliant. Von Lucian exclaimed, his eyes twinkling with a mixture of amusement and... Was that pride? You remind me so much of... Well, never mind that. I must say, I'm eager to see how you fare in the challenges to come. Elio felt a knot form in his stomach at those words. Steeling himself, he decided to seize the moment. Sir, before the trial, you mentioned you'd be willing to reveal secrets about summoning if I overcame this challenge. Does that mean? Von Lucian's mirth faded, replaced by a calculating look. He studied Elio for a long moment, as if weighing some internal decision. Finally, he shook his head slowly. No, young alien. I will not give you that information. Not yet. Disappointment crashed over Elio like a wave, but before he could protest, Von Lucian raised a hand to silence him. Your father, no doubt, told you about the third level of the book system. The summoner continued, his tone grave. To overcome it, you must accrue at least 1,000 mana points, a task that will take you a minimum of 7 months. Even then, there is only a 40% chance of survival. Elio nodded stiffly, his father's warnings about the danger of the third level echoing in his mind. 1,000 mana points for the disposable fire sword. It was a fortune that could save his family's life. Also, the prospect of only a 40% chance of success made his blood run cold. Most people do not take the risk. Von Lucian went on. After completing the 10-year army service, the 20 mana points per day one receives can provide a relatively decent life. It's a safer path, alien. One that ensures your family's stability, if not their prosperity. The summoner leaned forward, his gaze boring into Elio. If you cannot pass the third level, the information you seek would be useless to you. More than that, it could be dangerous. So for now, I suggest you think carefully before making your decision. Elio swallowed hard, feeling the weight of Von Lucian's words settle on his shoulders. Was it worth risking everything, his life, his family's future, for the possibility of gaining this knowledge? Or would it be wiser to settle for the 20 daily points awaiting him after his service? Von Lucian seemed to read his thoughts. Go to your new quarters, room 1515, and meditate on this, young alien. Do not take this decision lightly, for the consequences could be grave, not just for you, but for those who depend on you too. With a click of his fingers, he summoned a guard to escort Elio out of the office. The walk to his new lodgings passed in a daze. Elio's mind whirled with the possibilities and pitfalls that lay before him. When they reached the barracks, he found himself standing before a modest but comfortable quad room. Collapsing onto the nearest bed, Elio buried his face in his hands. The temptation of Von Lucian's offer gnawed at him. What secrets lay hidden behind the veil of summoning? What power could he gain if he dared to reach for it? But the risk. Elio's stomach churned at the thought. A 60% chance of failure meant more than just his own death. It meant leaving his family without the support of those 20 daily points. It meant his mother's sacrifice, that precious 100 mana point crystal she'd scraped together over 2 years, would have been for nothing. Elio rolled onto his back, staring up at the ceiling. The memory of his mother's face, filled with pride and hope as she handed him that crystal, brought a lump to his throat. What should I do? He whispered to the empty room. Risk everything for a chance at a better future? Or play it safe and settle for a life of adequacy? Chapter 6, Systems Prank. Elio sat on his bed, his stomach growling with the ferocity of a small monster. The weight of his decision still pressed heavily on his mind, but the demands of his body were becoming impossible to ignore. Just as he was about to rise and seek out some sustenance, the door to his room burst open with a bang that made him jump. 3 young men tumbled in, a whirlwind of laughter and playful shoves. The first to enter was a tall, lanky guy with a shaggy mop of blonde hair and a mischievous grin on his face. His eyes sparkled with barely contained mischief, as if he were perpetually on the verge of some elaborate prank. Well, what do we have here?" he exclaimed, his gaze zeroing in on Elio with predatory glee. "A fresh recruit. Come on, newbie, let's hear that name." Elio hesitated for a moment before responding. Elio Ilian." The blonde's eyes widened in recognition. "Ilian? As in, the madman who took on the fire monster without any gear? Are you some kind of suicidal genius or just plain crazy, my friend?" Before Elio could formulate a response, his attention was drawn to the second newcomer. This one was built like a monster from the scrolls, all rippling muscles and thick limbs. His dark hair was shaved down to stubble, and his square jaw seemed carved from God's stone. Elio couldn't help but wonder at the point of such excessive musculature in a world where, once an adult, the system determined one's strength. It was a pointless waste of time that could only change one's appearance for the worse. "Give it a rest, Grizz." The human behemoth grunted, crossing arms thick as Elio's thorax over his chest. "You don't want to rile up the craziest rookie of the month before we give him a proper welcome, do you?" The last to enter was a stark contrast to his boisterous companions. He moved with a calm, deliberate grace, his piercing dark eyes taking in every detail of the room. His neatly combed brown hair and relaxed posture spoke of a composed nature that seemed at odds with the energy of the other two. "That's quite enough, both of you," he said, his measured tone carrying a hint of authority. "The poor guy just went through 2 grueling trials. The last thing he needs is to be harassed by a pair of overgrown children." Grizz, the blonde, let out a laugh that seemed too big for his lanky frame. "Harassed? Come on, Ren, we're just giving him the All Barracks 1515 welcome." Before Elio could reply, Chris slung his arm around his shoulders in a buddy-buddy way. Elio frowned as the muscled guy, whose name he still didn't know, joined Chris in surrounding him. Suddenly, a wicked grin crossed Chris's face. "Hey Brock, remember that guy Galen from last year?" Brock's eyes lit up with malicious glee. "You mean?" Chris nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly. What do you say, buddy? Give the rookie the full initiation treatment?" Brock let out a guttural chuckle. "I was hoping you'd say that." Before Elio could voice his growing apprehension, the 2 young men seized him in a vice-like grip. He found himself lifted bodily off the ground, his arms and legs pinned. "What the hell?" Elio yelled, struggling futilely against their hold. "Put me down, you lunatics." "Relax, rookie," Chris said, his grin widening impossibly. "This is gonna be fun, we promise." "Well, for us anyway." The calm one, Ren, Elio remembered, merely shook his head and reclined on his bed, watching the scene unfold with a mixture of resignation and amusement. Chris and Brock manhandled a still protesting Elio out of the room and through the winding corridors of the barracks within the city wall. Their journey ended in an open area that appeared to be some kind of cleaning yard. In the center stood an enormous pile of what could only be described as organic waste. The stench hit Elio like a physical force, making his eyes water and his stomach lurch. "Ready for your initiation, rookie?" Chris asked with an evil grin. Elio's eyes widened in horrified realization. "Don't you dare!" But his protests came too late. With a synchronized heave, Chris and Brock lifted him high into the air, directly over the reeking pile. "You bastards!" Elio shouted, his voice cracking in panic. Just as he was certain he was about to be introduced to the foulest substance he'd ever encountered, Chris and Brock collapsed in fits of laughter. They didn't actually throw him in, they lowered Elio to the ground, still howling with mirth. "Welcome to the group, rookie," Chris managed between guffaws. "You bastards. Oh man, I'm never going to forget that. The look on your face." Elio glared at them, his body trembling with a mixture of relief, anger, and lingering humiliation. He opened his mouth to deliver a scathing retort, but a calm voice cut him off. "I think that's quite enough, gentlemen." Ren approached, his impassive expression studying Elio with a hint of sympathy. "I believe Elio has endured sufficient welcoming for one day," he said, fixing Chris and Brock with a pointed look. The 2 pranksters sobered slightly, though their grins remained firmly in place. "Aw come on Ren," Chris said, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes. "It was just a bit of harmless fun." Ren shook his head, a ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. "Perhaps we should make amends by treating our new roommate to a meal. I imagine he's quite famished after his ordeals." Chris and Brock nodded, their enthusiasm seemingly undiminished by the scolding. As they led the way towards the dining hall, Elio found himself falling into step beside Ren, grateful for the other young man's calming presence. "Thanks," he murmured. "For stepping in, I mean." Ren nodded, his dark eyes twinkling with understated amusement. "They mean well, Truly. Their methods are unorthodox, but their hearts are in the right place. As they walked, the four young men fell into an easy camaraderie. Elio found himself laughing at Chris's outrageous stories and marveling at Brock's poses of strength. Even Ren, for all his composure, had a dry wit that frequently caught Elio off guard. Eventually, they arrived at a large door that opened onto an elevated platform. Chris flung it wide with a dramatic flourish, revealing a breathtaking view of the walled city. But what truly captured Elio's attention was the nightmarish spectacle unfolding on the other side of the wall. Tens, no, hundreds of thousands of monstrous creatures seethed and writhed atop one another, like massive waves, straining to scale the towering 500-meter rampart. The air was filled with a cacophony of inhuman shrieks and growls, a sound that seemed to vibrate in Elio's very bones. The roiling sea of screeching, twisting creatures was a horrific yet hypnotic sight. Quite a sight, isn't it? Brock said, his usual bravado tempered by a note of awe. Without those God's punishment turrets, we'd be little more than monster chow. Elio swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine as he took in the endless tide of creatures assaulting the wall. It was a vision that defied imagination, a living nightmare threatening to devour their fragile sanctuary at any moment. Yeah, it's terrifying. Ren chimed in, his calm demeanor cracking slightly in the face of such horror. But that's why we're here, isn't it? To feed the turrets that keep those abominations at bay and protect our families, Chris snorted, his demeanor turning serious for the first time. Ren's got it right. Might seem like a joke now, but that's our job. Just by contributing 10 mana points a day, we're fighting against those monsters, keeping our loved ones safe. Elio nodded slowly, the gravity of the situation sinking in. It had been easy to lose sight of the book system's true purpose, caught up in the challenges and trials. But now, seeing the relentless threat lurking beyond the walls with his own eyes, he realized just how much rode on his daily mana contribution. Well, my friends, Brock said, clapping Elio on the back hard enough to nearly send him stumbling, what say we get some grub? We'll need all our strength for what's coming. As they turned away from the nightmarish view and headed towards the promise of food, Elio felt a new sense of purpose settling over him. Chapter 7, Systems Food. The dining hall buzzed with the chatter of hundreds of recruits, but as Elio and his new companions settled at their table, the noise seemed to fade into the background. The stark reality of their situation was laid bare before them in the form of unappetizing gray mush that passed for food. Chris prodded the substance on his plate with a grimace of disgust. So, what do you all think of this goop? He asked, his tone tinged with bitterness. At least the cup of water doesn't taste like anything. I bet even the monsters wouldn't touch this crap if we offered it to them. Is it too much to ask for the cheap 1-point food to at least have some decent flavor? Brock grunted in agreement, shoving an empty plate aside. Yeah, it's disgusting. And look at these portion sizes, there's barely enough to feed a 1-year-old. Aren't they smaller than before? Ren frowned as he examined his meal. You buffoon. He chided, though his tone held a note of affection. God doesn't alter the food size. You're just getting bigger. Stop wasting points on 2 plates per meal. With the rumors that our manpower is dangerously close to 100,000, you'll need to save points for when resources inevitably run short. A tense silence fell over the table at the mention of that worrying rumor. Finally, Elio spoke up cautiously, is that true? Do we really have so few men in the army? Chris snorted bitterly. It has to be. Why else would there have been only 3 of us in the quad room for the past year? But we all need those 3 daily mana points just for this slop they call food. If they raise our turret contribution quota. Not to mention the 2 daily points for breathing clean oxygen up here. Brock chimed in, gesturing to the ceiling with a meaty hand. The air is absolute garbage this high up on the walls. Elio nodded slowly, recalling the lightheadedness he'd felt while walking the corridors until he cupped his hand over his mouth to breathe. The guys had warned him not to overuse it and to regulate his breaths carefully. The importance of mana conservation was becoming clearer by the minute. With 5 points spent just on basic needs, that left only 15 daily points for everything else. If we truly are that close to the limit, he said quietly, it means there's almost no margin for error left. If our manpower drops below 100,000. Ren finished the thought, his usual calm demeanor cracking slightly. The turrets stop functioning if they don't get their 1,000 points. With 1,000 turrets, we all have to put in 10 daily points, but if this keeps up. He trailed off, his expression grave. They'll squeeze us harder with no chance to save up. If we keep losing more men, then the monsters could get in. A chill ran down Elio's spine at the thought. The memory of the vast horde of writhing creatures massed beyond the wall flashed through his mind, an endless, nightmarish threat, barely held at bay by the turret's power. Chris clenched his fists in frustration. Damn, this is insane. How the hell did we let things get this bad? What the fuck have those privileged families been doing all this time? Just stealing young women and not even providing decent support stipends to families who lose men. Robbing us blind, that's what they've been doing. Brock growled. Hoarding all the excess mana for themselves while the rest of us have to make do with scraps. Their saving for manpower shortages spiel is pure bullshit. Ren shook his head. It's not that simple. They're the ones in charge of maintaining the mana flow and ensuring there's enough for the turrets. If there's a deficit, they're the ones who have to make up for it. Yeah, sure. Chris scoffed, rolling his eyes dramatically. Like they really care about anything other than filling their own balance. Mark my words, they'll make us put in 15 points each before long. You'll see. Elio remained silent. He was happy to have a full meal in a long while, but now, thinking over the implications. If the rumors were true, he would soon be unable to save the 5 daily points he had hoped to set aside. The prospect of accruing the 1,000 points for the disposable fire sword in 7 months seemed to be slipping away. But no, the situation was far worse than that. It wasn't just his own hopes of advancing in the book system that were at stake, but the entire city's safety. Suddenly, Ren's voice broke through his musings. Hey Elio, you alright? You're looking a bit pale. Elio blinked, realizing he had been unconsciously holding his breath. He cupped his hand over his mouth and generated some oxygen, exhaling slowly before nodding. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking. Well, stop thinking so hard. Chris said, shoving his empty plate aside with a clatter. At this rate, you're gonna burn through all your mana with that overactive brain of yours. Brock snorted a laugh, but Elio couldn't bring himself to join him. His mind was too preoccupied trying to make sense of the situation. Guys, he said quietly, his tone serious enough to draw their full attention, if things really are that dire, don't you think we should be doing something about it? The other 3 looked at him curiously, and Elio continued, I mean, if our manpower keeps dwindling, eventually there won't be anyone left to operate the turrets. What happens then? A somber silence fell over the table as they considered that terrifying possibility. Finally, Ren spoke up in a grave voice, you're right, Elio. We can't just sit and watch as everything crumbles around us. We need to take action. Like what? Brock asked skeptically. What are we supposed to do? We're just a handful of recruits. Shouldn't we let the women help out if there are so many of them? Elio said. Chris let out a derisive bark of laughter. Let the women contribute mana too? Come on, we all know they don't have the stomach to handle level 2. Let them take care of the children. Brock and Ren chuckled, shaking their heads at the outlandish idea. Elio frowned, feeling frustration growing inside him. The women were just as strong, if not stronger than them, he recalled his mother's resolute gaze. I'm serious. He insisted, his voice rising slightly. The system equalizes men and women's strength anyway. If we don't do something, what will happen when there aren't enough men left to man the turrets? An uncomfortable silence fell over the table as they considered that terrifying possibility. Brock spoke up in a grave tone. Maybe the men should try advancing to the book's 3rd level. Ren scoffed skeptically. Are you out of your mind? Risk our lives with only a 40% chance of success? And we're not even mentioning the exorbitant cost of the disposable fire sword. Statistically, we'd be in an even worse deficit. At least we'd have a chance. Brock insisted, his jaw set stubbornly. It's better than just sitting and waiting for the monsters to devour us. Ren shook his head. Forget it. It'd be suicide for the city. 40,000 men with 30 points is way less than 100,000 with 20 points. Elio remained silent, considering their options. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind. Maybe. He began slowly. Maybe the odds of success could be higher if the population had more information about the 2nd and 3rd levels. The other 3 looked at him curiously, and Elio went on, the leaderboard updates tomorrow, but I'm sure my time defeating the water monster will be a record. Think about it, if the way I beat the water monster gets out there, it could raise the success rate. And that was thanks to the knowledge my father taught me. If I could apply his unorthodox strategy to the 3rd level and it works. What do you mean? Ren asked with a furrowed brow. Do you know something the rest of us don't about the 3rd level? High-level intel is costly and secretive, you could even sell it. Elio hesitated, weighing his words carefully. My father. He passed the 3rd level, and forbade me from revealing what he knew until I achieved it myself. Before he died several years ago, he taught me everything he knew about the first 3 challenges, and he used highly unorthodox strategies. A stunned silence fell over the table as the other 3 processed this revelation. Finally, Chris spoke up in an incredulous voice. Hold up, you're saying your old man passed the 3rd level? Who the hell was he? And how'd he do that? Only 0.02% of the city is level 3. Ren pressed, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. What was his strategy? Elio shook his head. I can't tell you the full details. Not until I get the chance to test his approach myself. I can tell you how I did in the second one though. What do you mean? Brock narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Before Elio could respond, a mocking voice sounded behind him, causing him to turn. Your father beat the third level? There stood Varric, flanked by his usual goons and holding a tray laden with exquisite delicacies that made their grey mush look even more pathetic by comparison. Chapter 8, Systems Insult. Your father beat the third level? A mocking voice sounded behind Elio, causing him to turn sharply. There stood Varric, flanked by his usual goons. Chris, Brock, and Ran tensed immediately, their bodies going rigid as they recognized the son of one of the two privileged families. Varric wielded almost unlimited freedom within the army ranks. Well, Ilian. Varric sneered, sauntering over to their table with the casual arrogance of someone who's never known true hardship. I didn't know your family was so powerful. I see you're having fun, but why brag about such a pitiful achievement? Elio clenched his fists under the table, feeling a familiar anger burning in his gut. He forced his voice to remain steady as he replied, I'm not bragging. I'm just telling the truth. Varric snorted derisively, his lip curling in disgust. The truth? Fine, but what a shitty truth. Please, we have hundreds of level 3 soldiers, all of them want to work for the families, yet never saw your father working for us. So now we all know your father was a nobody. The word stung Elio deeply, hitting a raw nerve he didn't even know he had. For years, he had harbored resentment towards his father for leaving them mired in poverty after his death. But now, understanding his accomplishments a bit better, Elio realized it was the first time in a long while he had spoken well of him. Despite everything, his father's teachings had brought him to where he was now. The information he had imparted proved to be valuable, and Elio couldn't help feeling a pang of guilt for having so long scorned his memory. Can you even retort to me? Before he could formulate a response, Varric spat on the ground in front of Elio, the glob of saliva landing just inches from his feet. Pathetic. He sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Just like your father. Suddenly, a sack dropped at Elio's feet, spilling its contents onto the floor. Elio's heart sank as he recognized the items, the very things he had purchased with the 100 mana points his mother had painstakingly saved up over 2 long years. But now they were coated in rotten food leftovers. Elio looked up at Varric, fury blazing in his eyes. What did you do? He demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Varric shrugged nonchalantly. Just having a bit of fun with your little trinkets. After all, what else can be done with something earned by trash like you? Before Elio could reply, one of Varric's goons shoved him hard in the shoulder, causing him to stumble. Elio felt a surge of humiliation and rage course through him, but he held himself back with every ounce of willpower he possessed. He couldn't afford to provoke Varric, not when the privileged son wielded so much power in the army ranks. Instead, swallowing his pride, Elio bent down and began gathering up the scattered items. He tried to ignore the mocking laughter of Varric and his lackeys, each chuckle feeling like a physical blow. As he reached for the last item, Varric sauntered over and casually placed his foot on Elio's shoulder, pressing his weight down. What's the matter, Ilian? He taunted, grinding his heel into Elio's flesh. Can't take a little fun? Elio gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he scooped up the final item. Then, in one fluid motion, he abruptly stood up, shoving Varric hard enough that the privileged son stumbled backwards. For a brief moment, Varric's eyes went wide with surprise as he fought to regain his balance. His goons, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, were slow to react. Without their support, Varric toppled backwards, landing unceremoniously on the floor with a satisfying thud. He scrambled to his feet as quickly as he could, furious. But before he could say anything, Elio had already turned and was stalking away, his head held high. A tense silence fell over the dining hall as Varric fumed, his fists clenched at his sides. Elio had already disappeared out the door, leaving everyone holding their breath, waiting to see how the privileged son would react to this unexpected defiance. Finally, Varric snorted in disgust and stormed off, his goons trailing close behind like obedient dogs. As soon as he was out of earshot, a collective sigh of relief filled the hall. Some even had to stifle laughter at the sight of Varric tripping over his own feet in his haste to leave, his usual grace abandoned in his fury. Chris, Brock, and Ren looked at each other, newfound admiration shining in their eyes. Maybe, just maybe, their new roommate would prove to be more interesting, and more formidable, than they had initially thought. After the incident with Varric, Elio retreated to a quiet corner to meticulously clean his belongings. The magic dagger, thankfully, still retained all its uses. If he managed to sell the items, he might just recoup the 100 points his mother had sacrificed so much to give him. The thought of her face, filled with pride and hope as she handed over that precious crystal, steeled his resolve. When he returned to the room, his new friends were waiting, eager to continue the conversation where they had left off. So that's how I tricked the water monster. Elio finished explaining, a hint of pride coloring his voice. If I'd had this magic dagger during the trial, the battle would have ended even faster. Alright, I'll admit it. I'm intrigued. Chris said at last, leaning forward with genuine interest. Now I'm dying to know the strategy for the third level. Spill it, man. Elio shook his head, a conflicted expression crossing his face. I can't give you the details yet. But if I can confirm my father's strategy actually works, then I'll tell you everything I know. I promise. Brock snorted in frustration, his massive arms crossed over his chest. Come on, man. Can't you at least give us a hint? Throw us a spoiler here. A mysterious smile tugged at the corners of Elio's mouth. Maybe if you want to pay me. He teased, though there was a hint of seriousness behind his jest. Ren narrowed his eyes, studying Elio with that penetrating gaze of his. Jokes aside. What if you fail? If your strategy doesn't work? Elio's demeanor darkened, the weight of his decision settling heavily on his shoulders. Then I'll have wasted my one shot. My family will still be trapped in poverty, and He swallowed hard, I'll die in the attempt. A somber silence fell over the room as they considered the gravity of Elio's words. Finally, Chris shook his head, an admiring smile crossing his face despite the tension. Well, buddy, you better think real hard if you're gonna bet your life on this revised method of yours. That's one hell of a gamble. Brock grunted in agreement. But I guess we don't have many options if things really are as bad as they seem. Maybe I should start saving for that sword too. Better to take a chance than sit around waiting for the monsters to get us. Ran remained silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm but carried an undercurrent of intensity. Alright, Elio. Let's say you decide to take the risk. Your method works better, and you manage to beat the third level easily. What then? What's your endgame? Elio met his gaze unflinchingly. Then I'll teach you everything I know. Every detail, every strategy, every secret my father entrusted to me before he died. Together, we might have a better chance to do something for this city. Silence hung in the air as the other three considered his words. Finally, Chris let out a low whistle. Damn, buddy. That's pretty admirable. But we're getting ahead of ourselves here. It's not like we're already under 100,000 men. They would have said something. Right? Elio shrugged, though the set of his jaw betrayed his concern. It's an assumption, I admit. But it doesn't hurt to be prepared for the worst. Better to have a plan and not need it than to be caught off guard. No one responded, and an awkward silence settled over the room, each of them lost in their own thoughts, contemplating the implications of Elio's words. After a moment, Chris rubbed the back of his neck, a crooked smile crossing his face. Damn, Elio. I don't know if you're a genius or a madman. But if you decide to try this method of yours, you can count me in to absorb the teachings, buddy. Brock added with a snort, pushing himself to his feet. Well, I guess we should go feed the turret with today's points. It's almost our shift time, and I'd rather not give those bastards an excuse to dock us extra points. Ren nodded slowly. Agreed. Best to get there a bit early. They're always looking for reasons to squeeze more out of us. Chapter 9, Systems Tower. Elio and his comrades made their way towards the massive white stone tower. It was atop the wall they were tasked with feeding. As they approached, Chris turned to Elio with a solemn expression. Hey, rookie, you better stay on your toes. We're about to feed God's punishment, and believe me, it's no joke. Brock nodded gravely. He's not exaggerating. The feeling of giving your mana to that thing. It's like nothing you've ever experienced. It sucks the life right out of you. Ren joined the conversation, his tone serious but tinged with understanding. Don't be surprised if your knees buckle the first time. It happens to the best of us. The key is to pull your hand away the instant that 10th mana point gets drained. Keep your book open and watch those numbers seriously. Elio swallowed hard, feeling a sudden wave of apprehension wash over him. He'd delivered mana to the God Exchange easily enough, but the way his comrades spoke of the tower made it sound downright terrifying. Is it dangerous? He asked, trying to keep the tremor out of his voice. Chris snorted. Dangerous? Let's put it this way, buddy. If you're not focused during those crucial seconds, you could end up losing much more than just your daily share. And trust me, that's not an experience you want to have firsthand. What do you mean by that? Elio pressed, his brow furrowing in concern. This time, it was Brock who answered, his voice tinged with gravity. If your mana hits 0 while you're still touching that tower, you'll lose an entire level. And once it's gone for good. It's how they punish the worst offenders around here. Elio felt his blood run cold at the prospect. Losing a level. It would be devastating. The skills and power he had gotten so far, gone in an instant. Easy there, rookie. Ren said, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. It's not as bad as these two are making it sound. We've done this hundreds of times. Just stay calm, follow our lead, and you'll be fine. As they arrived at the base of the massive tower, Elio saw a long line of soldiers waiting their turn, their faces tense and focused. Chris turned to him with a twisted smile. Well, buddy, it's your big debut. Ready to feel what it's like to have the life sucked out of you? Elio grimaced but nodded determined. He wasn't about to show weakness in front of his comrades, not after the respect he had earned by facing Varric. One by one, the soldiers stepped up to the tower, placing their hands on the surface and releasing their mana with expressions of intense focus. Elio watched with growing apprehension, noting how some even staggered as they stepped away. At last, it was his turn. Taking a deep breath from his hand to steady himself, Elio stepped forward and placed his hand on the tower's cold stone surface. Immediately, he felt a powerful force tugging at him, as if an invisible hand was dragging his very soul from his body. The sensation was overwhelming, suffocating. For a brief, terrifying moment, Elio felt himself losing his balance, the world tilting dangerously around him. But then he remembered his comrade's words and forced himself to focus, watching intently as the numbers in his open book rapidly changed. Just as the 10th mana point was drained, he yanked his hand away with a sharp motion, staggering backward. You did it, rookie. Chris's voice cut through the ringing in his ears. See? Not so bad once you get through it, right? Elio blinked, trying to catch his breath. The experience had been far more intense than he'd expected, but he'd managed to get through it without incident. Brock clapped him on the back hard enough to nearly knock him off his feet. Good job, buddy. You'll get used to that feeling soon enough. Give it a few weeks, and it'll be as routine as breathing. Ren nodded approvingly, a hint of disappointment on his usually stoic face. I'm impressed. You handled it well for your first time. Though I must admit, I half expected your knees to give out on you. Chris let out a bark of laughter, slinging an arm around Elio's shoulders. Are you kidding me? Not gonna be like you, Ren. After how he toppled that Varric guy? This rookie's got balls of steel, I'm telling you. Elio smiled weakly, feeling assertive pride at his comrade's words. The experience might have been terrifying, but he had made it through without losing his composure. As they walked away from the tower, Brock elbowed Elio with a mischievous grin. Hey, rookie, you know that feeling you just had? Having your life force sucked out like that? Elio nodded warily, unsure where this was going. Well, buddy, I've got news for you. That's exactly how it'll feel when you get married. Trust me, women will drain you faster than any tower ever could. Chris and Ren burst out laughing, and even Elio couldn't help but crack a smile. Despite the tension surrounding them, these guys managed to find moments of humor in the darkest situations. As they made their way out of the tower, the camaraderie of the moment was shattered by the sudden, piercing wail of an alarm. The sound reverberated through the indestructible stone walls, setting everyone on edge. What the hell is that? Elio asked, scanning the surroundings with alert eyes. Chris's face had gone pale, all traces of humor vanishing in an instant. That's the invasion alarm. A monster must have breached the tower's god rays. In a matter of seconds, chaos erupted around them. Soldiers began running, their panicked shouts mixing with the incessant scream of the alarm. Elio and his comrades pushed through the panicked crowd, emerging onto the massive, 50 meters wide parapet to a scene of nightmarish carnage. In the central courtyard stood an enormous, 4-meter-tall monster, its exoskeleton glistening a sickly blackish green. One shoulder bore a gaping wound, likely from a tower strike. It had only 3 of its 4 arms and its razor-sharp claws were drenched in fresh blood. In its jaws, it chewed on a mangled corpse, while 2 other bodies lay scattered around it. Elio fought back a wave of nausea at the sight of the shredded remains of what had once been soldiers. By the gods! It's a locust, Chris gasped, his face ashen. Brock clenched his fists. Another Bugos managed to get past the barrier range. A group of about 10 level 2 soldiers with shields surrounded the beast. They weirdly had no weapons. With a swipe of its claws, it sent defenders flying. They were like children to an adult. One of the soldiers went flying, smashing against the tower wall with a sickening crunch before crumpling to the ground, motionless. The level 2 soldiers are useless against that thing. Ren shouted, his usual calm shattered. Where the hell are the attack squads? Those poor bastards. Chris muttered. Being punished with shield duty is a death sentence. We need at least a level 3 squad to do any real damage. Elio watched in mounting horror as the massacre unfolded before him. Just as it seemed the defenders couldn't hold out much longer, Varric appeared, wielding a sword that glowed with an otherworldly radiance. An arrogant smirk played across his face as he advanced on the monster. At last, my chance for glory. He bellowed, brandishing his blade. Time to shut that fool Victoria up once and for all. Prepare to meet your end, beast. Before his lackeys could intervene, Varric charged forward. Varric's scare might actually hurt it. Ren observed, a hint of hope in his voice. But the monster was quicker. Its claws slashed through the air, striking Varric squarely in the chest. Only his high-level armor saved him from being torn apart. The young man went flying, crashing to the ground unconscious. His sword clattered from his grasp, skidding across the flagstones. "Damn, we're going to lose the whole defender squad for our section, that's the second one this month." Ren complained, visibly shaken. "I hope we don't get picked, we've been good, right?" A chill ran down Elio's spine. Being part of the punished soldiers holding the shields? A death sentence. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be worried about the dwindling soldier numbers? Didn't he want to prevent the worst? His mother's words echoed in his head, "Always remember your father's sacrifice and fight for your future." I suppose 12 daily points and my absence are just what this family needs. His mother's eyes darkened for an instant, but then shone with a determination Elio knew well. It was like that whenever she spoke of his father. Another soldier crumpled to the ground, his shield shattered and leg mangled. He looked around frantically for help, his eyes meeting Elio's for an instant. The raw terror in the man's face made Elio's heart ache with empathy. Suddenly, Elio's gaze fell on Varric's discarded sword. Ren's words rang in his ears, Varric's scare might actually hurt it. Could it be possible? Without a second thought, Elio lurched forward, scooping up Varric's sword as he ran. The hilt felt perfectly balanced in his hand, the blade glowing with a faint azure radiance. It must be worth a fortune. "Elio! What the hell are you doing?" Chris yelled behind him, but Elio didn't stop. With a furious bellow, he hurled the sword directly at the monster. The blade spun through the air, leaving a cerulean trail before burying itself deep in the beast's shoulder. The monster howled in pain, its attention momentarily diverted from the fallen soldier. Seizing the opportunity, Elio dashed forward and dragged the wounded man to safety. "Elio, look out!" Chris's panicked shout alerted him. Looking up, Elio found the beast looming right above him, its massive form towering menacingly. Its claws descended in a deadly arc as Elio braced himself, shielding the injured soldier with his own body. Chapter 10, System Summon. Even with double the strength of an ordinary human, Elio was unable to move away in time. Just as he thought he was about to be devoured alive, a blinding light erupted before him. Von Lucian had arrived, his hands extended and radiating power. Beside him, the small frog that always accompanied him had grown to match the size of the water monster from Elio's second trial. "Back off!" Von Lucian's voice boomed, resonating with a powerful ice attack that pushed the monster mid-strike. With a fluid motion, he conjured a torrent of water that enveloped the massive frog, forming razor-sharp blades along its amphibious body. The frog lunged forward, its watery armament slicing deep into the monster's thick exoskeleton. The beast howled in agony, dark ichor splattering the ground as it struggled against the relentless onslaught. Seizing the moment, Von Lucian channeled his power into a blast of wind that sent the creature hurtling backward. The force of the attack also caught Elio, slamming him into the ground and knocking the wind from his lungs. Through blurred vision, Elio watched as Von Lucian advanced, hands glowing with cerulean energy. The massive frog leaping out of the way as a fireball erupted from the summoner's palms, striking the monster squarely in the chest. With a final, agonized wail, the beast convulsed violently before crumpling to the ground, lifeless. A stunned silence fell over the courtyard, broken only by Elio's pained coughing. Chris and the others rushed to his side, their faces pale with fear and awe. "Are you out of your mind?" Chris hissed, helping Elio sit up. "You could have been torn to shreds." Elio shook his head weakly, wincing at the pain in his ribs. "Had to. Try something." Von Lucian approached, his expression a mix of relief and reproach. "A brave act, young alien, but incredibly foolish. Courage without wisdom is a dangerous thing." Elio hung his head, shame washing over him. Yet, deep down, he couldn't bring himself to regret his actions. He had seen an opportunity and seized it, regardless of the risk. Von Lucian's gaze swept over the carnage, lingering on the mangled bodies of fallen soldiers. For a brief moment, Elio thought he saw a flash of barely contained fury in the summoner's eyes. "Nearly a dozen good men lost today," Von Lucian said, his voice low and tight with anger. "All because of the incompetence of those degenerate elders tasked with maintaining the towers." As Chris helped him to his feet, Elio couldn't help but wonder what consequences this breach would bring. Was the increase in defensive failures a harbinger of worse to come? "This won't go unanswered," Von Lucian vowed quietly. "The families will have to answer for their negligence this time." After the battle, Elio found himself once again in Von Lucian's opulent office. His friends had stayed behind to assist with the grim task of cleanup and transporting the dead and wounded, all of them eager to prove their worth and avoid reassignment to the ill-fated Defender Squad. None of them wanted anything to do with it. After witnessing the massacre, Von Lucien sat behind his massive desk, his expression unreadable as he regarded Elio. In his hand, he held a small sphere that glowed with a soft, brilliant red light. "Come closer, young alien," he said, his voice grave. Elio obeyed, his eyes fixed on the mysterious object, his footsteps echoing in the silence of the room. "Do you know what this is?" Von Lucien asked, extending his hand to display the sphere. Elio shook his head, his eyes fixed on the object. Von Lucien smiled faintly. "It's the core of the monster we just faced. Some believe it to be the very essence of its power, condensed into this small sphere." "But what?" he began, but Von Lucien raised a hand to stop him. "I want to tell you about your father, Farbillion. He was an exceptional man." The summoner's eyes softened with something akin to affection. "We met when we were young, long before either of us had matured." He leaned back, lost in reminiscence. "Back then, our relationship was not unlike yours with Varric. I was arrogant, disdainful, convinced by the teachings of my family that my privileged status made me superior to all others." Elio frowned at the mention of Varric but remained silent, enraptured by Von Lucien's story. "But your father had a unique way of seeing the world," the summoner continued. "A relaxed, wise perspective that gradually made me question my own beliefs. His influence helped me see beyond my station, and eventually, led me down the path that brought me to where I am now." Von Lucien paused, studying the small sphere in his hand. "This core is the key to summoning. 100 of these could call forth the level 1 salamander from the book. 1,000, and you could summon a frog like the one you witnessed today." Elio's jaw dropped at the revelation. While it was known that summoners could call forth powerful creatures, the specifics were a closely guarded secret, known only to the two privileged families. Elio had thought Lucien would only reveal this information to him once he surpassed level 3, if ever. "I must warn you of the dangers and limitations you'll face if you choose to pursue this path," Von Lucien continued, his tone grave. Elio nodded, hanging on every word. "First, you must surpass the 3rd level of the book system. It's an absolute requirement to utilize this knowledge. Without that foundation, this information is useless to you." Elio felt a knot in his stomach as he recalled the warnings about the 3rd level. The chance of success was terrifyingly low, and the mana cost for the required sword exorbitant. Moreover, Von Lucien went on, acquiring enough cores in a short period is nearly impossible. Monsters that breach the god's punishment are rare, and the privileged families hoard what few they have. Von Lucien paused, letting his words sink in. "Even if you did manage to accumulate some cores, you must keep in mind that summoned creatures' attacks require mana points. With your 20 daily points, after covering your basic needs and tower contribution, it would not be feasible for you to utilize them often." Elio frowned, understanding why he would be unable to acquire cores after seeing the monster today, especially at his current level. "And even if you did ascend to the 3rd level," Von Lucien went on, "you'd have to face enemies with defenses robust enough to nullify any attack lower than 6 points. Even with a weapon that brings your attack there, you'd have to strike them half 100 times or so to defeat them." Elio swallowed hard. Von Lucien's gaze bore into him. "I'm not telling you this to discourage you, young alien. I want you to understand the gravity of the path you're considering. It's crucial that you don't underestimate the harsh reality you live in." He paused meaningfully before delivering a final warning. "There's one more thing you must know. If the families discover your intentions to ascend beyond the 3rd level or obtain a summon, they will do everything in their power to stop you. They won't tolerate any threat to their control over the city." Von Lucien's eyes hardened. "For your own safety, you must conceal your true ambitions from everyone. The consequences of being discovered could be fatal." Elio nodded tensely, the weight of secrecy settling heavily upon him. "The few summoners that exist have obtained most of our cores from our families," Von Lucien continued. "It's exceedingly rare for monsters to overcome the god's punishment, and the stockpile accumulated over the city's 100-year history is nearly depleted. Obtaining 10,000 cores for a 3rd level summoning was done just once by the family's founder but is currently impossible." Bitterness flashed across the summoner's face. "The elderly leaders of the families have no interest in helping anyone surpass level 5. They only care about maintaining their stranglehold on power, indulging in luxury while the rest of the city struggles." Elio clenched his fists, feeling anger burn within him at the idea of a selfish few obstructing the progress of the entire city. Von Lucien studied him intently. "Your father understood the importance of always pushing forward, of never accepting limits imposed by others. It was that determination that drove him to surpass the 3rd level with only a disposable fire sword, despite the overwhelming odds." Elio inhaled sharply, eyes widening in astonishment. Von Lucien smiled faintly at his reaction. But I thought you'd only reveal this once I surpassed level 3. Elio said, his voice barely above a whisper. I'm still not sure if. Von Lucian leaned forward, his voice low and grave. There's something you must know, young alien. A truth your father made me swear on the face of death, if I ever deemed you worthy of it. Elio swallowed hard, his heart pounding in his chest. Your father saved my life. Von Lucian stated bluntly. Years ago, when I was still a level 2, a monster like the one today nearly ended me. Had it not been for your father's intervention, I would have perished that day. Von Lucian's eyes shone with a mixture of gratitude and respect. It was an act of bravery and sacrifice I'll never forget. And though the official records don't mention it, I want you to know the identity of the man your father rescued. I see in you the same determination and courage I saw in him. Von Lucian continued. The way you faced that monster today, disregarding personal risk, it was as if I was watching your father all over again. That's why I've decided to entrust you with this information, and this small gift. Elio felt a lump form in his throat, overwhelmed by conflicting emotions. All those years he had scorned his father's memory, convinced he was a selfish man who had abandoned them. And now, to learn that he had acted just as Elio had. Von Lucian extended his hand, offering Elio the red sphere and a monocrystal. Take them, as a symbol of my respect for you and your father's memory. Use them wisely when you're ready, and never forget the legacy you carry. With trembling hands, Elio accepted the gifts, feeling their warm glow in his palm. As he looked up at Von Lucian, he saw not just a powerful summoner, but a living connection to the father he had never truly known. Chapter 11, System Slice of Life. Elio trudged back to his room, his mind still reeling from Von Lucian's revelations. His comrades hadn't returned yet, likely still assisting with the aftermath of the monster attack in hopes of avoiding reassignment to the dreaded Defender Squad. Collapsing onto his bed, Elio felt the weight of Von Lucian's words pressing down on him. The glowing red sphere in his hand was a tangible reminder of his father's sacrifice and the legacy he now had to uphold. But something else nagged at him. Von Lucian had also given him a monocrystal, without specifying its value. Elio's heart raced as he contemplated the possibilities. Could it be the 1,000 points needed for the disposable fire sword? Or perhaps 500, leaving him to save for just under 3 months? Even 100 would be a tremendous help. With trembling hands, he opened his system book to the last page, where he could store monocrystals. His current balance showed 7 leftover points from the day. As he touched the crystal to the designated square, it vanished instantly. Elio's breath caught as he saw the new balance glowing on the page. 10,007 points. For a moment, Elio sat there, stunned. 10,000 mana points. It was an amount he'd never dreamed of possessing. A year of frugal living in the army wouldn't have netted him even 2,000. How long would it take his mother to accumulate such wealth? A giddy smile spread across his face as he contemplated the possibilities. He could live like Varric, indulging in luxuries he'd only ever imagined. With that quantity of mana, he could purchase the disposable fire sword needed to challenge the 3rd level without breaking a sweat. Even the 100 points he had hoped to recover had become inconsequential. But the smile faded quickly, replaced by a somber expression. Would he truly risk attempting the 3rd level? The danger of failure, of losing his life in the attempt, remained terrifyingly real. Elio let out a deep sigh, carefully stowing the book away. There was no point obsessing over it now. He might as well procrastinate. Wait, for this year's vacation. Luckily he had come of age very close to it, so he could leave shortly after starting. He still had nearly a month before his week-long vacation, when he could see his mother and hopefully alleviate some of his worries. He looked forward to flaunt. Sharing his experiences with Micah and Zara, his 5 younger sisters, and even little Ryan. He'd explain some of the tactics he'd proven, hoping to give his friends an edge when they faced their own system challenges in a few months. With a sigh, Elio lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling's perpetual light as his mind wandered. Despite Von Lucian's generosity, the weight of the decision before him was immense. He shook his head, determined not to torture himself with those thoughts for now. He had a month to make his choice, and he intended to use every second of that time to procrastinate. Prepare himself mentally and emotionally. Because one thing was certain, if he decided to follow in his father's footsteps, there would be no turning back. It would be all or nothing, and his life, and the fate of his family, would rest on his success. With that thought in mind, Elio closed his eyes and tried to rest, though sleep took a long time coming that night. The following month was a roller coaster of surreal moments and comical situations, largely thanks to Chris, Brock, and Rand's growing paranoia about being assigned to the Defender Squad. One night, as they shared a meager dinner in the mess hall, Chris leaned in conspiratorially. "You think if we pretend to be crazy they'll just send us home?" Brock snorted, spraying mash everywhere. "Crazier than you? They'd just think it was business as usual." And if you're asking if it'd work, fat chance, buddy. Ren shook his head, ever the voice of reason. Don't be an idiot. Fake insanity and you're more likely to end up at the tower. Say goodbye to your levels. A chill ran down Elio's spine at the thought. Chris relented. What if we make quills? Elio could take. He proceeded to scoop up some mash and began writing on the table, splattering it everywhere. I, Christoph Alaric, being of mind as sane as is humanly possible. He began dictating in a solemn voice. Wait. No. That would prove we're prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. His performance was cut short by Brock flinging a spoon at his head. Shut it, you moron. You want them to think we really have lost it? Elio couldn't help but laugh at his comrades' antics, earning withering looks from all three. Look at the traitorous rookie laughing. Chris growled. Probably because he's got his buddy the summoner watching his back. Elio blinked, bewildered. What? Von Lucien's not my friend. Oh, of course he is. Brock cut him off, pointing an accusing, mash-covered finger. You're his little protege. That's why he whisked you off to his office, isn't it, traitor? Ren frowned. Keep your voice down, idiot. Unless you want the whole mess to find out. But it was too late. Several soldiers at nearby tables were already eyeing them curiously, and Elio felt his cheeks burn at the unwanted attention. Bah, leave him be. A mocking voice rang out from behind. Elio didn't need to turn to know it was Varric, flanked by his goons as usual. It's obvious little Alien is my uncle's favorite. He's probably sucking his. Shut up, Varric. Elio cut him off with a snarl, leaping to his feet. For a moment, it seemed a fight would break out, but Chris quickly intervened. Hey, easy there. He extended his hands in a placating gesture, though the mocking grin on his face belied his amusement. We don't want our friend Varric passing out again, do we? The entire mess had to stifle their laughter. Many failed, as Varric's face reddened with rage. He huffed but stalked off, not without shooting Elio one last disdainful look. Once he was gone, Brock turned to Elio with narrowed eyes. So, is it true? Are you Von Lucien's little favorite? Elio shook his head, exasperated. Of course not. He only took me to his office because... He trailed off, remembering the summoner's warnings about secrecy. Chris studied him suspiciously. Because... Elio scrambled for a plausible excuse. Because... I saved his nephew during the monster invasion. A stunned silence fell over the mess as his comrades processed this revelation. Then, to his surprise, Chris burst out laughing, soon followed by most of the soldiers in the hall. Well played, rookie. Well played. He wiped a tear of mirth from his eye. You've got to admit, that was a good lie. Brock shook his head, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You're an idiot, Ilian. But I guess that saves you from being a traitor. Elio rolled his eyes but couldn't help grinning at the good nature dripping from his friends. Despite their neurotic behavior, their ability to find humor in even the darkest situations was still refreshing. The days blurred together for Elio, divided between the routine tasks of keeping the towers fed and staying far from the sporadic monster breaches. Through it all, his mind kept returning to the decision laid before him. Lost in your thoughts again, rookie? Chris's mocking voice pulled Elio from his reverie as they prepared for another tower feeding session. At this rate, you'll end up losing your levels from all that daydreaming. Elio shook his head, forcing a smile. I never dream, I'm always wide awake. Brock snorted at that. Yeah, and I'm the next summoner. Wake up, rookie, we don't need you losing a level like Galen did due to your distraction. He's right. Ren chimed in calmly. Focus on the task at hand. You can return to your daydreams about siphoning riches from Von Lucien or whatever later. Elio opened his mouth to protest but closed it again with a sigh. There was no point arguing, his friends were just ribbing him to pass the time. Instead, he focused on the impending battle against the mana-devouring tower. Hey Elio, how come you can suddenly afford the 5-point dinner option? Chris eyed the plate piled with something vaguely resembling meat with suspicion. Elio swallowed hard, thinking quickly. I've just been saving up a bit here and there. Saving up? Brock scoffed. Buddy, even level 3 recruits don't splurge like that often. True, they prefer saving for their families. Ren frowned. Are you sure you haven't been doing some dirty work for Von Lucien? Because if that's the case No, nothing like that. Elio held up his hands in surrender. I just wanted to try the high life for once, alright? An uncomfortable silence settled as the three eyed his plate wistfully. Then Chris shoveled a bite of his humbler ration into his mouth and shrugged. Hey Elio, is it just me or is your bed a little softer than ours? Chris flopped down heavily on Elio's mattress and nearly bounced right back up. No, it's just you, said Elio, trying to keep his voice even. Maybe your bed's just gotten too worn out. One evening, as they gathered in their cramped quarters after cleaning the mess hall, Chris looked at Elio expectantly. "Hey, Elio, you don't have any of your fancy luxuries to share today?" Elio grinned and rose from his comfortable bed, rummaging in his small trunk. "Something better than that, actually." He pulled out an enormous round loaf with an exquisite aroma that filled the room. Brock's eyes went wide with covetousness. "Is that what I think it is? Actual bread? Not just any bread." Elio bragged as he set the loaf down in the center. "Leavened dough bread. Cost me 30 points, I saved up for 6 days. 30 points." Ren whistled in admiration. "That's nearly 2 weeks' rations for one of us. Is it a good thing I'm planning to share it?" Elio began slicing the bread into thick chunks. "Consider it my gift for guiding me these past days." For a moment, a respectful silence reigned as the four beheld the baking masterpiece. Then Chris noisily licked his lips. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's eat." They descended on the bread like they hadn't eaten in days, gorging on the chunks and letting crumbs fall carelessly. Elio couldn't help but laugh at the spectacle. Fishish gloriouge." Brock spoke around a mouthful, spraying crumbs. "I know, right?" Elio took a more modest bite, savoring the flavor. "For once, we get to enjoy the small luxuries the rich take for granted." Ren nodded with his mouth full. "If this is how they live, I almost understand why they exploit us." For a precious while, there was nothing but the crunching and murmurs of delight as they devoured the bread. Last year's had been hard on the food side, but to Elio, seeing the looks of pure bliss on his friends' faces made every point he had spent worth it. At last, when nothing remained but a few crumbs, they reclined with satisfied smiles. "Thanks for this, Elio," Chris said with a contented sigh. "Sometimes a little luxury like that makes it all worthwhile. Yeah, even if you have to earn it with your secret job of helping the rich summoner." Brock joked, earning a grin from Elio. Surrounded by the camaraderie and cozy atmosphere, Elio couldn't help but feel at peace, if only for a while. Chapter 12, System's Mother. The long-awaited vacation days had finally arrived, though with a bittersweet twist. Instead of the full 7 days, they were granted only 5, a grim reminder of the growing scarcity of soldiers defending the city. But Elio refused to let that shadow dampen his spirits. This was the only break granted in the army's year, and nothing was going to ruin the time with his family. As he walked down the narrow alleyways leading to his family's humble, but big God-given home, his mind wandered over what to tell them. Should he mention the challenge he might end up taking? Or would it be better to keep things light and enjoy this brief respite? Before he could decide, he found himself at the rickety door of his otherwise indestructible stone house. Taking a deep breath, he knocked with a familiar pattern. The door swung open, and suddenly he was enveloped in a warm embrace that nearly took his breath away. "Elio, my boy." His mother's voice, rough with contained emotion, greeted him as she squeezed him tightly. Home at last. Elio melted into the embrace, letting his mother's familiar scent comfort him. I'm here now, Mom." After a long moment, Lena finally released him, stepping back to study him with critical eyes. "Look at you, so tall and strong. A man now." "Haha, I was only gone a month." Elio chuckled, then added sincerely, "You look as strong as ever, Mom." She snorted and playfully punched his arm. "So eloquent, just like your father. Come in, your siblings have been bouncing off the walls waiting for you." Laughing, Elio crossed the threshold into the small home he had missed so dearly. His sisters were already there, squealing in delight at the sight of him. Even little Ryan joined the commotion with giggles and coos. "Elio, Elio." Jackie's shrill voice pierced the air as his 8-year-old sister barreled into him, closely followed by 10-year-old Angie. "Easy, you two. You're squashing me." Elio feigned being smothered by their insistent embraces. "You promised you'd teach us how to beat the early levels." Angie released him, eyes shining with excitement. "You have to tell us all the secrets." "What secrets?" A new voice joined the conversation as 6-year-old Ryan came over, eyes wide. "Uea has secrets?" "Not secrets, dummy." 12-year-old Brenda stuck her tongue out at her little brother. "Cool ways to beat the monsters." "Monsters?" Ryan's eyes grew even wider. "I wanna see." Laughing, Elio scooped up the rambunctious little one in his arms and walked to the living room. "Not yet, buddy. The monsters only show up when it's your turn to fight. You've got a few years before that." "I wanna fight now." Ryan started swinging his tiny fists enthusiastically. "Easy there, champ." Elio sat him on his lap. "The big kids go first. For now, you can watch and learn." Jackie and Angie plopped down in front of him, gazes fixed on their big brother in eager anticipation. Elio smiled at their enthusiasm, remembering how excited he had been at their age. From behind, 14-year-old Jen and 16-year-old Lola watched, feigning maturity but unable to hide their interest. Alright, here's the key to beating the first monster. He began, savoring the way their eyes grew wider with every revealing word. The next few hours passed in a whirlwind of hugs, laughter, and tales of the lives they'd led apart. Finally, when the celebrations calmed, he took a deep breath and turned to his mother with a solemn expression. Mother, there's something I need to speak to you about. With trembling hands, he withdrew the crystal containing the 10,000 mana points and held it aloft. Take it. Use it to give them a better life, the one I'm sure Father always dreamed of for us. Oh, already made peace with your father? Lena's eyes twinkled with surprise and pride. You could have saved it, my son. Our life is already starting to improve. You see, was my decision to bet on you correct? She opened her book to check how many points her son had amassed. Though if you wish, you can first gather more. When she saw the balance, Lena's eyes widened in shock at the enormity of the gift. She looked up at Elio's face, but he showed no hesitation, only giving a firm nod. Taking the gift with reverence, she nodded. Thank you, Elio. I will use it wisely. Elio. Over here. The familiar voices of Zara and Micah greeted him as he approached their usual meeting spot. Hey Elio, you're late. Zara playfully shoved him. Elio laughed as Zara hugged him tightly. Sorry, I ate a bit too much. Zara feigned indignation. What? But I like you slim. Wait, now you can eat too much? Damn, rich guy. Micah simply shook his head at their usual antics. Good to have you back, Elio. Zara was starting to get. For a moment, we feared you might have stumbled on level 2. And missed the chance to share the early levels secrets with you too? Elio winked. Not a chance. Zara's eyes went wide with excitement. Really? You're finally going to spill everything you learned from your dad? Of course. Elio motioned for them to come closer. You have to be prepared for when it's your turn. Zara and Micah plopped down in front of him, gazes fixed on their friend and mentor in eager anticipation. Elio savored their enthusiasm, remembering how thrilled he had been in their place. Alright, here's the key to beating the first monster. He began, loving the way their eyes grew wider with every revealing word. Wait, hadn't this happened somewhere else? He spent the next hour walking them through every tactic, every tip his father had taught him and he himself had verified. On how to face the fire monster, aiming for its weak points. The secrets for defeating the water monster without wasting energy. And with that, you'll be more than ready to conquer the first 2 levels. Elio finished with a dramatic flourish. This is incredible. Micah exclaimed in delight. No one will be able to top my record in the frog. In your dreams, Micah. Zara elbowed him. I'll be the one defeating those monsters the fastest. Whatever you say. Elio held up his hands in surrender. Just promise you'll follow my advice to the letter. I promise. Zara and Micah chorused, their faces shining with determination. Elio smiled at their zeal, a small part of the weight he carried dissipating. Despite the challenging decision he faced, seeing his friends so enthused and full of life gave him newfound resolve. After that, they joined the rest of the family in an even merrier celebration than the day before, savoring the brief days they had left together. For one night, Elio could almost forget his doubts, lost in the warmth and love of his own. As the sun dipped below the horizon on the last day of Elio's vacation, he found himself with Zara and Micah. The impending farewell hung heavy in the air, but his friends were determined to keep things light. Well, Micah drawled, crossing his arms. Look who's not so damn skinny now. It helps your looks keep eating, my friend. Just try not to trip over your own feet and become monster chow, yeah? They may find you appetizing now. Elio chuckled, punching Micah's arm playfully. I'll do my best. Maybe I'll even save a monster or 2 for you to practice on. Zara rolled her eyes, but Elio caught the flicker of concern in her gaze. Just remember, you big hero. She said, her voice teasing but with an undercurrent of emotion, if you die out there, I'll find a way to bring you back just so I can kill you myself. Oh, Zara. Elio grinned, I didn't know you cared. I don't. She retorted quickly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I just don't want to lose my favorite punching dummy. Or I should say punching stick. Micah snorted, shooting Zara a knowing look that Elio missed entirely. Right, because that's all he is to you. Zara elbowed Micah sharply, her eyes warning him to shut up. You two are weird. Elio laughed. But I'm going to miss you both. Yeah. Zara mumbled, suddenly finding her shoes fascinating. Just wait for us in one piece, okay? As they exchanged final hugs, Zara held on a moment longer than necessary, her heart racing. Elio, still distracted by his big decision, simply attributed it to the emotion of goodbye. Take care of each other. Elio said, shouldering his pack. And try not to have too much fun without me. As he walked away, Micah nudged Zara. You know, you could just tell him. Zara watched Elio's retreating form, her voice barely a whisper. Maybe someday. When we're all free from our service. Finally, on the last night, while watching his siblings sleep peacefully, Elio took out the small crystal his mother had given him earlier. He had sold the items and made a 100 points crystal as a good luck charm. Only 100 points, but in that moment it seemed a greater fortune than any amount Von Lucien could offer. Elio had made up his mind at last. With the 10,000 points plus the extra daily point in case he failed, his mother would have no trouble supporting his siblings. Tomorrow he would begin gathering the 1,000 points needed on his own to challenge the third level. But tonight, he allowed himself to dream of the future, of a better life for those he loved. Any price would be worth it to make that dream a reality. With that comforting thought, he finally fell asleep, resting better than he had in a month. The next morning, Elio said goodbye to his family with a lump in his throat. "Son, before you go I have something for you." Lena took out something wrapped in cloth, and when she opened it, Elio realized it was the disposable fire sword. "Mother, I..." Before he could continue, she raised a hand to stop him. "I know what you're going to say, Elio. I can see it in your eyes." For a moment, her gaze rested on him, reflecting the resemblance to his father, and a shadow crossed her face. Then, she nodded slowly. "If you have made your decision, then there is nothing more to say. Just promise me you will do everything in your power to survive and return to us." Elio blinked, dazed. "But... how did you know?" Lena gave a small, sad smile. "You are my son, Elio. And your father's son." The same fire burned in his eyes the night he told me he would attempt to pass the third level. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Elio nodded solemnly. "I promise you, Mother. No matter what happens, I will come home to you and my siblings." Walking with renewed vigor, he headed to the meeting spot where his comrades would no doubt already be waiting. "Right? Elio?" Chris's familiar voice greeted him as he approached. "You're late, we were starting to wonder if you'd run off with your mysterious fortune." Elio grinned at the jest, glad to be back among friends. "And miss your jealous faces when I eat?" "Not in a million years." "Jealous faces?" Brock feigned indignation. "Damn rich guy." Ren simply shook his head at their usual antics. "Welcome back, Elio. I see your family time did you well." "It was." Elio hesitated, his mind wandering to the promise he'd made his mother. "It was exactly what I needed." Chris studied him curiously. Well, so what great secret are you going to reveal now that you're back? More tricks from your dad for us plebeians?" Elio gave a smile. "Better than that. I'll show you exactly how to beat the level 3 monster. Right after doing it myself." A sudden silence fell as his friends processed this. Then Brock let out a low whistle. "Damn, rookie, you're really serious about this, aren't you?" Chapter 13, System's third level. Elio stood in the battle chamber along with his 3 comrades, Chris, Brock, and Ren. A palpable tension filled the air as they waited for Elio to register for the third challenge. This would be Elio's last official trial, any future challenges would have to be faced in secret. "Hey Elio." Chris elbowed him with a forced smile. "If you don't come back from this one, can I have your comfy bed?" Elio shook his head but couldn't help laughing at his friend's attempt to lighten the mood. "Not a chance, I already have plans for who to give it to." Before they could continue their banter, the guard called Elio to begin the trial. "Well, I'll see you jealous monsters in a bit," Elio said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. He opened his book to the 3rd page, where the familiar question appeared, "Do you wish to challenge the third trial?" Drawing a fortifying breath, Elio gave his now habitual firm nod. Immediately, the world around him dissolved into a swirling vortex, transporting him to the ice monster's lair. Elio held his breath as a furry mass the size of 2 big frogs looked at him with hollow eyes. At first, he almost laughed at the creature's harmless appearance. But then, something terrifying happened. The furry mass began covering itself with shining metal plates, hardening and taking an increasingly menacing form. His father's warning words echoed in Elio's mind, that monster, like the previous ones, manipulates the gases and heat around it. It uses something the elders call nickel, a metal I like to call a catalyst, to cool the oxygen and holy water, abruptly changing the pressure and turning the environment into a lethal weapon. Again, you must run, the longer you wait, the worse it will be for you. Clinging to his father's words like a lifeline, Elio charged forward with a defiant shout. The battle for his life was about to begin. As the creature hardened with its metallic shell, Elio began feeling the first effects. The air grew denser, harder to breathe. A growing pressure took hold of his eardrums, as if the air itself was being drained. He raised his fire sword, the only cheap weapon that could pierce the creature's metallic defenses and wouldn't stick from the intense cold or the monster's magnetism. Its heat briefly warmed the air around him, but the effect was fleeting as the monster channeled its power. Waves of chilled steam swept the chamber, robbing the air of heat and turning it into an icy embrace. Elio shivered, feeling his strength beginning to leave him under the low temperatures. Keep the fire sword close to your body. It's the only thing that will protect you from the paralyzing cold. He gripped the hilt tightly, letting the blade's heat momentarily comfort him against the frigid air. Try to reach it before it fully transforms. Once it starts spinning, it will be impossible to stop. To keep the momentum from pushing you back, you must stand to the side, don't stand in front or you'll never reach it. As if answering his words, the creature finished its transformation with a thunderous roar. Elio didn't reach in time. No trace of the furry mass remained. Instead, a misshapen beast covered in thick, overlapping plates of shining nickel stood tall. The monster began spinning at extreme speeds. The air seemed to freeze in Elio's lungs. A supernatural cold, 100 times worse than the bitterest winter, appeared to emanate from the spinning ball. Here's where the main issue arises, the reason so many fail. It's simple, don't try to stab it head-on or your sword will go flying. His father's words cut through the sound of the gale generated by the monster's spin. Use its own spinning momentum and cut from side to side. Elio kept the edge of the blade pointed into the blast of wind to prevent the sword from being pushed back, and kept a firm grip as it impacted the plates. The monster roared in fury, unleashing volleys of freezing wind in an attempt to push him back and halt that slow but deadly erosion. Elio held firm, using the very spin to cut faster, slicing deeper with each pass. One by one, the outer plates began melting away, revealing the beast's core beneath. Elio smiled in satisfaction, recalling his father's final key advice: once you've exposed its core, it all comes down to enduring its last freezing breath and keeping the blade out front. But just as victory seemed within reach, the monster changed tactics. The blast of freezing wind that had been pushing him turned into a violent whirlwind, slamming directly into his chest. Elio was flung backward, his sword flying from his hand as he tumbled uncontrolled across the icy floor. He barely had time to catch his breath before the beast was upon him, its claws ready to deliver the final blow. Acting on pure instinct, Elio spun onto his shoulder just as the monster lunged. His hand found the sword hilt and, with a roar of effort, he swept it in an upward arc towards the creature's exposed core. The incandescent blade sliced cleanly through the orb, melting it like butter. The monster howled in agony. Elio continued the motion, cleaving it in half as he rolled out of reach. The beast, split into two uneven half-moons, faded away. Elio scarcely had time to breathe before the fire sword in his hand disintegrated into ashes. Then, the weight of his achievement finally hit him and he collapsed to his knees, his body shaking violently from the cold. He had done it. He had passed the trial by defeating the ice monster, following his father's advice. He had not failed his progeny. His father's legacy. His body, previously battered and drained, now brimmed with energy and vitality. He felt a tingling course through his extremities as his body rapidly healed, closing the minor cuts and bruises he had sustained. It was a strange sensation, but exhilarating. Elio looked at his hands, fascinated by the strength he now possessed. Incredible! He exclaimed, jumping into the air. To his surprise, he soared 3 meters, landing gracefully on the ground. Uncontrolled laughter burst from his chest, as he felt relief and elation. His perception improved slightly, as did his speed and defense. The book materialized before him, displaying his new stats: Elio Ilian's statistics abilities, Sacred Flame, Holy Water, Ice Sacrifice, New, Familiars, Salamander, 0 out of 100, Frog, 0 out of 1000, Rabbit, 0 out of 10,000, Level 3, Mana, 30 out of 30, plus 10, Resistance 30 out of 30, plus 10, Stamina 7 out of 7, plus 1, Attack 3, plus 1, Magic Damage, 3, plus 1, Strength 3, plus 1, Defense 3, 3.1, plus 1, Speed 3, plus 1, Agility 1.3, plus 0.1, Resistant Uniform Defense 0.1, Apprentice Magic Glove Fire Spark, Balance, 215 mana points. Strength 3 was basically the strength of 3 people combined. Elation overcame him, and Elio began jumping around again, reveling in his newly acquired agility. Suddenly, his foot caught on a puddle and he kissed the floor, but to his surprise, it didn't hurt at all thanks to his increased defense. Yeah, it still stung a bit. He let out a peal of laughter, electrified by his new strength and abilities. Elio was ecstatic. The 30 mana points he now possessed would let him save up 15 daily. After exhausting his celebratory frenzy, he dropped to the ground, panting lightly but feeling no fatigue. A satisfied smile lit his face as he used his new ability, looking at his hand encased in a metallic sheen. "Thank you, Dad," he murmured, gazing upward. Suddenly, he recalled von Lucien's words about the 4th level and felt a pang of anticipation. What other secrets would the summoner reveal to him? He was eager to find out. "I need to find Von Lucien," he said aloud, springing to his feet. "I'm ready for whatever comes next." Chapter 14, Systems Deficit. After his euphoric private celebration, Elio emerged from the book, his body still vibrating with renewed energy. He was greeted by a round of cheers and applause from his comrades Chris, Brock and Ren, who had been anxiously awaiting his return. "You did it, buddy." Brock pushed past the other two and clapped Elio so hard on the back it would have floored him before his upgrade. "I knew you had it in you." "Of course he made it. Goodbye to my beautiful bed." Chris snorted with faint indignation. "Though I have to admit for a moment there I thought you'd end up becoming a giant ice cube." Ren shook his head and smiled. Never doubt the power of Elio's iron balls. He was destined to triumph. Speaking of power balls. Chris looked Elio up and down with an appraising expression. "Looks like you've gained some more muscles. How about flexing those biceps so we can get a better look?" Elio laughed and obliged, bending his arms and letting his renewed muscles bulge. Brock's jaw comically dropped. "By the sacred flames. How is it possible for the system to gift you muscle mass? What has my sacrifice been for?" "Perks of the system, my friend. I told you it was pointless accumulating those hideous big balls you have, though my slight increase is no match for your fixation." Elio winked. "Maybe one day you two can take advantage of the upgrade. Though I don't know why you'd want more." Brock frowned and crossed his massive arms over his chest. "Haha, very funny. We'll see who's laughing when I finally pass my trial. As long as you don't freeze from fear at the sight of the ice monster, or maybe just borrow Elio's balls." Chris joined in the jeering with a wide grin. The four friends erupted into laughter, savoring the moment of mirth and camaraderie. "Hey Elio, you're going to challenge the 4th level, right?" Chris elbowed him and spoke into his ear once the laughter died down. "If you don't come back from the next trial, can I have your comfy bed?" Elio separated from his comrades and quickly headed to the office where he usually found Von Lucien. His heart was pounding with excitement and nerves at the prospect of inquiring about the 4th level. He needed answers, wanted to know how best to prepare for the next trial. However, upon arriving at the usual spot, he noticed it was deserted. Of course he had to be gone just now. He muttered to himself, his eyes scanning the empty hallway. Determined to get his answers, Elio began searching other places where Von Lucien might be. He went through the training halls, the parapet, even the library, but there was no trace of the summoner. Frustration began growing within him. Lucien was in none of his usual haunts. Each passing minute without finding him felt like an eternity. The urgency to learn more about the 4th level consumed him. Finally, he came to a small study room where Lucien sometimes retreated to analyze something quietly. Entering, he found Ren sitting at a table, perusing some scrolls. "Ren, have you seen Von Lucien?" Elio asked, his voice clearly showing his desperation. Ren looked up and saw his friend's anxious expression. "No, I haven't seen him all day." "Why, what's going on?" "I need to talk to him about something." "I can't wait any longer, Ren, this is important," Elio said, almost breathless. Ren stood up and approached Elio, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "Elio, I understand your urgency to lick. See Von Lucien, but turret feeding time is approaching. You know we can't skip that task. It's vital for our defenses. First I thought you weren't like those two, but you are. You're an idiot, still going on about that. Ren, every minute I don't talk to Lucien is a minute lost in." Elio protested, trying to shrug off Ren's grip. "Listen, I know it's frustrating not being able to do it right now, even I could. The turret won't wait, Von Lucien will show up eventually. Plus, you also need to eat something and rest a bit. You can't lick properly if you're exhausted," Ren said in a conciliatory yet firm tone. Elio paused for a moment, taking a deep breath. Setting aside the stupid joke, he knew Ren was right. Feeding the turrets was crucial for everyone's safety, and neglecting his health wouldn't help at all. Grudgingly, he nodded. "You're right, let's go feed the turrets and grab a bite. But after that, I'm going to keep looking for him," Elio said flatly. Ren smiled and nodded. "That sounds good, you'll leave them shining. Let's go, I'll come with you." Von Lucien strode rapidly down the marble hallways of the main family's complex. His furrowed brow and tense jaw showed his growing frustration. Another breach had occurred the previous night, the 4th that month, and he was determined to get answers. He reached the large double doors leading to the council chamber and pushed through them unceremoniously, bursting in on the meeting in progress. The two elders, Mordred and Destin, leaders of the ruling families, looked up with expressions of surprise that quickly turned to frowns. "What is the meaning of this new intrusion, Lucien?" Mordred snapped, his voice rough with age. "I hope you have a good reason this time." Lucien stepped forward without hesitation. Explanations about possible minor glitches are no longer enough. We need to take immediate action before the situation spirals completely out of control. Estin snorted, his bald head glistening in the candlelight. Speak plainly, boy. We have no time for your riddles. The breaches. Lucian spat the word. For this month and counting. The level 2 defender squads are dangerously depleted. I have no more wrongdoers. My soldiers are dying by the dozens. Mordred made a dismissive gesture with his gnarled hand. We are aware of the breaches. Our best level 3 men are working on reinforcing squads and repairing the damage. Only common level 2 soldiers have perished so far anyway, they are. And what of preventing further deaths and breaches? Lucian slammed his fist on the table. Something is wrong, very wrong. Either a calculation error, internal sabotage, or both. The defenses are not receiving the level of mana required to remain stable. The elders exchanged annoyed looks, but Lucian cut them off before they could respond. Do not try to deny it. I have been tracking the mana levels fed into the turrets for months. Systematically, week after week, there is a daily mana deficit of roughly 10,000 points to reach the required million. Nonsense. Estin slammed his hand on the table. Our calculations are precise. There have been no such deficits. Lucian slowly shook his head. Then someone is manipulating the numbers, hiding the real deficit. The breaches are killing soldiers, over 1,000 this year already. If this is allowed to continue, it could be catastrophic. A tense silence fell over the chamber as the elders considered his words. Finally, Mordred spoke in a weary voice. Very well, Lucian. Let us say you are correct and there is a miscalculation somewhere in the system. What do you suggest we do about it? A sparkle lit in Von Lucian's eyes. First, we need a thorough audit of all monologues and counts. We cannot allow this invisible deficit to keep slipping under the radar. Second, we must increase the mana allocation to defenses, at least temporarily. The two families have more than enough surplus mana to compensate and close the gap before it's too late. Estin pursed his lips skeptically. And you suggest we take this additional mana allocation out of our own pockets? It's not as if we don't have other expenses and projections to meet. Lucian couldn't believe the hypocrisy of these old men. They reap millions of surplus mana points weekly yet begrudge a single point to the thousands of families losing their men. But Lucian kept his calm. It was necessary to get the elders to listen. Actually, we can. Lucian folded his arms. I've long been saving part of my allocations, at least this year. Lucian emerged from the council chamber, his stride furious, fists clenched at his sides. The meeting had been a complete waste of time, as usual. Those arrogant elders refused to listen to reason, too mired in their antiquated ways. He had barely begun to lay out his concerns when Mordred cut him off with a dismissive wave of his gnarled hand. Very well, boy. If you are so convinced, bring us the numbers for us to review ourselves. Lucian clenched his jaw, tamping down his frustration. As you wish. But I warn you, time is quickly running out. We cannot allow this situation to persist any longer. The families of those. Estin snorted derisively. Enough of your dire warnings. Bring the logs and we shall deal with the situation as we see fit. The door slammed shut behind Lucian as he stormed out of the council chamber. The two elders, Mordred and Estin, sat in tense silence for a moment, letting Lucian's parting angry words hang in the air. They exchanged knowing looks before bursting into laughter. Finally, Mordred snorted disdainfully and shook his head. That boy is more trouble than he's worth, not even the youngest is like that. Luckily, the rest of the summoners know to keep their place. Well, except that crazy. But at least she doesn't burst as often. Estin made a noise of agreement, rubbing his bald pate with a pensive expression. It's a pity really. They had so much potential. But you see what happens when you give those restless minds too much freedom. They start questioning the natural order of things. Precisely. Mordred leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowed. Lucian still fails to grasp the true implications of maintaining our power. A handful of breaches are necessary. We even need a lot more. The two men looked at each other with greedy, conspiratorial smiles. Estin leaned forward, elbows on the table. Speaking of inconveniences. Do you truly think we should keep forcing mana deficits? Won't we lose the extra mana if we have fewer soldiers? Eventually we could face more serious issues. Old women may be a better. Mordred waved off the concern with a dismissive gesture. Nonsense. We need to know the limits of the soldier defense. We won't lose the surplus 30k soon. Even if that were the case, which I doubt, we have mana reserves accumulated over nearly 100 years that could sustain the defenses for decades. True. Estin's eyes glinted with greed. They should resist, that way we won't be wasting those invaluable resources on something as trivial as keeping the army content. We need those reserves for our potion. Mordred nodded eagerly, his smile widening. Of course, of course. Also, how else could we obtain the 3rd and 4th level summonings? Once we master the 5th level of the book system, our power will truly be limitless, not even Father has ever. No, first we need the potion. We need it soon indeed. But imagine what we could achieve with the ability to summon monsters of that caliber. Eston nearly licked his lips. Lucien's father failed to beat level 5 with the ultimate weapon and armor because he only had a level 2 summon. I'm certain with that level 4 birdie we'd be unstoppable. Are you still hanging on to that? Just call Leothan by his name. He was your brother still. Well, never mind, he was indeed insufferable. The two men chuckled darkly, their greedy gazes meeting once more. For a moment, a flicker of doubt crossed Eston's face. And if the boy learns the truth? That we are deliberately manipulating the mon accounts? That could prove problematic for our plans. Mordred waved off the concern with a dismissive gesture. Nothing to worry about there. Our own accountants monitor the inputs closely, they won't be giving him that information. Very well then. Eston rubbed his hands together. Let us focus on accumulating more monster cores as swiftly as possible. The more we have, the further we can progress in unraveling the secrets of the 5th level. Mordred nodded. Father won't be the only one. Wait, but how long will the army last if we push them so hard? Eston pressed. If the ranks start dwindling too much our potion. Weren't you listening? Then we simply increase the required mana contributions. Mordred replied with an unconcerned shrug. We still have over 130,000 level 2 men, right? Follow me this time. If we were to drop to, say, under 100,000, we simply have each contribute 1 or 2 more points from their personal reserves. More than enough to compensate for any supposed deficit. Also the hundreds of kids our families are pumping will be adults in some years, we need the space. I get it now, said Eston. He didn't get it, the two elders nodded in satisfaction, their minds already spinning with plans on how best to exploit the resources at their disposal. The lives of their soldiers were mere pawns in the great game of power they played. Well then. Eston rubbed his palms together with a greedy smile. Perhaps we should authorize some level 3 incursions? Let a few hundred level up and have more squadrons of men able to serve us. A quick way to harvest more cores. An excellent idea, you sometimes are not so do. Well, let's do that. Mordred's eyes glinted with malice. We'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Bolster our mana reserves and show Lucien how mistaken he is about the severity of the breaches. With the 10th summoner on the way, there's no longer any danger of a level 3 soldier insurrection. Right? The two men's sinister laughter echoed through the chamber as they began plotting their schemes. The fate of the city and its defenders would be sacrificed on the altar of their leaders' unchecked greed and ambition. Chapter 15, Systems Challenge. Elio finally managed to find von Lucien an hour after feeding the turrets. The powerful summoner was in his office, studying some scrolls with a furrowed brow. When Elio entered, he looked up and his expression softened. Ah, Elio. Glad to see you made it, I knew you would. I'll need to brief you on the next challenge. He motioned for him to approach. Have a seat, please. This is going to take some time. Elio obeyed, nerves on edge at the prospect of facing a new trial. Von Lucien cleared his throat and began speaking in a grave voice. The 4th level monster is truly a formidable one. It has the ability to cast all the elemental spells you've seen so far, fire, water, ice, and throw them fast at you. But that's not all. He paused meaningfully. It can also fly. Elio's eyes went wide in surprise. Defeating a monster with so many abilities was going to be extremely difficult. Von Lucien seemed to read his mind. I know what you're thinking, and you're right. This challenge is truly arduous. To have any realistic chance of success, you would need to acquire some specific items and equipment. He pulled out a list and began going over it. Top-level magical armor, 8 magic spears, an anti-elemental cloak. The list goes on. Elio swallowed hard. He could only imagine the astronomical costs of such items. Von Lucien nodded gravely. Exactly. We're talking at least 1,000,000 mana points, just for the basic preparations. And that doesn't include any extra items that might be needed during the fight itself. The prospect was daunting. Elio felt his newly acquired optimism fading away. How was he going to amass such an absurd sum? Even at his new level, it would take him nearly 200 years to accumulate that kind of wealth. Von Lucien must have seen the despair taking hold, for he quickly raised a hand in a placating gesture. Don't lose hope just yet, lad. Remember, your father found a way to overcome challenges without all the costly conventional preparations. With a bit of ingenuity and a well-planned strategy, it may be possible to significantly reduce the requirements. Elio blinked, feeling a small spark of hope rekindle. You really believe I can do it? Without spending a fortune on equipment? Von Lucian nodded with a slight smile. Your father could, and I'm convinced you can too. Think on what I've told you about the monster's abilities and devise a strategy like the ones your father used to craft. If it's sound, with some luck we may be able to reduce the requirements for others too. He frowned and continued, the system's most powerful armor and spear are extremely costly, there's no getting around that. But if you could manage a good strategy, perhaps you'd only need the armor and 1 or 2 magical spears, 100,000 points each. Elio did some quick calculations in his head. Even that reduced amount was astronomical for someone of his modest means. But at least it seemed an achievable goal given time. Train your throws and your skills, Von Lucian advised. If you make decent progress or have a promising strategy, I may be able to assist you with part of the mana cost myself. But first, you must show you are truly committed to this challenge. Elio nodded with renewed determination. He wasn't going to squander this opportunity Von Lucian was giving him. He would work tirelessly, practice until exhaustion if needed. He would find a way to decipher a strategy for this new monster, just as his father had before him. Thank you, Von Lucian, he said sincerely. I won't let you down. The summoner smiled and nodded. Very well then. Return to your quarters and begin preparations. Let me know when you have an idea to face the 4th level monster. In the days that followed, Elio threw himself into an intense training regimen. From dawn till dusk, he could be found in the practice yards, throwing a 10 mana points wooden spear, brooms from the cleaning tools and any other objects at hand, over and over again. Naturally, his odd habits did not go unnoticed by his comrades. Mind telling me what the hell you're doing, buddy? Chris watched with raised eyebrows as Elio tossed a broom skyward yet again. Trying to start some new witch-throwing fad? Elio caught the descending broom and shook his head. I'm training my throwing skills for my challenge. Throwing? Brock joined them, wiping sweat from his brow after a set of squats. What kind of challenge requires chucking things? A very dangerous one, apparently. Elio replied. Von Lucian told me I'm going to need exceptional aim to stand any chance. Chris and Brock exchanged skeptical looks before bursting into laughter. Seriously? Throwing stuff is your big strategy? Chris shook his head amid the guffaws. Buddy, if that's all you've got, you're going to end up toast. Elio pursed his lips, annoyed at their mockery. It's more complicated than you think. That fueled his friend's laughter. Brock whistled appreciatively. Professional chucker, eh? Exactly. Elio nodded gravely. And that's not even mentioning the mana training cost and the stuff I'll need to buy, top-level weapons and armor. This time it was Ren's turn to approach, shaking his head with a worried expression. Elio, my friend, do you have any idea how much level 5 weapons and armor cost? They go for 100,000 points. Elio clenched his jaw in frustration. That was precisely the part of the challenge that most concerned him. He couldn't fathom how he was going to afford that armor and still have enough for magic training. I know, he growled. I've been racking my brain non-stop. The spears are the only thing I can use to attack from range and get past the monster's defenses according to Von Lucian words. His friends fell into a thoughtful silence for a moment, until Chris snapped his fingers with a mocking grin. Hey, why don't you just chuck one of those ghastly expensive suits of armor at the monster? With that 3-man strength you've got now, I bet you could knock the thing out cold in one hit and save the spear cost. Brock and Ren burst out laughing at the jest, but Elio shook his head, smiling despite the dumb joke. Very funny. Like I have that kind of mana points to waste on pranks. Well, it was worth a shot. Chris shrugged with his trademark roguish grin. Though in that case, let me give you some pro-throwing advice. He squatted and picked up a broom from the ground before taking an exaggerated throwing stance. The key is follow-through. You've got to keep those big, powerful eyes. He put on a comically concentrated expression, obviously mocking Elio's skills. Locked on the target at all times. And then, he made a motion to throw the broom, but instead lobbed it over his shoulder, accidentally bending an unsuspecting recruit in the back of the head. The poor lad yelped and staggered forward, hand going to his skull. Oops. Chris cringed with an embarrassed smile. Maybe my follow-through needs a bit more work. Gales of laughter erupted once more as Elio shook his head, momentarily forgetting his worries over the looming challenge. He would have to find a solution to the dilemma, but for now, he would enjoy this moment of friendship and laughter with his comrades. Chapter 16, Systems Grudge. The days passed, and Elio immersed himself even deeper into his training regimen. In addition to tirelessly practicing his throwing abilities, he also began to focus on improving his control over his magical abilities, something few, or maybe none, saw as a good idea. Are you really going to waste your daily mana on that? Chris observed him skeptically as Elio spun the air in his palm in different directions, channeling his mana. Buddy, At this rate you'll end up poorer than Brock. Elio opened one eye and smiled. You never know what you might need in the next chawl. Life's challenge. I prefer to be prepared. If you say so. Chris shrugged and sat on the ground. I guess your work with the summoner allows you to. The next day, Brock and Ran joined in the taunting when they found Elio meditating in a cross-legged posture, water flowing around him with a soft blue aura. Hey, if you're going to start levitating any moment, at least warn us so we can tie you to something. Brock cracked, chuckling. Ren shook his head in amusement. Never thought I'd see you doing those weird rich people things, Elio. What's next, hiring some thugs and saying we're all trash? Haha, very funny. Elio opened his eyes and let his mana dissipate. For your information, I'm working on improving my mana control. Really? Ren raised a skeptical eyebrow. And how does that help you? Before Elio could respond, a deep voice spoke behind them. Actually, greater mana control could be precisely what Elio needs. They turned to find Von Lucien watching them with a slight smile. The summoner approached and motioned for Elio to stand up. I've been reviewing your commission in more detail. Von Lucien began. And I'm afraid throwing brooms won't help you much. Magical spears have a particular form. Elio's eyes widened with concern. What do you mean? I thought if I had 100% accuracy I'd have a good shot. Von Lucien slowly shook his head. Came to my office. I'll give you something to grab and some advice on how to use magic to improve your range. Chris, Brock, and Ren were left behind, not entirely understanding what they were talking about, though they had their suspicions. Some thought it sounded weirdly like a challenge against the families, while others thought it was code for going to grab and lick something. It was left hanging who thought what. Elio emerged from Von Lucien's office with a steel lance and a renewed determination burning inside him. The summoner's advice had been invaluable, and now he felt more prepared than ever to master this crucial skill. However, upon rounding a hallway, he came face to face with the last person he wanted to see, Varric. The young man was flanked by his usual thugs, and a mocking smile spread across his face upon seeing Elio. Well, look who we have here. Varric sneered, looking Elio up and down and noticing the level 3 lance. The little filth is trying to learn how to throw? One of the thugs let out a derisive snicker. Don't you know that's a pastime for family's members? Someone like you could never master it. Where did you get 1,000 mana points for that lance? Elio clenched his teeth, holding back his anger. After having endured it for so long, he no longer let Varric's taunts provoke him as easily. But before he could respond, the privileged young man surprised him. Although, I must admit I'm intrigued to see a nobody like you trying to learn something so refined. Varric said, his tone almost condescending. Perhaps, just perhaps, you could benefit from some advice from a true expert. Elio blinked, taken aback. Was Varric offering to help him? That was completely unexpected from someone who seemed to enjoy intimidating him so much. Did you eat something strange, Varric? He asked warily, his distrust evident. Varric shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing at all, same 50 mana points food as always. It simply amuses me to see a filth like you striving so hard for something clearly beyond your reach. But, for once, I'll be merciful and give you some advice that might help you. Though I doubt you'll really make use of it. Elio hesitated, unsure whether to trust Varric. But his desire to improve his throwing abilities was too great to pass up any opportunity, no matter how unlikely it seemed. Okay. He finally accepted. I'm listening. A satisfied smile crossed Varric's face. Excellent. First of all, your stance is key. To Elio's surprise, Varric's advice proved genuinely helpful. He instructed Elio on how to better distribute his weight and align his body for a more stable and powerful throw. He also taught him how to breathe properly and synchronize his movement with his breath. Though wary at first, Elio couldn't help but notice an almost immediate improvement as he applied Varric's advice. His throws became smoother and more precise, and the lance seemed to travel with greater speed and control. Not bad for a beginner, I suppose. Varric commented finally. Although you still have a long way to go before even approaching the level of a true master thrower. Elio looked at him with a frown, unsure if Varric was mocking him again or genuinely acknowledging his progress. Thanks for the advice, Varric. He said cautiously. Though I must admit I don't understand why you're helping me. Varric shrugged carelessly. As I said, I found it amusing. Besides, it's always good to have someone to easily surpass, to inflate my ego from time to time. Elio rolled his eyes at those words but decided not to argue. Instead, he focused on practicing the new moves, determined to perfect them. Finally, after a while, Varric grew bored and left, leaving Elio alone on the training grounds. But the young warrior barely noticed, too absorbed in his practice. Varric entered his uncle Lucien's office with firm steps, his brow furrowed in a scowl of distaste. Lucien looked up from the scrolls he was studying and his own brow furrowed upon seeing his nephew. Varric, what a surprise to see you here. To what do I owe the pleasure? Varric didn't beat around the bush. Can you tell me what the hell you're scheming with that filth, Elio? Lucien raised an eyebrow. I see your eloquence remains as charming as ever. Varric snorted. Don't play dumb, uncle. Everyone at the wall is talking about how that idiot is practicing throwing things like the family's members do. You're giving him advice and access to resources that should be reserved only for members of our family. Lucien sighed and leaned back in his chair. So that's what's bothering you. I thought you'd gotten over your grudge against Farbillion. Since you didn't push for Elio to be on the defenders squad. Varric clenched his fists, his face reddening with anger. That idiot. He was responsible for my father's death. How am I supposed to forget that? Lucien slowly shook his head. My brother was a victim of his own arrogance and stubbornness, not Farb's. He warned him not to face the third-level monster with a simple disposable fire sword, as did I. Farb was doing it out of necessity, but your father refused to listen and you know it well. Varric looked away, clenching his jaw. It was evident he understood the truth, but still harbored resentments over that tragic event. Anyway, it's not about that. You know he has no chance against a fourth-level monster, and yet you push him towards it. That fool is Farb's spawn and will die young just like him if you get him into this. Even if I did bully him in my childhood, I at least never used the family to take it too far. Despite the damn guy humiliating me on several occasions. I'm an honorable knight. Elio isn't to blame for your father's mistakes either, and bullying the weak isn't honorable, nephew. Lucien continued softly. He's a promising young man, with great potential if guided correctly. So then why do you want him to antagonize our family? Varric sneered. What's a nobody who couldn't even prevent his gear from being stolen for the first challenge going to do against the elders? Lucien gave a slight smile. Don't play dumb, nephew. I know it was you who stole it, but I must thank you for doing so. That's precisely why I'm training him. Because despite that setback, he managed to overcome the challenge without any gear. That shows a determination and ingenuity worthy of cultivation. I need allies like him if I'm ever to change things. Lucien fell silent for a moment, as if considering how much to say. Finally, he spoke in a grave voice. Things aren't right in our system, Varric. Too many lives are being needlessly lost, and the elders are too blind to see it. Varric frowned, though his expression softened slightly. I suppose you have a point. At first it was annoying that the filth managed to beat the fire monster without weapons. I also didn't agree with you corroborating his information before the second challenge. It should only be for members of our family. But I'm as honorable as my father was. His bravery surprised me. I thought after stealing his gear he'd wait a month to get more. Lucien nodded. Exactly. And if he can do that in the first challenge, I believe he has a chance to improve the strategy for the higher levels. Farb's strategy that Elio confirmed for level 3 can help improve the probability of success and grow the numbers of level 3 anti-breach squads. Varric was silent for a moment, considering his uncle's words. Finally, he shook his head in resignation. Very well, uncle. I still don't entirely like the filth, but I suppose I can respect his courage. He flashed a mocking smile. Though I still think it's a lost cause. There's no way he can overcome the 4th level without proper gear. Lucien smiled enigmatically. Don't underestimate people with few resources, nephew. I suppose it makes sense, I did underestimate the filth. He finally admitted. But still, I think you're playing a dangerous game, uncle. If the elders find out what you're up to. Lucien nodded gravely. I know, and that's why I need your absolute discretion in this matter. No one else can know what I'm scheming. Varric hesitated, but finally nodded. All right, but you need a better excuse for the training. I'll keep your secret. But in exchange, I want you to help me overcome the 3rd level challenge. Lucien raised an eyebrow. But the family won't let you attempt it until you turn 20, you know the protocol. I know. Varric responded. But I don't plan to wait that long. The filth can't be a higher level than me, I'm ready to advance. You just need to advocate for me to bypass the safe age protocol. Lucien studied him for a long moment, evaluating him. Finally, he gave a slight smile. Very well, nephew. I'll help expedite your 3rd level challenge. But in exchange, you must promise to keep secret what I'm doing with Elio. No interfering or telling anyone and... Another small thing. Varric nodded without hesitation. I promise. You have my word of honor. Lucien smiled and extended his hand. Then we have a deal. Varric shook his uncle's hand, sealing the pact. Though he still had his doubts about what Lucien was scheming, he couldn't deny part of him was eager to surpass Elio and rub it in his face. A few months later, the sun was high in the sky as Elio made his way to the training grounds, the steel lance gripped firmly in his hand. Despite its considerable weight and size, he wielded it as if it weighed no more than a twig. Von Lucian had assured him this spear had the same shape and weight as the max-level magical spears, making it the perfect practice tool. Elio took position, his eyes squinting as he evaluated the targets scattered across the field. With a fluid motion, he raised the lance over his head, inhaled deeply and... boom! A small explosion of compressed oxygen in a small nickel container propelled the lance forward, flying like a deadly projectile. Elio tracked it with his gaze, smiling in satisfaction as it embedded itself cleanly in the center of the farthest target, the tip sinking deeply into the wood. Chapter 17, Systems Magical Magnetism. Elio smiled in satisfaction as he retrieved his lance from the training target. He had hit 10 shots in a row dead center, surpassing his personal best. The cool metal of the weapon felt reassuring in his hands, a testament to how far he'd come. His aim was already quite good, but he still had one problem to solve. Although the high-level magical spears he needed to defeat the 4th-level monster were not disposable, once embedded in the target, they would become unusable until retrieved. If they didn't knock the beast out of the air in a single blow, the spears would remain stuck and ineffective. Members of the families carried at least 8 lances each time, relying on that number of hits to eventually fell the beast. But Elio had no way to afford 8 top-level magical lances, and though the families had dozens, he couldn't borrow any without revealing his plan. He would have to find a way to recover his single lance after each throw without needing to fly himself to reach the monster. Von Lucian had told him. Even level 4 air control was not near enough to lift a person more than a meter high. Jumping with strength 3 or 4 was much better than that. Also the mana cost would likely be too high once possible. Not like it mattered for his level 3 self. As he prepared to return to his quarters that evening, Elio pondered this dilemma. Suddenly, a faint glimmer caught his attention. He stopped and curiously examined the small pieces of the broken mechanism that propelled the lance on launch. When unused, it was a nickel cylinder housing compressed oxygen as an explosive charge. Von Lucian's lessons on its construction and mana charging echoed in his mind. But this had nothing to do with that. Something on the metallic surface was glimmering strangely in the evening sun, or was it really a reflection of light? Elio's brow furrowed as he rubbed the cylinder with his fingers, watching the glow intensify. He moved it up and down, left and right, his eyes narrowing as he tried to discern a pattern in the strange dance of light. The nickel fragments seemed to quiver, as if alive, drawn by an unseen force. Intrigued, Elio sank to the ground, cross-legged, and began examining that strange phenomenon in more detail. Hours slipped by unnoticed as he immersed himself in this new mystery. Gradually, he began to discern some of its properties. The glow was more intense when the nickel moved in certain directions and weaker in others. It also seemed to be affected by the presence of some objects more than others. Stone and wood left it unaffected, but metals, especially his lance, caused significant changes. Elio's heart raced as he realized this went beyond simple light and shadow. There seemed to be some invisible force or field acting on the nickel. But what could it be? He had no idea, since his knowledge was limited to daily life, simple magic and teachings about monsters and challenges. Could it be something similar to the interactions of oxygen and hydrogen in his sacred flame and holy water? Was nickel not only able to cool and coat things? In that isolated world where they lived, with barely 100 years of history, there was no mining, no plants, no animals, and no conventional education. God had left knowledge only of what he deemed necessary. They only knew from the hundreds of scrolls that God had given them, though many of the latter were controlled by the families. This strange phenomenon with nickel was completely new to Elio, and for some reason, it didn't seem to be recorded in any of the public scrolls either. Determined to unravel this mystery, Elio spent the next few days dedicating every spare moment to experimenting with nickel. He tried different shapes and sizes of the metal, combined it with other methods like mixing the oxygen and hydrogen he could control with his magic. And little by little, he gained more clues about that almost invisible power. Sometimes, the nickel was attracted to other metallic objects, almost as if being pulled by an invisible string. At other times, it was violently repelled, as if opposite forces were pushing it away. The strangest thing was that his oxygen and hydrogen magic seemed to alter or intensify this invisible field. During one of his practice sessions, Elio controlled a stream of air charged with hydrogen particles and made it swirl around a nickel rod. To his amazement, the field grew more intense and the glow much brighter, even got some sparks, and it hurt a bit when he touched it. Suddenly, an idea began to take shape. What if this invisible force acting on the nickel was the key to solving his dilemma with the lances? If he could understand how to fully control it, perhaps he could make his lances return to him after being thrown. With renewed determination, Elio immersed himself even deeper into his experiments. He would observe every detail, try every possible combination of movement, wind, and his magical abilities. He would uncover the secrets of this force of nature, and find a way to channel it to defeat the 4th-level monster. After days and sleepless nights of relentless testing, the patterns began to make more sense to Elio. He developed a strange sixth sense that allowed him to perceive the invisible field surrounding the nickel. He learned to manipulate it, attracting or repelling the metal through precise combinations of movements, winds, and magical charges. The only problem was that it only worked at a maximum distance of 1 meter. Elio was so absorbed in his training and experiments with nickel that he barely noticed the passage of time, or the growing concern of his friends. It wasn't until Chris, Brock, and Ren confronted him that he realized how distant he'd become. "Can you tell us what the hell has been up with you lately, Elio?" Chris's voice sounded like his mother Lena's, but laced with frustration. A tear welled up in his right eye. Chris was a good actor when it came to nonsense and jokes. "You've gone weeks without talking to us. You promised you'd help us prepare for the 3rd-level challenge," said Chris, emphasizing a melodramatic tone in his voice. Elio blinked, abruptly pulled from his absorption. He looked at his companions making ridiculous faces. Chris's exaggerated pout, Ren's raised eyebrow, and Brock's crossed arms. But he realized he really had been ignoring them, and a pang of guilt hit him when he saw their feigned annoyed expressions. "I'm sorry, friends, it's been a complicated few weeks." "Complicated?" Ren snorted. "More like you've been completely avoiding us. What's got you so absorbed?" "It's way worse than your spear thrower obsession." Elio hesitated, torn between his desire to share his discoveries and the need for secrecy. "It's a new project," he said carefully, "a potential strategy to aid von Lucien." Brock raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Strategy? What kind of strategy requires locking yourself away for hours playing with scraps of metal?" Elio's jaw tightened. Had they been spying on him? Before he could respond, Chris intervened with a snort. It doesn't matter if you want to cover those balls in a metal coating. We're your friends, Elio, we won't judge you no matter your tastes. But, do you remember the promise you made us?" Elio shifted uncomfortably, his left eye twitching at their damn stupid balls joke again. But the promise he made them, he remembered it perfectly, of course. After conquering the 3rd level, he'd sworn to help prepare them for their own attempts. But months had passed, and he'd let that commitment slip away, buried under the weight of his obsession. "You're right, but not about the stupid balls thing. I'm sorry." He apologized sincerely. "I've been so focused on my own training that I've lost sight of everything else. But that changes now. I made a promise, and I intend to keep it." His friend's expressions softened slightly at his sincerity, though a hint of skepticism remained. Elio vowed silently to make amends, to find a balance between his research and his friendships. He couldn't let his obsession with the 4th level alienate him from living his life. Just then, a messenger arrived, panting and flustered. "Soldiers," he called out, saluting hastily. "I bring important news from the families. They've decided to support the preparation of 10,000 soldiers for the 3rd-level challenge." Everyone's eyes widened in surprise at those words. It was certainly unusual for the families to organize something on such a large scale. The messenger caught his breath and continued, "From each of the 1,000 God's Punishment Towers, 10 Level 2 soldiers will be selected to challenge the 3rd-level monster. Those who accept will be provided with a disposable fire sword as support." A heavy silence fell over the group as they processed that information. Even though a free sword was a heavens-sent gift, Elio frowned, suddenly feeling uneasy. Something about that announcement didn't sit right with him. "A fire sword?" Chris was the first to speak, letting out an incredulous laugh. "Is this a joke? Are they really going to give 1,000 points to each soldier who participates?" Brock's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "It doesn't make sense. The families aren't known for their generosity." "Why now?" The messenger shrugged. "I have not been informed of the reasons behind this decision. I only have orders to deliver the announcement." Elio remained silent, his mind whirling. Could the breach situation be that bad? No, that didn't make sense. First they'd make them contribute more points per day, right? Suddenly, a dark thought crossed his mind. Only 40% of soldiers attempting the 3rd level would succeed. Maybe he'd need to discuss his father's strategy with the summoner soon. "I need to see von Lucien," Elio announced abruptly, his voice tight with urgency. This doesn't feel right." Chris frowned in concern. "Don't you think you should wash up then, before going to lick? See the summoner?" Chapter 18, Systems Deal. Von Lucien was lounging in his private chambers, absent-mindedly petting the frog perched atop his head, when a breathless messenger burst in. The young man bowed so low he nearly toppled over, his face flushed with urgency. "Urgent news from the Elder Councils, Lord Summoner," he gasped, thrusting forward a scroll as if it might spontaneously combust. Lucian's eyebrows performed an impressive feat as he scanned the contents. By the time he finished reading, his face had cycled through more expressions than a mime's entire repertoire. As soon as he was alone, Lucian let out a muffled oath and began to pace back and forth, the little frog on his head getting dizzy, the crumpled scroll clutched in his tight fist. "Well," he muttered to his amphibian companion, "and here I thought they couldn't surprise me anymore." The elders had announced an unprecedented, massive move. 10,000 level 2 soldiers were to be volunteered to face the 3rd level monster. Their only equipment? A disposable fire sword and a prayer. The mere idea was absurd when he considered the final amount of mana that would be lost from the deaths. The math was grimmer than a graveyard at midnight. With a 40% success rate, they were essentially signing 6,000 death warrants. Even the best prepared in the families only managed an 80% success rate. This wasn't generosity, it was a thinly veiled massacre. Lucian felt a familiar sense of dread creeping up his spine. The elders always had hidden motives behind their apparent acts of generosity or justice. This reeked of another power play, but at what cost? Clenching his fists, Lucian made a decision: he would not allow this plan, whatever it was, to proceed without opposition. It was time to confront those elders again and demand answers, even if he had to use all his influence as a summoner. He strode towards the council chambers, his cloak billowing behind him. The guards at the door took one look at his thunderous expression and decided that selective blindness was the better part of valor. Lucian burst into the room like a hurricane in human form, the doors slamming against the walls with a resounding bang. "This has gone too far," he roared. The members of the elder families, seated around the marble table, looked up with expressions of surprise that quickly turned to scowls of distaste. Elder Mordred was the first to regain his composure. "What is the meaning of this outrageous intrusion, Lucian? You better have a good excuse." "Excuses will no longer suffice." Lucian flung the crumpled scroll onto the table with a swirl of air. "Can someone tell me what the hell you were thinking authorizing this insanity? Sending 10,000 men to the slaughter against that monster is a complete waste of lives." An indignant murmur rippled around the table as the leaders scrutinized the scroll. Finally, Eston raised a wrinkled hand in a placating gesture. "Calm yourself, Lucian. This is a necessary move to bolster the ranks of our anti-breach troops." "Bolster our ranks?" Lucian snorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "More like bolster our body count. You're sending 6,000 men to their deaths. Have you all gone completely mad?" Mordred slammed a trembling fist on the table. "Watch your tongue, boy. You are not in a position to question us." "Or what?" Lucian's eyes flashed with fury. "You'll demote me? Expel me? To hell with the consequences, I'm sick of your games and manipulations." He leaned over the table, boring a burning gaze into the eyes of Mordred and Estin. "I won't pretend I don't see what's happening here. You manipulate mana for the towers and now you're sacrificing our men as disposable pawns for your own gain. What purpose do you pursue this time? Is it for that coveted 3rd level summoning you so crave? Or are you just bored and decided to spice things up with a mass sacrifice?" A tense silence fell over the chamber as Lucian's words hung in the air, charged with accusation. The leaders looked at each other, their expressions wavering between anger and consternation. Finally, Estin's kindly grandfather act slipped for a moment, revealing the steel beneath. "Be careful of your baseless accusations, Lucian. You wouldn't want to lose your standing, would you? Remember who controls your mana assignments." Lucian straightened, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Oh no, not my precious standing. However will I sleep at night without the approval of a bunch of crusty old men playing God? Threaten me all you want, I won't stay silent while you sacrifice thousands for your greed." The room erupted into scandalized gasps and muttered threats. It's one thing for the necessity of the first 2 levels to sustain the city, but this is madness. "Tell me the truth, what are you really scheming?" Lucian's words had struck a nerve, and the elders were not used to being challenged so openly. "Very well, Lucian, if you insist." Mordred paused dramatically, letting the silence stretch. When he spoke again, his voice was laced with scorn. "This is the only viable strategy to meet your demands for reducing the Defender Squad deaths at the breaches." Lucian felt his body freeze as the words hit him. The audacity of their hypocrisy left him momentarily speechless. You're joking, right?" he sputtered. "Did I hallucinate the part where I told you that was due to a controlled mana deficit?" Mordred shrugged indifferently. "We couldn't verify that, boy. Besides, some lesser lives are a fair price to pay for long-term solutions." Von Lucian returned to his office in a dejected mood after his fruitless confrontation with the elder councils. He sank heavily into his chair, rubbing his temples as he went over the blunt revelation they had ultimately implicitly admitted. They were deliberately sacrificing lives, thousands of them, with the sole purpose of obtaining more monster cores. The idea was simply repugnant. Lucien clenched his fists in helplessness. He needed to find a way to stop this madness before 6,000 families were left incomplete. He needed a plan, and fast. As he slumped into his office chair, a light bulb moment struck with the force of a rampaging monster. "Farb's strategy!" he exclaimed, startling his frog. "If Elio agrees to share his father's method, we might just save some of those poor soldiers. If Elio allowed him to divulge the method his father had used to defeat the third-level monster without specialized equipment." Wasting no time, Lucien sent one of his assistants to fetch Elio. As he waited, another of his subordinates entered with a concerned look. "Summoner, Lord Varric requests an urgent audience. He insists it is a matter of vital importance." Lucien sighed, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders. It was shaping up to be one of those days where the universe seemed determined to test his patience. He had no choice but to receive his nephew and hear what he had to say, as long as he didn't want the secret to reach the family's ears. Since Elio was looking for Lucien too. Moments later, Elio and Varric were ushered into the office, glaring at each other like two cats fighting over the last sardine. "What is this filth doing here?" Varric spat with disdain. "Charming as ever, I see," Elio retorted, his eyes narrowing. "Did they run out of mirrors for you to admire yourself in? Enough, you two. Spare me your childish squabbles this once." Lucien intervened, massaging his temples. He motioned towards the chairs in front of his desk. "Please, have a seat. I have an urgent matter to discuss." Lucien interlaced his fingers, his expression extremely grave. Reluctantly, Elio and Varric obeyed, shooting each other challenging looks. Lucien sighed and cut to the chase. He quickly outlined the situation. Elio remembered the day he received the news of his father's passing, his family utterly devastated by the event. Around 6,000 families were about to suffer the same tragedy. 6,000 deaths, his assumption was right. Elio gasped, his face paling. "We have to stop this. It's monstrous." Varric rolled his eyes, though even he couldn't entirely hide his discomfort. "Oh please, like you care about." "Zip it, Varric." Lucien snapped, his patience finally gone. "Unless the next words out of your mouth are 'I have a brilliant plan to save 6,000 lives,' I don't want to hear it. This isn't about your petty rivalries or family pride. We're talking about real lives here." Turning to Elio, Lucien's voice softened, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Your father's strategy might be our only hope, Elio. I know it's asking a lot, but if we could teach those 10,000 soldiers Farb's method, we might just be able to save thousands of lives." Elio's eyes opened with renewed hope. "My father's strategy? Of course. Varric snorted derisively. "And we're supposed to trust the ravings of the filth's father who couldn't even attempt to overcome the fourth challenge on his own? Elio must have gotten lucky to set those time records in the first two encounters. His third encounter time is not even that." "Enough, Varric." Lucien cut him off sternly. "Do not insult the memory of Farbalian or his son's ability. He has already proven more than capable of finding ingenious solutions. The third challenge with the best weapons, armor and extra equipment that our family surpasses in record time is much easier than with just a disposable fire sword. Do not compare them." Varric opened his mouth to protest, then thought better of it and sulked in silence. Lucien turned to Elio with a pleading look. "Could you share that strategy with everyone, Elio?" "Of course, I will compensate you for the information, even though I know the method from Farb's own mouth. You own it by inheritance and by proving it." Elio hesitated, shooting a sidelong glance at Varric. Finally, he swallowed and nodded resolutely. But he needed help with his own challenge, so maybe. "I'll do it," he said, his voice firm despite the slight tremor in his hands. "For 1,000. No, 10,000 points." Before Elio could finish, Lucien raised a hand in a placating gesture. "The strategy your father risked developing and proving in the flesh is worth far more than that. It is an invaluable treasure, and I don't intend to insult his memory by lowballing you." He stood up and rounded the desk to stand before Elio. He placed a hand on his shoulder in a paternal gesture. "How about this, 100,000 mana points as a token of my gratitude? And not just that. I'll also provide you with the best magical armor and spear from our reserves for your 4th level challenge. If I can't get them from the vault, I'll give you mine." Elio's jaw dropped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Even Varric seemed impressed, though he quickly hid his reaction behind a mask of disdain. Chapter 19, System's Second Deal. Varric's mocking snort echoed through the chamber, but it died in his throat as Lucien's icy glare froze him in place. He turned towards Elio and extended his hand. They shook hands to seal the deal. Then, Lucien turned his inquisitive gaze towards his nephew. "And you, Varric? Care to prove you're more than just a pretty face and a family name?" Help prepare these 10,000 men, and you might just surprise yourself. Go ahead and prove your worth." A look of disgust crossed Varric's face as he considered his uncle's words. Finally, he let out a dramatic sigh that would have put a stage actor to shame. "Fine, I'll babysit these commoners, if that's what you want. But only on one condition." He fixed his defiant gaze on Lucien. "I want you to also provide me with your best armor and lance. Mother won't give it to me. And I'm not waiting until I'm 25 like some decrepit old man. I want to tackle the 4th level challenge right after the 3rd. Von Lucien held his nephew's gaze during a tense moment of silence. Then, to Elio's surprise, he slowly nodded. After Varric agreed to help prepare the 10,000 soldiers, well, Lucien mused, turning back to Elio with a gleam in his eye that spelled trouble. He paused meaningfully. "I will offer you another 100,000 mana points. Another 100,000 mana points if you can drill that strategy into Varric's thick skull." Elio's eyes widened in surprise, his jaw nearly hit the floor. He hesitated for a moment, shooting a wary glance towards Varric, who looked like he'd rather eat his own shoes than learn anything from this filth. But 200,000 mana points. That was life-changing money. For someone who had been poor like him. He couldn't refuse such a generous additional offer. He sighed before slowly nodding. I accept." Elio stammered, still processing the magnitude of the offer. "I'll teach Varric everything I know." Lucien flashed a slight satisfied smile. "Excellent. Then we have a deal." He turned towards his nephew, his expression growing more stern. "And you, nephew, you must commit to working alongside Elio without reluctance or disdain. I expect you to put aside your petty prejudices and actually learn something for once. Who knows? You might even grow as a person." Varric looked like he'd swallowed a particularly large and disagreeable frog. "Fine," he grumbled. "Very well, uncle. I will cooperate with the Phil. Elio. But this better be worth it." Eventually he nodded grudgingly, realizing it was his best option. Lucien nodded with satisfaction. "It will be, believe me." "Then say no more. Join me, and let us do what is necessary. Hopefully, not only will we save lives, but also set a precedent for change." Both Elio and Varric looked at each other. As Elio led a sulking Varric through the winding corridors of the wall, he could practically feel his disdainful gaze boring into the back of his neck. The silence between them was thick enough to cut with one of those fancy swords Varric was so fond of. But Elio decided to ignore it for now. When they reached the courtyard, Ren, Brock, and Chris were already there, practicing their sword skills. Upon seeing Elio approaching with the arrogant Varric in tow, the sparring came to an abrupt halt, replaced by looks of utter bewilderment. "What the hell?" Brock was the first to speak, lowering his training sword. "What's this stuck-up prick doing with you? Have you joined his side, Elio?" Varric snorted disdainfully. "Watch your tongue, worm. We would never accept the filth into the elite of the privileged families." "Oh really?" Chris chimed in, his grin sharp enough to cut glass. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't our filthy friend here wipe the floor with your family times in the first 2 challenges? Set some records, if I recall correctly." "Shut up." Varric spat, his cheeks flushing with anger. Ren folded his arms. "Elio," he said calmly, though his eyes never left Varric, "care to explain why you've brought this charming individual to our little gathering?" Elio sighed, feeling the beginning of a headache forming behind his eyes, then raised his hands in a placating gesture. "Calm down, friends. I know this may seem strange, but there's a good reason for this." He launched into an explanation of the deal he'd struck with Lucien, watching as his friends' expressions morphed from confusion to disbelief to grudging admiration. "You're kidding, 200,000 mana points?" Chris shook his head. "Damn, Elio. Buy a guy a meal, buy me a bed, you stingy filth." Elio chuckled, though it was tinged with a hint of bitterness. "I wish. Most of it's probably going into weapons and gear. Besides, I only get the second half once Varric passes the test." He jerked a thumb at Varric, who looked like he was seriously contemplating murder. Brock snorted, eyeing Varric skeptically. "And you trust this idiot won't faint halfway through the challenge?" "Hey!" Varric growled, clenching his fists. "Enough." Elio looked at him sternly. "Look, I know this isn't ideal, but I've got a plan. Remember how I've been working on improving my mana control? Well, I think I might be able to take my father's strategy to the next level." Ren arched an eyebrow. "Really? How?" "Well, you'll see." Elio smiled mysteriously. "Since I have to teach the strategy to Varric, it will be more efficient if I teach all 4 of you at the same time." His friends exchanged glances, then turned towards Varric, who seemed outraged at the idea of having to train alongside them. Elio stood before his friends and Varric, a serious look on his face. "All right, listen closely. My father's strategy to defeat the third-level monster is ingeniously simple, but requires precise execution. He began to outline the basics, noting with some satisfaction how even Varric leaned in despite himself. Some of it was common knowledge, sure, but the devil was in the details. The exact angle of the turn, the split-second timing that meant the difference between victory and a very messy death. He then started explaining the differences in his father's strategy, the timing to reach the monster, the way of holding the sword before and during the attack, how to position oneself against the wind, all while revealing his own discoveries and enhancements. As he delved into the specifics his father had discovered, the precise moment to strike, how to position the sword for maximum effect, the way to use the wind to your advantage, Elio could see the dawning realization on their faces. But he wasn't done yet. With a glint in his eye, Elio began to share his own discoveries, the tweaks and improvements he'd made. Varric snorted disdainfully. And we're supposed to trust the advice of a filth like you? I agreed so I can get the equipment from my uncle, but I don't need to follow your father's tricks to win. The families have always. Shut your mouth, idiot. Brock snapped, clenching his fists. Or did you conveniently forget that Elio surpassed the third challenge before you? Ren pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling slowly. And here we go again. It's like watching children squabble. Elio raised a hand to calm tempers. The gesture he repeated was curiously similar to that of a certain summoner. The similarity wasn't lost on Varric, whose sneer faltered for a moment. Enough, please. Varric, if my filthy tricks offend your delicate sensibilities so much, feel free to leave. But remember, your uncle specifically asked you to follow this strategy. Or are you going to disobey a direct order from a summoner? He paused, a glint of challenge in his eyes. Besides, you're so proud of your family's 80% success rate. But have you ever stopped to consider that a 20% failure rate with equipment worth a small fortune is actually pretty pathetic? If you know better, enlighten us. I'm all ears. Varric clenched his jaw but remained grudgingly silent. Elio nodded with satisfaction. Good. Now, pay attention. The third-level monster is a tricky bastard. It creates a dome around itself, sucking in air from above and blasting it out from the sides as it spins. Not only does this turn the area into a frozen hellscape, but it also makes getting close about as easy as cuddling Varric. The wind also prevents you from easily approaching. So how in the world are we supposed to reach it in time? You mentioned we only have 5 seconds, right? That's barely enough time to run. Chris asked worriedly. Pay attention, I already told you that before the monster starts spinning to create its dome, it first focuses on covering itself in nickel. During those first few seconds, it doesn't expel anything from the sides. It's in that brief moment when you must run. He paced as he spoke, his energy infectious. I wasted 2 seconds activating my sword, but you lot are going to learn to do it on the run. Trust me, you don't want that cold paralyzing you mid-charge. Varric, never one to stay quiet for long, snorted. And how, pray tell, are we supposed to avoid turning into ice statues without top-tier armor? Or is that another of your brilliant peasant tricks? Elio smiled smugly. Oh, it's quite simple, really. You'll use a heat blanket to counter the cold. A basic 40-point enchanted cloth should do the trick. The one I shouldn't have been so stingy to buy. Forget about blowing von Lucien's 100,000 points on fancy armor that'll only weigh you down with your pitiful strength of 2. Pitiful? Varric sputtered, his face turning an interesting shade of red. A heat blanket? Are you out of your mind? What's next, fighting the monster with a feather duster? What about mana swords, will you say those are useless too? Like my Uncle Luke. Elio shook his head. You won't use one. The fire sword's heat will be your best friend against this monster. Having 5 attack points with a mana sword won't mean squat if you're too frozen to swing it. But will they really give us fire swords? Ren frowned. I sent my savings to my mother. I can't exactly afford to drop 1,000 points on one. That's what von Lucien said, if not then I can give you a loan. Elio confirmed. He turned to Varric, a mischievous glint in his eye. Although Varric, being a spoiled brat from the privileged families, probably has access to those fancy superior 3-use fire swords, right? Varric shifted uncomfortably, clearly embarrassed that Elio had so openly exposed his advantages over and over. Well, yes, but it would be ideal if everyone could use one of those to guarantee a killing blow on the first strike. Elio cut in. Though the thought of burning 10,000 mana points on a disposable item makes me want to cry. Chris's eyes widened in surprise. They spend 10,000 points on a disposable sword? That's a waste. Elio shrugged. Welcome to the world of the privileged, my friend. Don't worry, though. You'll be using the 1,000-point version like the rest of us mere mortals. Our spoiled friend here can keep his fancy toothpicks. As for me, he continued, a hint of pride creeping into his voice,
I could afford one of those now, but I'd sooner eat my own feet. Call me a bit stingy, but I prefer my mana points where I can see them. Chris let out a laugh. A bit stingy? That's the understatement of the year. Elio allowed himself a small smile before pressing on. Now, in addition to the heat blanket and fire sword, I strongly suggest each of you carries a 10-point portable breath of air stone. Brock blinked, confusion written all over his face. What for? That thing barely gives you the oxygen of 1 mana point if you generate it yourself. Ah, but that's where you're wrong. Elio said, warming to his subject. The air stone will let you keep your mouth shut and your hands free. For just 10 points, it could be crucial to prevent the cold from paralyzing your bodies, like what happened to me. Varric, predictably, scoffed. Do we really need such trivial trinkets? Elio fixed him with a steady gaze. If you want to gamble with your life, be my guest. But when you're lying there frozen solid, don't come crying to me. Oh wait, you won't be able to. Ren nodded slowly. It makes sense. Better safe than sorry, right? Brock scratched his head. Well, if that's all we need, it sounds pretty simple actually. Don't get overconfident. Elio warned. Execution is crucial. You'll have to use every ounce of strength to make the most of those first few seconds. In the end, the monster may decide to attack you directly if you don't reach the core fast enough. Varric, unable to resist one last jab, snorted. As if I'd fail at a measly level 3. Level 4 is where the real challenge lies. Elio glared at him. By all means, keep that overconfidence. I am sure it'll serve you well when you're staring death in the face. A tense silence fell over the group as Varric and Elio held each other's defiant gaze. Finally, Varric looked away with a frustrated grunt that sounded suspiciously like a suppressed curse. Fine. He spat, as if the words physically pained him. I'll play along with your little strategy. But if this fails, filth, I'll make sure you regret it. Elio nodded with satisfaction. It will work, if you all follow the plan to the letter. And if you fail I'll surely regret my 100,000. I mean, your sad death. Now, let's begin with the practice drills. With those words, the unlikely group dove into their training. Despite their differences, a common purpose united them: survival. Chapter 20, Systems 40%. The days blurred together in a whirlwind of sweat and the occasional clash of egos. Elio, his friends, and the ever-arrogant Varric threw themselves into their training with a fervor that bordered on obsession. Even Varric's goons, usually content to lounge around and look intimidating, found themselves grudgingly learning the strategy under von Lucien's strict orders. With only 30 days remaining before the mandatory random conscription, time was of the essence. Elio watched his friends push themselves to the brink, pride and worry warring in his chest. They had come so far, but would it be enough? Von Lucien, true to his word, had begun disseminating information about the strategy among the selected soldiers. But everyone knew that second-hand knowledge paled in comparison to first-hand instruction from those who had mastered it. The pressure was on. 10 days to perfect the technique, 20 to pass it on to others. The weight of thousands of lives hung heavy on their shoulders. The 10th day dawned, bright and unforgiving. Elio and his comrades stood before the registration officials as third-level challengers. Varric, of course, insisted on going first, taking advantage of his privileged status. What is the meaning of this? The guard in charge frowned as Varric approached. You're 2 years shy of the age requirement, family or not. Varric snorted disdainfully. That's old news. Von Lucien's given me the green light. Got a problem with that? The guard blinked, clearly confused, but a shadowy gesture from Von Lucien in the background had him grudgingly nodding. Elio pushed Ren, Brock, and Chris. They passed one by one, registering and preparing for their turn. Before entering, they made a pit stop at the nearest exchange statue. The 50 points for the heat blanket and air stone felt like a pittance compared to what lay ahead, but it was all they could afford. Varric, of course, was not content with such modest equipment. A 4,000-point enchanted fire cloak, a 10,000-point superior disposable fire sword, a 100-point enchanted air stone, 10,000-point damage-resistant clothing, and 5 1,000-point disposable fire daggers. Mother dearest insisted I spare no expense on equipment. Varric excused himself at the others' incredulous looks. Elio shook his head. Remember, all that fancy gear won't mean squat if you don't stick to the plan. Strategy and execution are what's most important. Varric waved him off with a dismissive flick of his wrist, but Elio couldn't shake the nagging worry. Overconfidence had killed better men than Varric. Would his arrogance be his downfall? The book rose. Varric emerged from his book shortly after, his pristine equipment now bearing the scars of battle, but his face split in a smug grin that threatened to swallow his entire head. See? Superior gear, superior results. It was child's play. Elio let out a sigh of relief to see he had managed to overcome the challenge. If his friends could also triumph with the enhanced strategy, perhaps there was hope for the other 9,996 soldiers. The next to enter was one of Varric's goons, a bulky, arrogant guy named Brent. He shot a disdainful look at Elio and the others before being transported. "Watch and learn, losers," he mocked. "This is how a real warrior deals with those beasts." Varric nodded approvingly, arms folded across his chest. Elio exchanged a worried look with his friends. Something about Brent's confident demeanor left him with a bad feeling. After an agonizing wait, Brent's book rose. Then began to fade. "Brent." Varric rushed toward the book, his face etched with concern. What the hell happened? A heavy silence fell over the group as they processed the scene before their eyes. Even Varric seemed shaken, his usual arrogance replaced by disappointment. Suddenly, the silence was broken when Varric let out a scream of fury, his fists clenched so tight they trembled. "Damn fool!" he roared, his voice raw with fury and something that sounded suspiciously like grief. I told him to follow the plan. But no, he had to prove he was better than some commoner's strategy." Elio watched as Varric kicked the ground in rage, cursing and ranting about Brent's stupidity. Despite the young heir's arrogance, Elio couldn't help but feel worried. Despite their animosity, he felt a pang of sympathy. They'd worked together on this strategy, and now one of Varric's own had paid the ultimate price for underestimating it. When Varric finally calmed, his jaw was set in a hard line, eyes blazing with barely contained rage. He rounded on his remaining goons, who watched the scene with thinly veiled expressions of fear. "Let this be a lesson to all of you," he spat, his voice dripping with venom. "If you don't follow the plan to the letter, you'll end up just like this idiot. Am I clear?" The goons nodded frantically, suddenly looking a lot less sure of themselves. A tense, heavy silence descended over the remaining group. This was a stark warning of the consequences of underestimating the monster. From now on, there would be no room for arrogance or carelessness. This wasn't a game. One mistake, one moment of overconfidence, and it was over. No second chances, no do-overs. 2 people had attempted the challenge so far, 1 had succeeded. 50% was better than the reputed 40% success rate, but it was still too low, especially considering Varric had used unconventional, expensive equipment. Had he underestimated the difficulty of the challenge? Or had Brent simply botched the execution? Elio looked at his friends, a shadow of doubt crossing his face. Elio's heart hammered against his ribcage as Ren stepped up. His friend shot him one last resolved look before nodding and being transported inside the book, clutching the disposable fire sword tightly in his hand. A heavy silence fell over the remaining group. The waiting was agony. Varric and his remaining goons kept their distance, their disdainful expressions barely masking their own nervousness. Brock and Chris stood rigid, worry etched into every line of their faces. Seconds stretched into minutes, each second seeming an eternity as they waited for any sign from inside the book. When the book finally rose, Elio felt his breath catch in his throat. Had Ren made it? Or had he sent his friend to his doom? An icy chill gripped his chest at the possibility of having sent his friend to certain death. Brock looked equally affected, his face pale and tense. Then, the book burst open and Ren emerged with his hand raised and coated in a shimmering metal. "I did it!" he exclaimed in a ragged voice before collapsing to the ground, fainting from sheer relief and exhaustion. Elio's sigh of relief was so profound he nearly passed out himself. Chris dashed to Ren's side, dropping to his knees with a cry that sounded eerily like Elio's mother, "Lena! You're alive! Thank God, you're alive!" Brock approached, a shaky smile playing on his lips. "Well done, you mad bastard! I knew you had it in you." Varric snorted disdainfully, but Elio could see the reluctant respect shining in his eyes. They had barely had time to celebrate when the next turn was announced. This time, it was Brock who entered his book, his resolved expression betraying no hint of doubt. The wait was just as tense, every second an endless agony. Elio paced back and forth, unable to keep still, imagining worst-case scenarios with horrifying clarity. The book rose. Elio held his breath, eyes fixed on it with laser-like intensity. Had Brock? Suddenly, the pages burst open and Brock emerged, grinning triumphantly while flexing his minimal but visible increase in muscle mass. Yes. Ren let out a whoop of celebration, momentarily forgetting his fear and trauma. Elio felt a weight lift from his shoulders. 2 friends down, 1 to go. But the relief was short-lived as Chris's name was called. He watched, heart in his throat, as Chris steeled himself. His friend's expression was determined, but Elio didn't miss the slight tremor in his hands. "Be careful," Elio murmured, the words feeling woefully inadequate. Wishing he could do more than watch helplessly. Time seemed to slow as Chris was transported and the book closed behind him with a dull, definitive thud. Elio paced incessantly, every fiber of his being screaming to rush in and help. Chapter 21, System's New Percentage. The book closed with a dull thud after Chris's entry, plunging everyone into tense silence. Elio felt the air grow heavier, as if each breath cost more mana than usual. His eyes never left the closed book, fearing it might vanish at any moment, taking his friend with it. Ren and Brock stayed close, their pale faces reflecting the same concern that gripped Elio's heart. Even Varric, despite his usual disdain, seemed uncomfortable, shooting furtive glances at the book every few seconds. Minutes dragged like hours. Elio could feel every heartbeat, every drop of cold sweat running down his back. What if Chris made a mistake? What if the strategy failed at the last moment? Come on, Chris. Elio murmured, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles screamed in protest. You've got this. Don't you dare prove me wrong now. The air seemed to vibrate with pent-up tension. One of Varric's goons let out a nervous snort, earning a withering glare from his leader. Suddenly, the book rose. Elio held his breath, his heart pounding so hard he feared it might burst from his chest. The world seemed to stop as all eyes fixed on the floating book. For one heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, the pages burst open. Chris. The cry tore from Elio, Ren, and Brock's throats in perfect unison as they rushed forward. Chris was panting heavily, but his eyes shone with triumph. I did it. He wheezed, his voice hoarse but charged with emotion. That icy beast almost got me at the end, but the secondary strategy worked. Elio felt his legs weaken with relief, a shaky smile spreading across his face. I knew you'd do it, he said, his voice cracking slightly. I never doubted you. Ren and Brock joined them, their faces reflecting joy and relief. Even Varric seemed happy, though he tried to hide it with a disdainful snort. Well, he said, crossing his arms. Looks like the peasant's strategy isn't complete garbage after all. Elio turned to Varric, a spark of challenge in his eyes. Is that your roundabout way of admitting I was right? Varric frowned, but before he could respond, one of his goons stepped forward. One by one, the remaining goons entered the book. The tension grew again with each challenge, but this time it was different. It was no longer a competition between social classes, but a test of their strategy's effectiveness, a matter of life and death. To everyone's relief, and Varric's poorly concealed smugness, the three goons emerged victorious, albeit looking like they'd gone 10 rounds with a particularly angry monster. As the last of the goons was helped to his feet, a figure emerged from the shadows. Von Lucian approached the group, his face impassive but his eyes shining with barely contained interest. Impressive, he said, his voice resonating in the sudden silence. 8 participants, 7 victories. A success rate of 87.5%. Much better than we expected. Elio felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite Von Lucian's neutral tone, he could feel the weight of his words. This wasn't just a victory, it was a potential game changer. Sir. Elio began, stepping forward. Does this mean? Von Lucian nodded, a slight smile curving his lips. It means, young Elio, that it's time to move on to the next phase. You've proven the strategy works. Now, we need you to disseminate it firsthand. Von Lucian stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the group. Time is of the essence. We have less than 20 days before mandatory conscription. We need to prepare as many soldiers as possible. The weight of responsibility fell upon them. Elio exchanged glances with his friends, seeing the same determination and apprehension mirrored in their eyes. But how? Ren voiced the question on everyone's mind, his brow furrowed with concern. We're just 8 people. How can we possibly teach so many in such a short time? Von Lucian smiled, an expression that didn't reach his eyes. Ah, but that's the beauty of knowledge, young man. It multiplies. You'll each teach a small group, and they, in turn, will teach others. Like a chain reaction. Elio nodded slowly, understanding the idea. 10 days for the first group and the rest for the second, larger one. Precisely. Von Lucian confirmed. Each of you will take charge of 50 soldiers. Train them, prepare them, then oversee their attempts at the challenge. Those who succeed will become instructors for the next group. We'll do it, Elio said. Let's not waste time. Von Lucian's eyes glinted with approval. Excellent. Follow me, and we'll begin immediately. The next 20 days passed in a whirlwind of frantic activity. Elio, his friends, and Varric's group, immersed themselves fully in their task of training the selected soldiers. Each took charge of a group of 50 soldiers, meticulously teaching them the improved strategy to face the third-level monster. The first round of training was a challenge in itself. Many soldiers were skeptical at first, doubting that a bunch of kids could hold the key to their survival. However, as Elio and the others demonstrated the effectiveness of the strategy, the initial resistance began to fade. Remember. Elio insisted to his group, Every movement counts. Don't underestimate the importance of the heat blanket and the air stone. They may seem insignificant, but they could mean the difference between life and death. Varric, to everyone's shock, proved to be a surprisingly effective instructor. His usual arrogance transformed into a fierce determination to see his group succeed. "Come on, you lazy excuses for soldiers," he shouted, pacing among his soldiers. "You think the monster's going to wait for you to get your act together? Again, and this time, try not to embarrass yourselves." As the days passed, the results began to become evident. Soldiers who followed the strategy to the letter had remarkable success rates. Those who triumphed in the first round quickly joined the training effort, multiplying their reach exponentially. However, not everything was perfect. Despite repeated warnings, many soldiers chose not to buy the heat blanket or air stone, preferring to save their scarce mana points for other purposes. "I can't force them to spend their points," Elio said with frustration to Ren after another training session. "But I fear they're underestimating how crucial that equipment can be." Ren nodded, his face reflecting the same concern. "I know. I've done my best to explain it to them, but in the end, the decision is theirs." As the day of conscription approached, the tension in the air was palpable. Elio could barely sleep the night before, his mind going over every detail of the strategy, wondering if they had done enough. Finally, the day arrived. Thousands of soldiers gathered, their faces a patchwork of determination, resignation and fear. Elio and the others watched from the sidelines, unable to do more than wait and trust that their work would bear fruit. The hours passed slowly as group after group of soldiers entered their respective system books. Elio's heart leapt with each victorious emergence and plummeted with every book that vanished, taking another life with it. At the end of the conscription, von Lucian approached them with the final results. His face, normally impassive, showed signs of fatigue, but also a glimmer of satisfaction. 76% survival, he announced. 7,615 soldiers overcame the challenge. Elio felt a whirlwind of emotions. Relief, pride, but also a gnawing disappointment. It was a vast improvement, yes, but we could have done more, he murmured, more to himself than to the others. If we'd had more time, maybe. Von Lucian's hand on his shoulder startled him. "You did what you could, boy," he said firmly. "You practically saved 3,600 lives. Yes, it's a shame we couldn't do more for the other 2,400, but you must understand that this percentage is very similar to that of the second level when you entered the wall. Dozens of men die daily upon reaching maturity, that's the natural law of our city, a necessity to keep the towers active. The power that the book gives us is a blessing difficult to obtain, the test, the punishment, and the mercy of our God." Elio blinked, remembering. Wasn't it even better? He recalled that the victory percentage at level 2 was even lower than 76% the month he entered. "Maybe we are generating change. It's not our fault that so many had to die, it's true." Von Lucian nodded. "In fact, the small tips you released to the general population a month ago and for the second level, especially the one about tricking the frog into believing you're slower, have increased the victory percentage at the second level to over 90%. They have also drastically reduced the time it takes to overcome that level." This information lifted some of the weight from Elio's shoulders, though a pang of regret still nagged at him. He should have shared that knowledge sooner. Information, he was learning, could be as powerful a weapon as any magical sword. Chapter 22, Systems Training. In his office, von Lucian looked directly at Elio before speaking. "Now, young man, it's time to focus on your own journey. The fourth level awaits." A shiver raced down Elio's spine, equal parts excitement and terror. The fourth level, the challenge that had claimed all but 9 lives in a century. "Do you think I'm ready?" he asked, unable to completely hide the doubt in his voice. Von Lucian smiled, a rare expression on his normally serious face. "I believe you've demonstrated more than enough capability. With proper preparation, I have no doubt you'll succeed." Varric, who had been unusually quiet beside him, spoke suddenly. "I'll try it too." His tone defiant as always, but there was something new in his eyes when he looked at Elio. A grudging respect. If Elio can do it, so can I. Elio rolled his eyes at Varric's near slip. At least the arrogant bully seemed to have learned something during their shared ordeal. "Excellent." Von Lucian nodded approvingly. "Inform me when you feel prepared to face the fourth level. Elio, here's the remaining 100,000 points as promised. I've also procured max-level mana lances for both of you. Collect them on your way out." As the two young men began to leave, von Lucian held Elio back for a moment. "There's something else you should know," he said in a low voice. "That metal-attracting ability you mentioned? It's documented in one of the family scrolls. I've made you a copy. They call it magical magnetism, and as you surmised, It could indeed be used to retrieve a lance. Elio felt his heart race at those words. Have you tested it? Could it aid the defense squads? He asked, his mind already buzzing with possibilities. Von Lucien's smile turned enigmatic. For now, focus on your training. The rest? Well, we'll figure out the rest as we go along. One day, while training with his discoveries and the clue he found in the scroll, Elio felt something click in his mind. With a fluid movement of his hands, he conjured a whirlwind of hydrogen and nickel-infused air. The gust began to spin and form a ring, trapped within itself by the mana forces governing it. As he manipulated the now glowing nickel particles, Elio noticed their pull on the lance. This combination could control the magnetic field, allowing him to recall the weapon from a distance. Excited by his discovery, Elio spent the next few hours perfecting the technique. The steel lance responded easily to his magnetic control, but the new level 5 mana lance presented an additional challenge. Damn it! Elio muttered, frustrated after another failed attempt. The mana lance doesn't respond to magnetic attraction. After a moment of reflection, an easy solution occurred to him, coating the mana lance with a thin layer of nickel. This modification would allow him to manipulate the lance in the same way as the steel one. Elio quickly calculated the mana costs associated with his new technique. Preparing the lance by coating it with nickel cost him 5 mana points, while attracting it after throwing required another 2 points. With the points I have left per day, I can only do it 5 times. Elio reflected, frowning. It's not enough for proper training. It'll take years to improve this way. Determined to maximize his practice, Elio opted to use part of the points the summoner had given him to cover his basic needs instead of the natural regenerated ones, although this meant that his expenses on food, oxygen, and his contribution to the turret would be higher. They would go from costing 15 points daily to 24. But he considered mastering this new skill a priority. The city system imposed an additional tax when using mana crystal for the turret. Instead of the usual 10 points, Elio had to give 11. Additionally, he needed 10 points for the daily oxygen stone if he spent his mana on throwing. Despite being a miser, Elio found himself reluctantly parting with his beloved round numbers for the sake of progress. With my 30 daily points, I can recover the lance 12 times. Elio calculated. It's better, but I'd still like to be able to do more. The 200,000 points from Von Lucien became his lifeline. With equipment provided, he could dedicate those points to sustenance and perfecting his new technique with his daily 30 points. This workaround was necessary due to a frustrating quirk of the system. Once mana was crystallized in the book or exchange statues, it couldn't re-enter a person's body. Elio couldn't directly use the 200,000 points for training. It's as if the system's designed to prevent us from accumulating too much power in our bodies. Elio mused, turning a mana crystal over in his hand. Despite this restriction, Elio adapted. He crafted a training regimen that squeezed every drop of potential from his daily mana points, relying on the crystals for basic needs. He even allowed himself a small indulgence, rounding up his daily expenses to 30 points. With 9 points for food, he could afford some variety in his diet. After tasting better fare, the bland gruel he'd subsisted on had lost its appeal. Just feeling full was not a new and exciting experience anymore. Every morning, Elio began his training with the 30 mana points he naturally generated. He performed his 12 recoveries, perfecting his control over the lance with each attempt. After depleting his daily allowance, he switched to the common steel lance, retrieving it the old-fashioned way. On foot. It's inefficient. Elio grumbled after another training session, wiping sweat from his brow. But it's the only way to keep practicing beyond my daily mana limits. As the days passed, Elio's mastery grew. His throwing accuracy improved, and recalling the lance became easier. Ren, Brock, and Chris watched Elio's progress with awe and concern. It's impressive that you've managed to make it return to you. Ren remarked one day, after witnessing a particularly impressive series of throws and recoveries. But aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Elio shook his head. I can't afford to relax. This is crucial for something. Brock frowned. But you're spending all your points on this. Don't you think you'll run out of the points the summoner gave you someday? Won't you give anything to your family? I know. Elio replied. But it's a necessary sacrifice. Besides, I've only spent a little over 1,000 points. I still have 198,770 left. Chris, who had been unusually quiet, finally spoke up. Just make sure you buy us those beds you promised before you blow it all on fancy tricks. Elio nodded, acknowledging his promise. Then, with a hint of exasperation, he added, but hold on a second. Isn't it thanks to me that you're all level 3 now? Can't you lot spare 50 points for your own beds now that you've got an extra 15 daily points? Talk about miserly. Meanwhile, Varric was also preparing for the 4th level, albeit with a different approach. Leveraging his family's vast resources, he'd amassed top-tier equipment and trained with the city's finest instructors. One day, as Elio practiced, Varric approached to observe. "Not bad, Phil." "Elio," Varric commented, his tone less sneering than usual. "Though I still can't fathom how you do it, I doubt that parlor trick will cut it for level 4. You should invest in more max-grade mana spheres." Elio lowered his spear, eyeing Varric curiously. "Have you discovered anything about the challenge?" Varric shrugged. "Just rumors. My uncle hasn't gotten me the permission yet, so they haven't revealed the details of qualified challengers to me. They say the 4th level monster is faster and stronger than anything we've faced before. Some even speak of true elemental abilities." "True elemental abilities?" Elio repeated, his mind racing. "That would explain why those who overcome it can cast abilities with such force." He paused, formulating several hypotheses. Surprisingly, Varric didn't mock him. Instead, he nodded seriously. "That's why I suggest you forget the cheap tricks and buy more spheres. We don't know what we'll be up against." Elio considered Varric's words. "You're right. I'll think about it." Thanks." "Go to hell, you filthy rag." "Who cares about your thanks?" Varric shouted. Elio rolled his eyes. Though talking to the spoiled bully didn't bother him as much anymore. As Varric walked away, Elio pondered this new information. Von Lucian had told him his spear control technique was impressive, but would it be enough against a monster with elemental abilities? Determined to leave nothing to chance, Elio began incorporating new elements into his training. In addition to perfecting his spear control, he dedicated time to improving his agility, concentration, and practiced evasive techniques. Days turned into weeks, and Elio felt he was reaching the limit of what he could achieve with his current training. He knew he would soon have to face the real challenge, but a question lingered in his mind: would all this effort be enough to overcome the 4th level? Chapter 23, Systems Results. After weeks of intense practice, Elio noticed that the nickel coating on the spear had slightly increased its weight. "If I keep adding more nickel, I'll lose distance on my throws," Elio muttered, scrutinizing the weapon with a critical eye. After careful consideration, he decided to stop coating the spear daily. The nickel on the tip wore off with use, but the coating on the shaft remained intact. That was enough to maintain his magnetic grip. This decision proved beneficial for his training. By not wasting mana on daily recoating, Elio bumped his recovery attempts to a solid 15 per day. 15 recoveries a day. Elio calculated with satisfaction. That's a significant improvement, Hugh. As his control over the spear improved, Elio's training evolved. He experimented with varying angles and velocities, conjuring imaginary foes and combat scenarios in his mind's eye. One morning, Elio headed to the tower for his daily mana contribution, eager to get the chore out of the way and dive into training. It was relaxing to have nothing else to do. As always, he converted 11 points to a crystal, grudgingly paying the tax for not touching the turret directly. He entered the tower, handed over his crystal to the bored-looking family guard, and turned to leave, eager to begin his training. The nickel-coated spear hung on his back, appearing to be a common steel spear at first glance. Although few had one, it wasn't impossible for a level 3 soldier to possess. That's when chaos erupted. The alarm's wail shattered the morning calm, causing Elio to turn sharply towards the source of the sound. His blood ran cold as he saw a crack forming in the barrier protecting the city. "Breach!" shouted one of the guards, his voice filled with urgency rather than panic. "Alert the response team." The crowd on the rampart began to disperse, screams of terror filling the air. Elio stood frozen for a moment, remembering his first one. Through the crack, a monstrous figure emerged. It was the same 4-armed insect monstrosity that had nearly ended him months ago, a locust. The same type of beast that had claimed his father's life. Its exoskeleton, though visibly damaged in some areas, gleamed with a greenish metallic hue under the sunlight. Its compound eyes, a vicious red, scanned the area with predatory intelligence. Every week there were 1 or 2 breaches. These monsters always arrived injured, weakened by God's punishment before breaching the small holes in the barrier. But that didn't make them any less dangerous. The level 2 soldiers from the Defenders squad were always there. Either those serving punishment or the desperate souls volunteering for a measly 5 daily points. They maintained positions every 20 meters along the wall's rampart during their 12-hour shifts. As they quickly formed a defensive line, Elio could see the fear in their eyes. These weren't elite warriors, they were cannon fodder, buying time with their lives. The common level 2 soldiers began evacuating the area, following well-established protocols. Elio knew that somewhere, a team of 10 level 3 soldiers would already be on their way, armed with 10,000-point level 4 mana spears and level 4 armor each. Or a 20 soldiers 1,000-point version, any would do. But the monster was here, now, and Elio had his superior mana spear worth 100,000 points, with one extra attack point in comparison to a level 4 spear. He had also bought a resistant dress worth 10,000 points. Not that he thought it looked great on Varric, but it did look awesome on him and slightly increased his defense without being a hindrance. Without a second thought, Elio unsheathed his weapon. The nickel coating gleamed innocently, maintaining its disguise as a common steel weapon. Elio's statistics, skills, Sacred Flame, Holy Water, Ice Sacrifice, Familiars, Salamander, 1 out of 100, Frog, 0 out of 1000, Rabbit, 0 out of 10,000, Level 3, Mana, 30 out of 30, Resistance, 30 out of 30, Stamina, 7 out of 7, Attack, 3, 8, Magic Damage, 3, Strength, 3, Defense, 3, 5, Speed, 3, Agility, 1.3, Superior Mana Spear Attack 5, Superior Resistant Uniform Defense 2, Apprentice Magic Glove Fire Spark, Portable Oral Oxygen Stone, Balance, 187,930 mana points. Boy, stay back. A level 3 spear like that is useless without a level 3 wielder. Warned a nearby guard. The elite response team will arrive soon. Let them handle it with their level 4 spears. Elio ignored the warning. He knew every second counted. The defender squad would pay for that time with their lives if he didn't do something right now. With fluid grace born of countless hours of practice, Elio took his stance, the spear an extension of his arm. The monster roared, its forearms raised, advancing towards the line of terrified guards. Elio took a deep breath from his stone, his world narrowing to the monster before him. Distance, angle, velocity. All the variables he drilled into muscle memory coalesced into a single, perfect moment. With a battle cry, Elio launched the spear. Even without the device to increase distance that the summoner had taught him. The weapon cut through the air at an impressive speed, its trajectory precise and lethal, embedding itself directly into one of the monster's compound eyes. The locust, focused on the easier prey before it, never saw the attack coming. The assembled soldiers gaped in awe, their minds struggling to reconcile the seemingly ordinary weapon with the devastating blow it had just dealt. At that moment, they realized this was no ordinary recruit, but one of the new level 3 soldiers born after the conscription. They were wrong. But Elio's moment of triumph was short-lived. To his horror, the monstrous insect barely staggered. If such creatures existed in his world, Elio would be shouting right now that this beast had the resilience of a cockroach. The blow that would have felled any normal being seemed only to enrage it further. Elio, however, was far from finished. Concentrating intensely, he activated his magnetic control over the spear. With a pull of his mana, the spear detached from the monster's body and flew back to his hand. Nearby guards looked on in astonishment, unable to comprehend how the spear had returned. The monster, now thoroughly pissed off and sporting a weeping eye socket, zeroed in on Elio. Its remaining eyes blazed with murderous intent as it charged, mandibles clicking ominously. Elio rolled, narrowly avoiding a blow that would have left a crater if the wall hadn't been made by God himself. Without wasting time, Elio threw the spear again, this time aiming for one of the insect's arm joints. The spear embedded itself deeply, eliciting a shriek of pain from the creature. And so the deadly dance began. Throw, recover, dodge, repeat. Each attack weakened the monster, but the damn thing refused to go down. The few remaining spectators watched in awe as Elio moved with a grace that belied his youth, each throw and recovery executed with veteran precision. As he prepared his 8th attack, worry began to gnaw at Elio's gut. His mana reserves would only allow for 15 throws. But stopping wasn't an option. The locust, though battered, remained a deadly threat. Come on! Elio shouted, as much to steel his own nerves as to taunt the beast. He threw the spear for the 7th time, aiming again at the insect's head. The spear found its mark, destroying another compound eye and causing the locust to stumble. But still, it remained standing. Elio heard shouts in the distance. The response team was close. But he couldn't wait. He needed to end this now to avoid casualties. With a cry of determination, Elio threw the spear for the 10th time. This time, the weapon lodged into what appeared to be the insect's nerve center, right between its eyes. The monster screeched, a sharp and terrible sound that made everyone nearby cover their ears. But incredibly, impossibly, it was still moving, albeit with less coordination. Elio couldn't stop now, he knew this was do or die. He summoned the spear back and launched it an 11th time. The spear flew true, penetrating the same point as the previous attack, but this time sinking to half its length. The giant insect shuddered violently. Its forearms flailed in the air before collapsing with a dull thud. Just as the monster's body began to dissolve, the response team arrived on the scene. 10 level 3 soldiers, decked out in their level 4 gear, skidded to a halt, jaws dropping at the sight before them. An awestruck hush fell over the rampart. All eyes darted between the disintegrating corpse of Alokas and Delio, whose adrenaline was subsiding, leaving him in a state of trembling anxiety. The weapon, covered in monster fluids, still looked like a simple steel spear to observers. One of the response team soldiers approached cautiously, his face showing amazement and gratitude. That was incredible. How? Before Elio could form a coherent response, a familiar figure materialized from the crowd. Von Lucien, his face an impassive mask, strode purposefully towards them. "Well done, young Elio," he murmured, loud enough for only Elio and the nearest guard to hear. Gripping the young man's shoulder to steady him, he continued, "You've shown exceptional courage and skill today." Then, raising his voice to address the gathered crowd, Von Lucien announced, "This young man is part of a new, specialized breach defense program. His performance today is a testament to the effectiveness of our new training methods." Murmurs of amazement and admiration spread through the onlookers. Elio, still processing what had just happened, could only nod gratefully at Von Lucien's deft handling of the situation. The response team soldiers exchanged glances, clearly impressed and perhaps a bit concerned about what this might mean for their own roles. "Come with me," Von Lucien said quietly, as he took the monster's core from the hands of a response team soldier. "We have much to discuss." As they moved away from the scene, Elio felt a whirlwind of emotions. Pride at his victory warred with concern over the implications of revealing his abilities so publicly. How would this affect his plans for the 4th-level challenge? What would the ruling families make of this new training program Von Lucien had fabricated on the spot? Chapter 24, Systems Plan. Von Lucien's office seemed to shrink as Elio entered, the weight of his recent achievement hanging heavy in the air. The summoner's face morphed between pride and concern as he gestured for Elio to take a seat. "You've proven the value of magical magnetism beyond doubt, Elio," Lucien began, his voice low and measured. "Our little white lie about a new defender system will buy us some time, but we need to solidify this facade." Lucien continued, "If they start digging, they'll realize it's a lie. To divert them from the idea that you may have interest in the 4th level, I want you to form a team of at least 5 throwers, yourself included." Elio nodded, processing the information. "What's the exact plan, sir?" "You'll teach them your recovery technique," Lucien explained. "We need to test the method's efficiency with less costly equipment, level 3 or possibly level 4 if I manage to unlock my monthly mon allocation." The elders are still expressing their displeasure with me, but that's about to change. "Monthly allocation? Displeasure?" Elio echoed, trying to understand the summoner's implications. Lucien flashed a cunning smile. "At the next meeting, I'll present the fact that over 70% of the challengers survived thanks to the new information I provided, your strategy. It'll be hard for them to maintain their stance after that." Elio nodded, beginning to see the larger game at play. "I understand. But why specifically 5 in the team? If your battle method can be learned and replicated," Lucien continued, "we could restructure our defensive strategy. The current groups of 10 level 3 soldiers could be split in 2, allowing for a faster response to breaches." Lucien stood, moving to a large map on the wall. "My jurisdiction covers 200 towers, roughly 10,000 meters of God's Wall perimeter. From the entire city's perimeter of nearly 50,000 meters, as one of the 5 summoners in charge of the wall, I control a fifth. A fifth, that's enormous," Elio muttered, struggling to comprehend the scale. He only had his 500 square meter house for comparison. "Precisely, and that makes it a nightmare to defend." Lucien nodded grimly. "Thanks to the recent conscription, we now have over 10,000 level 3 soldiers. But equipment? That's our biggest hurdle." "It shouldn't be, but the elders are." Lucien delved into the current defense situation. The families directly control 100 squads equipped with level 4 gear, each soldier costing 200,000 mana points, a total investment of 20 million mana made decades ago. These elite squads receive a salary of 10 daily points per soldier, totaling 100 per squad. These squads are positioned every 1.5 kilometers. Lucien continued. They rotate in 8-hour shifts to stay in optimal condition and ready to respond. Elio's brow furrowed as he did some mental math. But that's only 1,000 soldiers. I assume there are more squads? Otherwise, the forced conscription seems excessive. Correct. Lucien confirmed. We have another 100 squads with level 3 weapons and armor. These are larger units of 20 people, paid 5 daily points per soldier, 100 per squad. Their equipment cost 40,000 per squad, a total investment of 4 million. They're also positioned every 1.5 kilometers, effectively having the response space to 750 meters. They too rotate shifts. Lucien's eyes gleamed as he shared a tidbit of information. A curious fact for that inquisitive mind of yours, thanks to the attack difference between these soldiers, 6, And the level 4 squads, 7. We've deduced that the locust defense is 5 points. They usually have between 20 and 40 resistance points left after passing God's punishment. The level 3 weapon squads are double the size because, despite the 1-point attack difference, the damage that pierces the monster's defense is actually halved for level 3 spheres. Unlike the level 4 squads, we lose about 10 people from these 100 squads each year. Fascinating system. Elio mused. But that still leaves us with 7,000 unaccounted soldiers. I'm guessing they're the real issue here? Lucian's smile was both proud and grim. Perceptive as always, Elio. With conscription, the elders plan to increase the level 3 spear squads to 250 and the level 4 to 200. But we've found ourselves with an unexpected surplus of over 3,000 level 3 soldiers. Now they're in a dilemma about resource allocation. Miserly bastards. Shouldn't they have enough mana to arm everyone? Elio asked, intrigued by the numbers. They had budgeted approximately 25 million. Lucian replied with a hint of disdain. Those old misers won't want to release a single point more. The goal was to slash breach response time from 2 to 3 minutes to just under 1 minute, reducing the response area from 750 meters to just over 300. But with this excess of level 3 soldiers, we need to rethink our strategy to reduce it even further. Elio fell silent, processing the flood of information. Then, hesitantly, he spoke up. Sir, couldn't they just throw their spears if there are 10 or 20 people? Surely they could carry 2 instead of armor. Lucian's eyes lit up with understanding. That's exactly the kind of innovative thinking we need, Elio. But while your idea has merit, it's missing a crucial element. I suppose you don't know because the defender squads only carry shields. He went on to explain a critical detail. While level 2 soldiers would need level 4 weapons to even scratch a locust, making that strategy prohibitively expensive, they couldn't throw them effectively. Even level 3 spear soldiers can't damage the monster if they're not in direct contact with the spear. Only a mana spear, or superior mana spear like Elio's case, can be imbued with the wielder's essence to apply base damage in flight. The ice sacrifice skill is necessary to impart that damage. I assumed you knew this from your father, and because your spear is coated in nickel like those of the family squads. Lucian concluded. But it seems you stumbled upon that solution for an entirely different reason. Elio's eyes widened, understanding that part of his victory had been luck. So we need to mark the spear somehow with our mana to apply our attack to it. That's why level 2 couldn't throw effectively. I see now. Forgive my ignorance, sir. He said, when should I start forming the group? Immediately. Lucian replied. Select your companions wisely. We need soldiers with potential to learn quickly and adapt to new techniques. Once you've formed the group, you'll begin an intensive training regimen. Elio stood, resolve etched on his face. I won't let you down, sir. I'll form the best team possible and teach them everything I know. Lucian smiled, placing a hand on Elio's shoulder. I trust you, Elio. Your ingenuity and determination could be exactly what our city needs to fortify its defenses. He reached out, pressing the monster's core into Elio's hand. Now go, and prove to me that your method is not only effective but can be taught and replicated. With a new mission and a fire burning in his gut, Elio left the office, the core a comforting weight in his pocket. His mind was already decided on the candidates for his team. Days later, Elio found himself frustrated as he watched Grizz, Ren, and Brock struggle with the recovery technique. They'd been scouring the barracks for a 5th member, but so far, their search had been fruitless. What about that guy from room 1524? Grizz suggested, wiping sweat from his brow. He seemed pretty skilled with the spear. Elio shook his head. Considered him, but he has an eye-hand coordination issue. I don't think he can master the technique in time. Ren let out an exasperated sigh. At this rate, we'll end up asking Varric to join the team. All 4 shuddered at the idea. Varric, though skilled, wasn't exactly the most pleasant person to work with. Maybe we should organize some kind of open tryout. Brock proposed, scratching his chin. You know, invite all interested soldiers and see who has potential. Elio considered the idea for a moment. Not a bad idea, but Von Lucian wants to keep this as discreet as possible for now. Remember, we're supposed to be a group that's been in development for a while, not a hastily cobbled together group of misfits. To cover up my slip. What about that level 3 guy who always spends his 15 points eating bread in the cafeteria? Chris suggested with a mischievous grin. At least we'd have guaranteed entertainment during training. Everyone laughed at the mental image of a chubby soldier trying to throw a spear while holding a loaf of bread in the other hand. Well, I guess we can always use him as bait for the monsters if things get rough. Ren joked, which was rare for him, earning a reproachful look from Elio. Come on, guys, let's be serious. Elio said, though he couldn't help but smile. We need to find someone soon. Von Lucian is expecting results. How about we make it a contest? Brock suddenly proposed. The first one to find a suitable candidate wins. A month without having to clean our hole. Everyone's eyes lit up at the prospect. Cleaning the hole was, without a doubt, the most hated task among all soldiers. Deal. They said in unison, bumping fists. Chapter 25, Systems Reunion. For days, Elio and his makeshift team scoured the barracks with the desperation of men searching for water in a desert. Their quest for a fifth member had taken on increasingly desperate proportions. Chris attempted to enlist a soldier who could juggle 3 spears simultaneously. He's got coordination in spades, he argued, conveniently ignoring the man's measly level 2 status. Ren, usually the voice of reason, found himself trying to sweet-talk a former family soldier. It's basically the same gig, minus the paycheck and mortal peril. His pitch was met with derisive laughter and a suggestion to have his head examined. Brock, in a moment of sheer desperation that he'd later deny, briefly considered teaching his bicep to wield a spear. The others pretended not to notice his frustrated grunts and whispered encouragements to his left arm. Elio, meanwhile, found himself scrutinizing every passing soldier, envisioning them wielding a magical lance with such intensity that he began to earn a reputation as that creepy guy who stares. This led to some awkward situations, like when he focused so intently on one poor recruit that the man spent the rest of the day frantically rubbing his face, convinced something was stuck to it. A week of fruitless searching later, the group reconvened at their usual training grounds, defeat etched on their faces. Elio sighed, resignation heavy in his voice. Well, I guess we're out of options. We'll have to ask Varric to join the team. The others nodded glumly, as if they'd just agreed to challenge the level 3 monster armed with nothing but harsh language and good intentions. Brock's muscular arms crossed defensively. I'm not asking him. Last time we spoke, he threatened to use my muscles for target practice. Count me out. Ren added, shuddering. I still have nightmares about his mocking laughter. Chris threw his hands up dramatically. Don't look at me. I'm allergic to arrogant idiots. I break out in sarcasm and eye rolls. All eyes turned to Elio, who let out another long-suffering sigh. Fine, fine. I'll go. But if I'm not back in an hour, assume Varric's turned me into his new practice dummy and mount a rescue mission. Just as Elio steeled himself for his dreaded task, a familiar voice rang out behind them. What's this, stammering Elio? So desperate you're considering asking your own bully for help? Elio spun around, recognizing Micah's sardonic tone. Beside him stood Zara, a crooked smile on her face and arms crossed in her trademark I'm tougher than you pose. Micah. Zara. Elio exclaimed, his face lighting up like a kid on Christmas morning. What are you doing here? Micah arched an eyebrow, his sarcasm game as strong as ever. Oh, we thought we'd drop by to see how our friend had completely forgotten about us. Seems we arrived just in time to prevent a disaster of Varric-sized proportions. Zara stepped forward, a playful glint in her eye. Well, we heard that a certain elite team was recruiting. Thought we'd see if we meet your big standards. Micah nodded, feigning seriousness. Though I must say, I'm a bit offended. You really considered asking Varric before us? Without warning, Zara delivered a friendly punch to Elio's shoulder. Seriously, you were going to ask that Varric for help? You must have been desperate. Elio rubbed his shoulder, more out of habit than pain. His 3-point defense made the blow negligible, but he knew better than to offend Zara. Her rough affection was just her way of asserting dominance. Well, we were running out of options. Elio defended weakly. But now that you're here, I suddenly remember that. Ahem. A deep voice interrupted. Elio turned to see a tall, serious-looking man standing behind Micah and Zara, looking like he'd stepped out of a How to Be Intimidating manual. I believe we haven't been properly introduced. Oh, right. Micah said, his sarcastic tone fading to something approaching respect. Elio, meet Summoner von Rayler. Summoner, this is Elio, the genius who invented the new level 3 strategy, the Flying Lance, and who apparently forgets his friends when he's busy working. Elio blushed but extended his hand to von Rayler. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Rayler shook his hand firmly. Likewise. I've heard much about you these past few days, magical lance soldier. I look forward to seeing that famous technique of yours in action soon. I'll go speak with your supervising summoner and return shortly. Feel free to catch up with your friends. Try not to forget about them again in the next 5 minutes. As von Rayler strode off to find von Lucien, Chris, Ren, and Brock approached to greet the newcomers. Brock was doing squats while walking, looking like a very muscular duck. Ren eyed him exasperatedly. Brock, seriously, why do you keep doing that? You're an adult now. The system determines your strength, not your muscles. Can't you shake this habit? You started at 13 and still haven't outgrown it? Brock shrugged, or at least attempted to while continuing his squats. It's all about style, my friend. Besides, you never know when the system might change its mind. Elio looked sheepish, like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. I'm sorry, guys. So much has happened that... Well, I guess I forgot you'd be joining the army soon too. Forgot? Zara arched an eyebrow so high it threatened to leave her face entirely. Wow, Elio, I'm wounded. Are we that easy to forget? No, it's not like that. Elio stammered, hands waving frantically like he was trying to swat away his own words. It's just... Guilt washed over him as he nodded. Yeah, Micah should have joined the army a couple of months ago. With everything that's happened, it just... slipped my mind. I'm a terrible friend. Micah and Zara exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. Relax, Elio. Micah said, clapping him on the shoulder. We're just messing with you. We know you've been busy. My transfer request to your area took some time, but the summoner finally helped push it through. Apparently, I want to join my forgetful friends' elite team is a compelling argument. Elio let out a relieved sigh, then grinned broadly. You guys have no idea how happy I am to see you. You literally saved us from having to work with Varric. Oh, I don't know. Zara said, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Part of me almost wishes we'd arrived a bit later just to see that. Imagine Varric trying to work in a team without being able to boss everyone around. The entire group erupted in laughter at the mental image. Well, what are you waiting for? Chris asked, approaching to welcome the newcomers with a grin that threatened to split his face. Come on and show us what you've got. Unless you're scared of a little friendly competition? The boys gave Micah their new version of an initiation, which involved a lot of good-natured ribbing and at least one attempt to make him juggle spears. Though Elio didn't let them do the same to Zara. Unbeknownst to them, somewhere on the wall, Varric was sneezing repeatedly, wondering why he suddenly felt like he'd dodged something terribly annoying. He chalked it up to all the peasant dust in the air and went back to admiring his reflection in his polished spear. Teach me the new strategy, Elio. Zara demanded. I want to conquer level 3 as soon as possible, and I want first-hand information. But Zara, it's dangerous. Elio sputtered, his stammer making a grand reappearance. He knew Zara was competitive, but he hadn't imagined she'd risk herself so soon. Searching for excuses to flee from his own fear of losing her, he tried to stall. You don't have a sword, right? It's crucial to practice with one, and you need other things for a complete set of equipment and... Don't you want to enjoy level 2 for a while longer? The view is nice from there. Zara frowned, her expression making it clear she wasn't buying his flimsy excuses. I just need a few more points for my disposable fire sword. My father gave me 900 he'd saved for my coming-of-age gift. I didn't make it into adulthood before the conscription, so I didn't get one for free like those lucky bastards. But I'm not about to let that stop me. Realizing he wouldn't have much time before Zara got her sword, Elio felt he had to do something. Zara, I could get you better equip. Don't even think about it. Zara cut him off, punching his shoulder again. I don't need your charity, Elio. I'll make it on my own, or die trying. Preferably the former. I'll only accept the strategy everyone already knows, straight from your mouth. No special treatment, got it? Micah chuckled, clearly enjoying the show. Well, Elio the knight in shining armor, eh? Though in this case, I think Zara would prefer to be the one wearing the armor. Elio was about to respond with what he hoped would be a witty comeback when he noticed Micah's expression turn more serious. By the way, Elio, did you know your fame precede you? My trainer wouldn't stop talking about stammering Elio and his incredible strategy. Thanks to it, I managed to reach level 3 during conscription. You're practically a legend. A very awkward, stammering legend. Elio blinked in surprise. Really? I had no idea. Of course you didn't. Micah said, rolling his eyes so hard they threatened to fall out of his head. You were too busy staring off into the distance, thinking about your next big idea, weren't you? Classic Elio. Before Elio could defend himself, Von Lucian appeared on the training field alongside Von Raeler. Seeing the group assembled, he approached quickly. I see you've all reunited, he said, nodding to Raeler. Summoner Raeler, thank you for bringing Micah. And you must be Zara, it's a pleasure to have you here as well. As Elio's friend, let me know if you need anything. Inform me if your roommates try to give you trouble for being a woman. Zara snapped a crisp salute that would have made a drill sergeant weep with joy. The pleasure's mine, sir. Thank you, sir. Although technically I'm still level 2, so I'm not sure how much help I can be. Von Lucian looked at her with interest. Time will tell, Zara. Level isn't everything. Elio, what do you think? Do you believe Zara could overcome level 3? Elio looked at Zara, then at the rest of the team, and finally at Von Lucien. His mind raced, still reluctant to let her take the risk without trying to convince her otherwise. But he knew Zara wouldn't listen. She'd always been that way. Telling Zara not to do something was like telling water not to be wet. I think it could work," he said finally. "Zara has natural talent and fierce determination. If we teach her the strategy thoroughly, and she accepts the safety of a bit of extra equipment, she'll be more than ready to reach level 3. Zara looked at him, surprised by his endorsement, but then relaxed with a grateful smile that made Elio's heart do a little somersault. "Wow, Elio, I didn't know you cared so much." "I always have," Elio replied, returning her smile and hoping his face wasn't as red as it felt. Micah pretended to gag, making exaggerated retching noises. "Please, you two, get a room. Preferably one far away from the rest of us." The group burst into laughter. Even Von Lucien and Ray Eeler seemed amused, their stern facades cracking just a bit. "Well, then it's settled," Von Lucien said. "Zara will join the team as an apprentice for now. It won't hurt to have an extra member. Micah, you're in too. Elio, I want you to start training them in your technique immediately to complete the group." Elio nodded, feeling excitement and nervousness. "Yes, sir. We won't let you down." As the group began to disperse to prepare for training, Elio couldn't help but feel that the pieces were finally falling into place. He had his friends back, a complete team, and Von Lucien's trust. It was almost enough to make him forget about the constant threat of monster attacks and impending doom. However, a nagging worry persisted in the back of his mind, like an itch he couldn't quite scratch. Zara still had to overcome level 3, and Elio knew from experience how dangerous that challenge could be. As he watched her joke around with Micah and the others, he promised himself he'd do everything in his power to prepare her, to ensure she was ready when the time came. "Lost in thought again, Elio?" Micah's voice snapped him out of his reverie. "Come on, teach us that famous technique of yours before Brock develops muscles on his muscles." Elio smiled, grateful for the distraction. "You're right. Let's go, team. We have a lot to do and not much time to do it." As they headed to the training field, Elio couldn't help but think that with this team, he really had a chance to do something extraordinary. And maybe, just maybe, show Zara how much she, as one of his friends, meant to him. Chapter 26, Systems Duel. The following days were a whirlwind of activity for Elio and his team. The training field became their second home, filled with the sound of lances cutting through the air and shouts of exertion from dawn till dusk. Elio watched with pride as his companions progressed. Chris had quickly mastered the recovery technique, his natural agility allowing him to execute maneuvers that even Elio found impressive. Brock, on the other hand, compensated for his lack of grace with perfect symmetry and rapid shots, managing to throw the lances slightly farther than any of them. Ren, ever analytical, had developed variations of the technique that Elio hadn't considered, such as rotating the lance midair. Micah and Zara, though new to the team, were adapting rapidly. Micah showed an innate ability for mana control, maintaining the lance's magnetism for slightly longer periods and from a greater distance than the others. Elio was starting to think Micah had been secretly practicing in his sleep. And then there was Zara. Determined didn't begin to cover it. She practiced with a fervor that made everyone else look lazy in comparison. Elio often found her still at the training field long after everyone else had left, probably trying to intimidate the training dummies into submission. While Elio's team toiled in the field, two figures discussed in hushed tones in a luxurious office. Two small frogs rested on their heads. Von Lucien leaned over his desk, his eyes fixed on the man before him. "Ray Eeler, the situation is more dire than we thought. We're not just dealing with incompetence anymore, this is willful endangerment." Von Ray Eeler, a man of serene appearance but with eyes denoting sharp intelligence, nodded slowly. "Explain. What fresh hell have our esteemed elders cooked up now?" Lucien sighed, running a hand through his hair and nearly dislodging his froggy companion. The amphibian hopped onto the desk, looking mildly offended. "The elders. They've been reducing the mana in the turrets. 1% might not seem like much, but it's enough to increase the number of cores they obtain." Ray Eeler completed, his voice tinged with disgust. "How long have they been doing this?" "Months." Lucien replied, his tone suggesting he'd aged years in those months. "And I fear the conscription suggests they won't stop there. If they reduce the mana even further, we'll be counting our dead by the thousands." "And the boy, Elio? Do you think his technique can help reduce them?" Ray Eeler asked. Lucien nodded enthusiastically. "It's more than that, Ray Eeler. Elio's technique could revolutionize our defense strategy. If all level 3 soldiers can learn it, we could forget the armor and equip all soldiers with lances. We could even upgrade to better mana lances across the board. Ditching armor sounds like a recipe for disaster."
Rayler muttered. It's a gamble. Lucian admitted, but if Elio can prove they can take down the monster before it reaches them, we could have a viable alternative. We could save thousands of level 2 lives, Rayler. No more Defender Squad fodder. Rayler, who had been listening attentively, interjected. If it works, it could revolutionize our defenses. Now I understand what you mean, taking them down before they reach us. Lucian nodded. Exactly. And with the excess of level 3 soldiers we have now, this could be the perfect solution to optimize our resources. We might just turn this mess into a win-win. Back at the training field, Elio and his team were sprawled out like exhausted starfish after a particularly grueling session. Zara approached Elio, offering him water from the fancy new reservoir that Von Lucian had kindly sponsored. Thanks. Elio murmured, drinking eagerly. When he finished, he noticed Zara staring at him intently. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face besides exhaustion and regret? Zara hesitated for a moment, which was about as rare as a monster turning vegetarian. Elio, do you think I'm ready for level 3? I want the truth, not a friendship speech. The question caught Elio off guard. He knew this moment would come, but he still didn't feel prepared for the worst-case scenario, however small the possibility. Zara, be honest. She insisted. I've been training harder than Brock flexes. I think I'm ready. I can do this. Elio glanced around, seeing his companions chatting animatedly, blissfully unaware of the tension crackling between him and Zara. Finally, he turned his gaze back to her. You're strong, Zara. Stronger than I was. But level 3. It's not just a matter of willpower. Zara frowned. Then what? You think I'm not smart enough? No, it's not that. Elio hurried to clarify. It's complicated. There are things about level 3 that depend on luck, like the final attack, so, not to. Why not? Zara challenged, her frustration evident. What else do I need to learn, Elio? If you're trying to protect me, I swear I'll use you for target practice. No, it's fine, you're ready. Elio conceded, realizing he was fighting a losing battle. But at least let me give you the... Before Elio could finish his sentence, and possibly dig himself into an even deeper hole, an unfamiliar voice interrupted their conversation. So this is the famous magical lance soldier? I must say, I expected more. Elio and Zara turned to see a young man, looking no older than 30 but with an air of superiority that suggested he'd been practicing condescension since birth. He wore the elaborate robes of a summoner, but what caught Elio's attention most was the small blue salamander resting on his shoulder, looking far too smug for a lizard, instead of the frog the 2 summoners he knew usually carried. Can I help you with something, sir? Elio asked, instinctively straightening up in the presence of the summoner. The man smiled, but the gesture didn't reach his eyes. Von Kairos, the youngest summoner in the city. I've heard a lot about you, Elio. About your revolutionary technique. Elio exchanged a quick glance with Zara, who looked ready to introduce the summoner to her fist. It's an honor to meet you, Von Kairos. I hope the rumors haven't been exaggerated too much. Kairos laughed, a sound that made his salamander stir and Elio's skin crawl. Oh, the rumors are fascinating. A level 3 soldier developing a technique that could change our defense strategy. It sounds almost unbelievable. The emphasis on the last word didn't go unnoticed by Elio. He felt a twinge of irritation but strived to maintain a respectful tone. After all, antagonizing a summoner was about as wise as challenging level 4 in the nude. We're still in the development stages, sir. But we're making progress. Ah, yes, progress. Said Kairos, his gaze wandering over the training field like a bored king surveying his domain. Always difficult to measure, isn't it? Sometimes we need a more concrete demonstration. Perhaps a juggling act? Elio felt a knot forming in his stomach. He thought he knew where this conversation was heading, but he refused to accept it. Kairos, seeing that Elio wasn't taking the bait, decided to be more direct. Subtlety, it seemed, was not his strong suit. I propose a friendly duel, soldier. You and me, tomorrow at dawn when your mana recovers. An opportunity for you to demonstrate the value of your technique to someone who can appreciate it adequately. The training field fell silent, the kind of silence that usually precedes something either very stupid or very brave. Elio's companions, who had been pretending not to eavesdrop, slowly approached, forming a protective semicircle around their leader. The summoner nodded, his expression turning serious. Before you worry, I have a proposal. To make this more interesting. He pulled out 2 magical armors, their surface gleaming with intricate runes. These are 10,000 mana point armors. They can resist 10 points of damage per day and give you 4 defense points. I'll use one and you'll use the other. See? It's safe.
Elio blinked, surprised. That means you'll have 8 defense points. My lance throw only has 8 ADA. 8, wasn't it a steel lance? Kairos interrupted. Well, it doesn't matter, it would only be 3 points of magical damage to the armor. Your challenge will be simple, manage to hit me once. If you succeed, I'll consider your technique to have merit. Murmurs of amazement and concern spread among Elio's companions. And if I don't succeed? Elio asked, feeling a knot in his stomach. Kairos smiled, a smile that would have made a used car salesman proud. Then it will be clear that your technique isn't as revolutionary as some believe. Do you accept? Or would you prefer to stick to impressing level 2 soldiers and small children? With all due respect, Von Kairos. Elio began, carefully choosing his words, our technique is still in development. Besides, it's designed to attack monsters at a distance. I'm not sure a duel with a summoner is appropriate? Kairos interrupted, his smile becoming sharper. Or perhaps you fear your technique isn't up to expectations? Don't worry, I'll be gentle. I'll even tie one hand behind my back. Elio felt the blood boiling in his veins. Kairos's words, laden with condescension, painfully reminded him of the Varric from years ago. Those humiliations, he had sworn never to allow again, not from the families, not from anyone. He clenched his fists, breathing deeply to maintain calm. I can't let it happen again, Elio thought. I'm not the same helpless child as before. Then, an idea crossed his mind. With the 10,000 mana point armor Kairos offered, plus his own 3 defense points, he would reach a total of 6 defense points. Added to the 10 resistance points of the armor, it seemed unlikely that he would suffer direct damage in a friendly duel. Right? Perhaps, Elio reflected, the summoner is right and this is the opportunity to test the true potential of my technique. The level 4 monster, according to what Von Lucian told me, is something similar to a flying level 4 soldier. Maybe this is like a practice run, but with more sarcasm and less chance of being eaten. With each passing second, Elio felt how determination replaced the initial fear. He would no longer be the child who let himself be intimidated. He was a level 3 soldier, leader of his team, and developer of a technique that could change the way defense against monsters worked. He was basically a big deal, minus the fancy robes and smug amphibian. If I back down now, he told himself, how will I look my companions in the eye? How will I justify the faith Von Lucian has placed in us? At that moment, Elio remembered his father's words, sometimes, son, we must face challenges for which we don't feel prepared. It's in those moments when we discover what we're really made of. With a resolution he didn't know he possessed, Elio stood up straight and looked directly at Kairos. I accept the duel, Von Kairos. A murmur of surprise ran through the group. Kairos, for his part, seemed momentarily disconcerted by Elio's acceptance, as if he'd been expecting to spend the next hour mocking a refusal, but quickly regained his composure. Excellent. He said, his smile now genuine but no less unsettling. Tomorrow at dawn, then. In the level 3 testing field. It will be educational. With those words, Kairos turned and walked away, his blue salamander gleaming under the midday sun. Chapter 27, Systems Duel, 2 Excellent. He said, his smile now genuine but no less unsettling. Tomorrow at dawn, then. In the level 3 testing field. It will be educational. With those words, Kairos turned and walked away, his blue salamander gleaming under the midday sun. As soon as the summoner was out of sight, Elio's team erupted into a cacophony that would have made a flock of startled seagulls proud. Elio, are you insane? Michael hissed. He's a summoner. You know, the guys who can turn you into a crispy snack with a flick of their wrist. You don't have to do this. Zara added, her earlier anger forgotten in the face of concern. Did Elio's balls just talk? Chris exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Also, I swear that salamander was giving me the stink eye. A duel against a summoner. Ren muttered, his mind already crunching numbers faster than a caffeinated accountant. 0.00001%. Brock, for his part, let out a laugh and gave Elio a pat on the back that nearly knocked him to the ground. Now that's what I call steel balls, boss. But Elio knew he had no choice. This duel wasn't about proving the value of his technique, but about justifying the trust Von Lucian had placed in him and preserving his honor from being trampled by the families. Guys, calm down. Elio said, raising his hands in a placating gesture that looked more like a surrender. I know it seems crazy, but it is crazy. Micah interrupted, his voice serious. Elio, summoners are in a whole different league. Even the youngest of them has true elemental control. Elio nodded, acknowledging the truth in his friend's words, though he couldn't reveal his motives regarding the search for level 4. I know. But I also know our technique has potential. If we can demonstrate its value against a summoner, you could die. Zara said, finally breaking her silence. Her voice was low but charged with emotion. The group fell silent, the weight of those words falling on them like a ton of bricks made of pure, unadulterated reality. Elio looked at each of his companions, seeing the concern on their faces. Finally, his gaze settled on Zara. Although the probability is low because of the armor, I could die, he admitted, trying to sound braver than he felt. But you could also die at level 3. Still, there are things we must do. If I succeed, I could discover something important for. Zara looked at him for a long moment, her gaze intense enough to melt steel. Finally, she nodded slowly and interrupted. Then you'd better not die, idiot. Because if you do, I'll go to the afterlife just to kick your ass. The tension broke with nervous laughter. Elio couldn't help but think of Van Lucien and his frog. He wondered what the summoner would think of this challenge, if he would approve of his decision. But now there was no time for doubts. The sun was barely peeking over the horizon when Elio arrived at the level 3 testing field. His team accompanied him, their faces full of concern. Von Kairos was already there, his imposing figure silhouetted against the dawn sky. The blue salamander on his shoulder seemed to glow with its own light. Ah, the young prodigy. Kairos greeted with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I'm glad you didn't flee during the night. Elio clenched his fists but maintained his composure. I'm ready, Von Kairos. The duel began without further preamble. Elio gripped his magical lance. With a fluid motion, he hurled it towards Kairos. For a moment, it seemed like it would hit. But at the last second, Kairos moved slightly out of the way, raised a hand covered in a metallic glow, and deflected the lance. My turn, said Kairos. With a gesture of his hand, the salamander on his shoulder grew to the size of a large dog. The air around Kairos began to ripple with heat. Suddenly, a fireball shot towards Elio. He barely had time to dodge it, feeling the searing heat graze his cheek. 9 points of damage. Kairos commented casually. If it had hit you directly, you'd be in trouble. Elio, elemental control magic ignores defense. You can't take more than one hit or the armor's resistance won't be enough. Ren shouted, seeing the summoner prepare more than one shot. It would surely hurt a lot, but Elio had 30 resistance points. He was level 3, so he wouldn't be in danger, right? More importantly, he magnetically retrieved his lance, prepared, but before he could throw it again, Kairos attacked. This time, a barrage of 3 fireballs, forcing Elio to roll on the ground to avoid them. Come on, Elio. Zara shouted from the edge of the field, her voice joined by Chris and Brock in a chorus of support that sounded more desperate than encouraging. You can do it. His friends' cheers gave him a second wind. Come on, magical lance soldier. Kairos mocked, his tone dripping with condescension. Show me that revolutionary technique. Dazzle me with your peasant magic. Elio stood up. He concentrated all his strength on the lance, activated the device Van Lucien had taught him to create, and threw it with all his might. The lance flew, cutting through the air at an astonishing speed. Elio watched Kairos, activating his concentration to the maximum. Time seemed to stretch a bit, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. Kairos moved his hand from his book to one side in an instant, and a strong blast of wind pushed him aside, dodging the attack once again, despite its improved speed. Impressive, Kairos admitted. But not enough. What followed was a brutal demonstration of the power difference between a level 3 soldier and a summoner. The salamander manipulated fire as if it were an extension of its body, creating incandescent projectiles that Kairos' explosions hurled towards Elio at great speed. Elio struggled to keep dodging as best he could, but it was evident that he was completely outmatched. The summoner cornered him with a succession of 8 shots, until a fireball hit him squarely, knocking him down and causing the ball behind it to hit him as well. The pain was overwhelming. Elio lay on the ground, his skin burning where the fireballs had struck. Each breath was agony, but he refused to give up. He still had 22 resistance points, right? Had enough, soldier? Kairos' voice resonated with a hint of amusement. You can surrender now. There's no shame in acknowledging the superiority of a summoner. Elio gritted his teeth, remembering his promise. Never again, he thought. Never again will I be humiliated. With superhuman effort, he stood up, swaying. I'm not finished yet, he growled, gripping his lance once more. Kairos arched an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Admirable, but foolish. Elio threw his weapon, knowing that now, without the device, his chances were minimal. As expected, Kairos dodged it easily, looking almost bored in the process. Is that all? The summoner mocked. But Elio was already in motion. With a gesture, he recalled the lance, aiming for Kairos' back. Kairos' eyes widened in surprise, turning at the last second. For an instant, It seemed it would work. The lance grazed his robe but failed to impact. Clever. Kairos exclaimed, before countering with 2 more fireballs. Elio couldn't dodge them. The impact threw him backward, leaving him on the brink of unconsciousness. His vision blurred, the world reduced to a tunnel of pain. He had only 4 resistance points left. Micah, as if unable to see anymore, fled the place. Elio, please, surrender. Zara shouted, her voice breaking. I'm sorry, I should never have encouraged you, it's too unfair. Elio heard her voice as if it came from far away. Part of him wanted to yield, to surrender to the embrace of darkness. But something deeper, stronger, kept him conscious. It's in those moments when we discover what we're really made of. With a titanic effort, Elio stood up once more. His eyes, burning with determination, locked onto Kairos. The summoner seemed disconcerted for a moment, like a man who had just watched his dinner get up and walk away. Your bravery is admirable, but foolishness has its limits. Surrender, boy, or you'll die. And I'd hate to have to explain to Lucien why I turned his protege into a pile of ash. Elio shook his head. I want to know what I'm made of. He panted. Charcoal, at this rate. Kairos frowned. With a gesture, he launched another fireball, this time slower, as if expecting Elio to dodge it and finally surrender. But Elio threw his spear once more, with the last of his strength. Predictable. And dumb, dodge, you idiot. Kairos muttered and then shouted, stepping aside. The fireball approached Elio, but he maintained his concentration. With a final effort of will, he recalled the lance. Kairos, who had already dodged the return in the previous attack, which had even been a bit faster, avoided it without problem. Disappointing, he thought. With a cry of determination, Elio concentrated all his remaining mana into the spear. Ramstrick was clear in his head. He changed its direction with a precision born of desperation, hope and heat-induced madness. Kairos, surprised by the sudden change in direction, barely had time to react. The spear impacted against the magical armor with a loud metallic sound, and something cracked. For a moment, everything fell silent. Then, a small crack appeared on the surface of the armor. At that very instant, when the fireball was about to hit Elio, a sphere of water appeared out of nowhere, extinguishing it in a cloud of steam. Von Lucien was there, his frog on his shoulder, his face a mask of controlled fury. Time seemed to stop. Elio, on the verge of collapse, maintained his defiant gaze. He had achieved the impossible. He had touched a summoner. This, he thought before darkness claimed him, is just the beginning. Exhausted and injured, but with a triumphant smile on his face, he collapsed to the ground. His friends rushed to his side. Chapter 28, System's Consequences. Exhausted and wounded, but with a triumphant smile on his face, Elio collapsed to the ground. His friends rushed to his side. Kairos stared at the fissure in his armor, his expression shifting from shock to grudging respect. Well done, soldier. He said, his voice a blend of disappointment and admiration. It seems your technique has more potential than I thought. The air turned frigid in an instant. Lucien, his face a mask of barely contained fury, extended his hand towards Kairos. A sphere of ice, brilliant and deadly, materialized before him. The temperature dropped so rapidly that frost began to form on a nearby training equipment. Lucien. What do you think you're doing? Kairos exclaimed, instinctively backing away, his earlier bravado evaporating. But his words fell on deaf ears. With a fluid motion, Lucien launched the ice sphere and then another towards the sky. Kairos barely had time to raise his arms in a defensive gesture before the projectile struck him with brutal force. The effect was devastating. Kairos's magical armor, designed to withstand 10 points of damage, was instantly depleted under the icy assault. The young summoner was thrown backward, landing heavily on the ground with a grunt of pain that echoed in the sudden silence. Before Kairos could recover, another ice sphere descended from the sky, striking him with relentless precision and knocking the wind out of his lungs. The ground beneath him froze, temporarily trapping him. Lucien advanced, his frog croaking ominously on his shoulder. When he spoke, his voice was laden with a cold fury that made even Kairos's salamander cower, shrink and attempt to hide in its master's robes. 14 points of damage, Kairos. Lucien said, his tone deceptively soft. You have 19 left out of your base 40. If it hits you directly, you'll be in serious trouble. Isn't that something like what you said to Elio? Right, Micah? Kairos, still dazed from the impacts, looked at Lucien with fear and confusion. Lucien, this was just a friendly duel. I didn't mean to. Friendly? Lucien interrupted, his voice rising. The air around him shimmered with cold, his breath visible in the chilled air. You almost killed one of my soldiers. You call that friendly? Is this how our family treats those under their protection? As he spoke, another ice sphere began to form in his hand, growing slowly and emitting an intense cold that made everyone present step back involuntarily. "Wait, Lucien." Rayler intervened, his imposing but friendly presence momentarily calming the tension. He stepped between Lucien and Kairos, his own frog fearfully eyeing the situation. "Your boy accepted the challenge. It wouldn't be wise to further reduce the strength of our families, much less one of the only 9 summoners we have. Think of the bigger picture." Lucien paused, the ice sphere still floating menacingly above his palm. His eyes, cold as the power he controlled, bored into Rayler. "Are you defending this farce of a duel, Rayler?" Lucien asked, his voice barely a whisper. Rayler shook his head, his expression grave. "I'm not defending Kairos's actions. But we must think of the city's needs. Our defenses can't afford to lose any summoner, no matter how misguided their actions. Consider your strategy and what you'll lose with the council. Let it go this time, for the greater good." For a long moment, no one moved. The air seemed charged with electricity, the tension palpable between the 3 summoners. Finally, Lucien closed his fist, dissipating the ice sphere. "I didn't intend to kill him, not this time." Lucien conceded, though his voice was far from satisfied. He turned to Kairos, who still lay on the frozen ground, trembling from both cold and fear. "But let me make this clear, Kairos. This special team is under my direct jurisdiction. If anything happens to any of them, there will be consequences. And I assure you, they won't be as friendly as this exchange." Kairos, still shivering from cold and fear, nodded quickly. "Understood, von Lucien. It won't happen again." Lucien looked at him for a moment longer, his gaze piercing, before turning to where Elio lay unconscious, surrounded by his anxious teammates. His expression softened slightly, concern replacing anger. "Take Elio to the resting room," he ordered, his voice softening slightly. "Make sure he doesn't receive any more damage until the system heals him." As Elio's team hurried to comply with his orders, Lucien turned to Rayler. "This can't happen again," he said quietly. "We need to know the movements of you-know-who and the family. We can't allow sabotage now, not when we're so close to implementing the new defense strategies." Rayler nodded. "I agree. I'll accompany you to the next Summoners Council meeting to discuss this matter. Maybe we should bring Cell." "No, let's try one peaceful approach one last time." Meanwhile, Kairos finally managed to free himself from the ice that kept him immobilized. He stood up with difficulty, his pride as bruised as his body. "Lucien, I swear I thought he was dodging the last one," he began, but stopped at the icy glare he received. "I don't want to hear your excuses, Kairos," Lucien said. "What you did today was reckless and dangerous. Not only did you risk the life of a valuable soldier, but you also compromised the trust that soldiers have in us, the summoners." Kairos lowered his gaze, unable to withstand the intensity of Lucien's eyes. "I'm sorry," he mumbled. "I didn't think that." "Exactly," Lucien interrupted. "You didn't think. And that's precisely why, not just because of your age, you remain the youngest summoner. A true leader must consider the consequences of their actions." Rayler, observing the exchange, intervened once more. "Lucien is right, Kairos. Your behavior today was unacceptable. You'll have to answer to the council for your actions." Kairos nodded, defeated. "I understand. I'll accept whatever punishment the council deems appropriate." Elio's team carefully transported him to the infirmary. Zara, tears in her eyes, held Elio's hand, her grip a silent promise of protection and care. "He's going to be fine," Mike murmured, though his voice trembled slightly. "Elio's strong. He still has 4 resistance points according to Ren's calculations. The system is absolute. It won't let him. It can't let him." Chris, despite the situation, couldn't contain his amazement. "Did you see that? Elio managed to hit a summoner. It's incredible. I mean, it's terrible that he's hurt, but Elio might have got a 3rd ball today." "Shut up, Chris," Brock growled. "Elio could have died, though his balls are definitely made of steel." Ren observed the scene with concern and fascination. The probability of Elio managing to hit a summoner was astronomically low. He muttered. "We'll have to recalculate our statistics, reassess our capabilities." Zara stood apart from the group, her emotions in turmoil. The initial relief of seeing Elio survive the encounter was quickly giving way to a complex mix of guilt, anger, and fear. "This is my fault," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I pushed him to prove himself. And now—" Her fists clenched at her sides, trembling with suppressed emotion. "But what was he thinking?" She suddenly burst out, her voice rising. "Taking on a summoner? He could have died. All for what? To prove a point?" She trailed off,
her gaze fixed on Elio's unconscious form. The anger in her eyes softened, replaced by a look of tender concern that revealed the depth of her feelings for him. "If he had died, I'd never forgive myself," she whispered. "But now that he's safe, I might just kill him myself for being such an idiot." "We need to be better prepared," Lucien thought. "The monsters are a constant threat, we can't allow our own internal conflicts to weaken us." Some days later, Lucien arrived at the imposing doors of the council chamber. Rayler stood beside him, a silent pillar of support. They exchanged a look of resolute understanding before Lucien pushed the doors open, striding into the ongoing meeting, once again. The elders Mordred and Destin, along with other council members, looked up with barely disguised irritation. Mordred was the first to speak, his voice laden with disdain. "Ah, Lucien. I see you still haven't learned the importance of protocols. To what do we owe this new intrusion?" Lucien advanced without hesitation, Rayler at his side like a silent but imposing presence. "The soldiers defending the wall can't wait, esteemed council members. The results of our new training methods have exceeded all expectations. We stand at a critical juncture." Estin arched an eyebrow, his interest barely piqued. "Is that so? Enlighten us, then." With a fluid gesture, Lucien spread several scrolls on the council table. The parchments unfurled with a satisfying rustle, revealing meticulously recorded data and statistics. "As you can see, we've significantly improved the success rates in the first 3 levels of the system. Level 1 has gone from 98.7% to 99.8% survival rate thanks to the free oxygen stone I've been giving out for free for the last few months." He paused, allowing the information to sink in before continuing. "Level 2 has improved from 72% to 91% due to the new information I purchased and implemented in our first-day training regimens. And Level 3, well, get to the point, Lucien." Mordred interrupted, though his eyes scrutinized the numbers with growing interest, betraying his attempt at nonchalance. "Level 3 has gone from a measly 40% to an impressive 76% success rate, which can increase if they stick 100% to the new strategy," Lucien concluded, his voice filled with barely contained pride. A murmur of amazement swept through the room. Even Mordred and Estin seemed impressed, though they tried hard not to show it. Lucien seized the moment of silence to launch his proposal. "In light of these results, I request that I be granted the rights to decide how soldiers should be trained and distributed across the 50,000 meters of wall and the 1,000 towers that crown it." The reaction was immediate and predictable. Mordred slammed his wrinkled fist on the table. "Absurd. We won't cede control of the mana to a single individual, no matter how impressive their achievements." Lucien smiled inwardly, he had anticipated this reaction, having carefully crafted his words to emphasize God's turrets. "I'm not asking for control of the mana, honorable elders. I'm simply requesting the authority to determine defense strategies, rotations, and soldier roles. The incoming mana would remain under your and Grandpa's direct control, as it always has been." Estin narrowed his eyes, suspicious. "And what would we gain from this arrangement?" "Efficiency," Lucien replied without hesitation. "With my strategy, we could optimize the use of soldiers in defenses, reducing losses and maximizing our response capacity to breaches." The council members exchanged glances, weighing the proposal. Finally, Mordred spoke. "Very well, Lucien. Given your unexpected success, we'll grant you control over the 25 million mana budgets for defense improvements and the daily salary of 50,000 mana that was planned. We'll also release your monthly allocations, previously frozen. But keep in mind that we'll be watching your every move closely." Lucien nodded, hiding his satisfaction. It was more than he expected to get. "I appreciate your trust. Now, there's another matter we must discuss. I had a situation with Kairos." The atmosphere in the room visibly tensed. Mordred frowned. "What about my grandson?" Chapter 29, Systems Consequences, to Mordred frowned. "What about my grandson? His behavior during an encounter with one of my soldiers was unacceptable," Lucien declared. "He endangered the life of a valuable resource and—" "Enough," Mordred interrupted. "Kairos has already been reprimanded for his actions. Directly by you, I might add. I see no need to discuss this matter further. Or do you think your judgment was insufficient, Lucien?" Lucien clenched his fists but maintained his composure. He knew he wouldn't get a real punishment for Kairos, but he had to try. "Very well. Then I request that he be kept away from my training teams. I can't allow him to interfere with our progress anymore." Estin nodded slowly. "That seems reasonable. A compromise we can all live with. Anything else, Lucien?" Rayler, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. "In fact, there's one more matter that caught my attention. I've heard rumors about a 10th summoner in the making." Estin's eyes gleamed with barely contained pride,
A father's joy mixing with political ambition. Ah, yes. My grandson, Marcus. We're about to get him the 100 cores needed. Once he obtains the salamander, we'll send him to the 4th level. Lucien couldn't hide his surprise. To the 4th level? But invocations have always been rewards for those who overcome the level on their own. Mordred made a dismissive gesture. Times change, Lucien. We need more power to face growing threats. You yourself helped increase the number of level 3 soldiers. Marcus will be the first to reach the 4th level with a pre-existing invocation to ensure his triumph. Lucien exchanged a worried look with Rayler. This brought things to light significantly. About the cores and their growing importance. I understand. Lucien finally said. I suppose this concludes our meeting. I appreciate your time and consideration. The words felt hollow in his mouth, a mere formality. As they withdrew from the council chamber, Rayler leaned towards Lucien. This complicates things. If those old men obtain 10,000 cores one day, they'll be a real problem. He murmured. Lucien nodded gravely. Yes, but it also gives us an opportunity. With control over defense strategies, we can redirect some cores and slow down the progress of their plans. It's not much, but it's a start. As they walked through the complex's corridors, Lucien couldn't help but think about the uncertain future ahead. The birth of a new summoner supported from the beginning, changes in established rules, the council's mana manipulations. Everything pointed to turbulent times ahead, under the elders' growing libertinism. But for now, he had won a small victory. As the meeting concluded, Mordred slumped into his chair with an exasperated sigh. Estin, for his part, poured himself a glass of 1,000-point wine before taking a seat next to his old friend. The richer aroma of the expensive drink filled the air, a stark contrast to the stale atmosphere outside. That Lucien. Mordred growled, rubbing his temples. He becomes more troublesome every day. If it weren't for his undeniable talent in managing the wall. Estin nodded, taking a sip of his wine. He's certainly an insistent child. But we must admit he's made our work easier. If he can improve the defense as promised, we can reduce the allocated mana even further. Mordred's eyes gleamed with greed. You're right. We could increase the number of cores sooner than planned. But we needed those 6,000 deaths to make space for the new generations. Speaking of which, how's your grandson doing? Marcus. Estin replied proudly. He's progressing rapidly in his special training, and we almost have the 100 cores needed for his salamander invocation. If father's quota gets filled soon then. Mordred let out a hearty laugh. Ah, if only Lucien knew. He boasts so much about his achievements, his merit, but he doesn't know the whole truth. The fool still believes in fairness and equal opportunity. Estin joined in the laughter. Indeed. The poor fool thinks we overcame level 4 by our own means. If he knew we had access to God's information and the first invocations before attempting it, his precious meritocracy would crumble before his eyes. Exactly. Mordred nodded. Those projectiles from that damned bird at level 4 are too troublesome. Just throwing spears is a risk I'm not willing to take. The salamander's help will greatly reduce the danger for Marcus. We protect our own, after all. Estin leaned forward, lowering his voice although they were alone. And once we succeed in gathering enough for the level 3 invocation, the next step will be even grander. If we manage to accumulate 100,000 cores, level 5 would be a piece of cake. Mordred completed, his eyes shining with anticipation. Imagine the power we'd have then. We'd be practically invincible, just like. Both elders fell silent for a moment, savoring the idea of such vast power. Finally, Estin broke the silence. Do you think Lucien suspects something? He seems to be more inquisitive lately. Mordred dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. He can suspect all he wants. As long as he has no proof, he can't do anything. Besides, he's too busy with his noble efforts to improve the defenses. Let him play the hero, it serves our purposes in one way. True. Estin nodded. And while he's distracted with that, we can advance the true plans without interference. Mordred stood up, walking to the window overlooking the rock city. Sometimes I wonder if we shouldn't just ask permission to get rid of him. He's too idealistic for his own good. He will surely be a problem next year. Estin shook his head. No. For now, he's more useful alive than dead, isn't he? His improvements to the defenses will allow us to divert more resources to our project. Besides, eliminating a summoner would show that new mountain of level 3 commoners that we're not as strong as we claim. I suppose you're right. Mordred conceded, his gaze still fixed on the city below. But we'll have to watch him closely. We can't allow him to interfere when we're on the right path to our goal. Estin joined his friend at the window, observing the city sprawled before them. The sight of people scurrying about their daily lives, unaware of the machinations above, filled them with a sense of power. One day, All of this will truly be ours. Not just in name, but in absolute power. And when that day comes, Mordred added with a sinister smile, not even him will be able to stop us from buying that potion. The two elders stood there, contemplating their domain, their minds filled with plans and ambitions that would sacrifice countless lives for the sake of their plan. The city, ignorant of its leaders' machinations, continued its daily routine in its suppressive, low-oxygen environment, unaware that its fate was being decided by the avarice of a few. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, Lucien continued working tirelessly to protect those whom these men saw as mere tools. Gods Exchange statues offered many things, most of them luxuries or equipment that common people couldn't afford with their miserable amount of mana. But there was one statue, located inside of the family's building in the center of the city, that surpassed all others in its offerings of exclusive and exorbitantly priced goods. Here, one could even purchase large trees and the soil to plant them, a luxury beyond imagination for most citizens. Or even their knowledge. The families controlled the central building, behind the great library, where this statue was located. Around it, they had an enormous garden covered by a dome, within which the air was much more breathable. In this luxurious private garden of the main families, Kairos sat on a marble bench, his face contorted in a grimace of disgust. The beauty of the surroundings seemed lost on him, his mind consumed by recent events. Not far away, his cousin Marcus paced back and forth, his impatience palpable in every movement. "It's ridiculous!" Marcus exclaimed, stopping abruptly. His voice echoed in the artificial paradise. "I already have more than 90 cores. Why can't they just give me the last ones? I'm so close. Can't they see how important this is for me?" Kairos snorted, not bothering to look at his cousin. "Oh, shut up already. At least you weren't humiliated. You don't know what real frustration is. Also, I waited many years more than you." Marcus turned to Kairos, a mocking smile curving his lips. "Ah, yes. The great Kairos, defeated by a mere level 3 soldier. What a shame for our family." Kairos's eyes flashed with fury. "Watch what you say, little cousin. Also, it's Von Kairos for you. The only reason for my defeat was that I set the condition of a single touch. I would never lose for real. I may be punished now, but don't forget who I am." "Oh, I remember perfectly," Marcus replied, his voice laden with sarcasm. He began to tick off points on his fingers. "You're the one who's grounded, the one who is beaten up by Lucien for real, the one who's locked up here while I can come and go as I please. In fact, I could go and take revenge for you if I wanted. You know, put that Elio guy in his place. Show him what real power looks like." Kairos let out a bitter laugh. "You? Please. You're just a level 3. What could you do against someone who managed to touch me? You're all talk, Marcus. Always have been." Marcus straightened, offended by the dismissal. His voice took on a haughty tone. "I have the best equipment Mana can buy. With my max level armor and weapon, I could easily defeat him. You underestimate me, cousin. You're still pathetic." Kairos mocked. "You can't even touch me with your spears, and Elio could reach me. A pampered kid playing at being a warrior." Kairos's words ignited a spark of anger in Marcus. Without another word, he turned and began to walk away, his mind already scheming plans of revenge. "You'll see, Kairos," he muttered to himself. "I'll show you what I'm capable of. And as soon as I get my salamander, you'll be the one bowing before me." As Marcus walked away, Kairos remained alone in the garden, his thoughts darkened by plans of his own revenge. "Enjoy your moment of glory, Lucien," he thought, a sinister smile curving his lips. "Because when I get my level 2 invocation, as my grandfather promised, you and I will be on equal footing. And then, oh, then you'll see what true skill is." The afternoon wore on, and the two cousins, separated by distance but united in their thirst for vengeance, continued plotting, each convinced of their own superiority. Marcus, on his way to the training quarters, imagined the taunts he would throw at Kairos when he returned victorious. "Oh, poor Kairos," he mocked in his mind. "Couldn't you defeat a simple soldier? What a pity. Look how I, even being level 3, could do what you failed to achieve. Who's pathetic now?" Meanwhile, Kairos sank deeper and deeper into his fantasies of retribution. In his mind, he clearly saw the moment when he would face Lucien again, this time with his new invocation by his side. "I'll also show your protege what the true power of a summoner is," he murmured to himself. Lucien won't be able to protect his little prided soldier forever. Chapter 30, Systems Regeneration. The sun had barely peeked through the infirmary window when Elio heard the unmistakable commotion of his team approaching. He sighed, mentally preparing himself for what was to come. The door burst open, revealing Chris with a ear-to-ear grin. "Good morning, Sleeping Beauty. Ready for another round with a summoner?" Or maybe you want to dive into the sea of monsters to feel the real challenge 10 seconds before losing your head? Elio groaned, burying his head in the pillow. Please stop, I already know how stupid it was. Brock entered next, carrying a tray full of food. Come on, boss. You need to eat well to get those steel balls back in shape. Brock. Zara exclaimed, pushing him slightly as she entered. Have some tact, will you? There is a woman right here. Micah intervened. What woman? I only see rowdy guys here. Wait, put that down. Not in the face. Ren, the last to enter, was counting something on his fingers. According to my calculations, with the system's 7-day regeneration rate and the 4 resistance points you had left, you should be fully recovered in approximately 47 hours, 15 minutes, and 15 seconds. Elio blinked, processing the information. Thanks, Ren. Always so precise. Chris launched himself at the foot of the bed, nearly crushing Elio's feet. Come on, tell us. How did it feel to touch a summoner? Did you see his face when the armor cracked? I told you already. I was more concerned about the fireball in front of me. Elio replied, scratching the back of his neck. Zara approached, her expression softening as she looked at Elio. Please don't scare us like that again, she said softly, her voice laden with concern. We thought we'd lost you. Yeah. Brock added, his mouth full of what looked suspiciously like Elio's breakfast. Next time you want to impress Zara, just ask her out to dinner. Zara blushed furiously, while Elio choked on the water he was drinking. Micah, always attentive to the mood of the room, quickly changed the subject. By the way, Elio, he said, his tone carefully casual, have you seen Marcus again? There are rumors flying around about a potential level 3 duel to show the new technique. Elio frowned. That guy who insisted on a duel? No, apparently he intends to wait the supposed 7 days. So I have 2 days to escape. Chris jumped excitedly. Oh, you have to accept. After the summoner, a level 3 would be a piece of cake. I don't think that's a good idea. Ren interjected, his fingers already moving as he calculated. Based on Elio's current condition and Marcus's known capabilities, I estimate the probability of Elio sustaining further injury at approximately 57.8%. Not odds I'd be comfortable betting on. Come on, Ren. Chris complained, deflating slightly. Where's your sense of adventure? Your thirst for glory? You're probably left it in the same place you left your common sense. Zara replied, rolling her eyes. Brock let out a laugh. Good one, Zara. But seriously, Elio, you should consider the duel. You could win some extra metal in your ba. Elio shook his head. Guys, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I think I've had enough duels for now. I'd rather focus on our training. Speaking of which, Micah said, we've been practicing the relay strategy you asked for. I think we're ready to test it. Excellent. Elio smiled. I can't wait to see it in action. Ren approached, extending his hand. I almost forgot. Give me your daily mana input. I've been making the transaction earlier because the process becomes more bureaucratic when it's not you who delivers it. The administrators are surprisingly resistant to logical arguments about efficiency. Thanks, Ren. Elio softly interrupted, pressing a small crystal into Ren's palm. I appreciate it. Really? All of you. On the 5th day, Elio could no longer bear being in bed. Just as he was considering sneaking out, Zara entered the room followed by the boys. Elio, I've made a decision. I'm going to face level 3. Elio looked at her, recognizing the fire in her eyes. The same fire he'd seen in his own reflection before facing the summoner. Zara, are you sure? Elio asked, concern evident in his voice. Level 3 is. I know. Zara interrupted. I've been training hard. I have the resistant suit, the 400-point blanket, the air stone, and the 2 disposable fire swords since you gave me another one. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. All right. Elio finally said. But you're not going alone. I'll accompany you. Elio, you're not fully recovered yet. Micah protested. I'm well enough. Elio insisted, pushing the sheets aside. Besides, someone has to make sure Zara brings all the equipment and doesn't try to be reckless. Zara raised an eyebrow. You? Talking about not being reckless? That's rich, coming from the boy who challenged a summoner. Elio couldn't help but laugh. You got me. But seriously, Zara, I want to be there to support you. We all do. But Elio. Zara said, her expression softening, you know I'll have to enter my book alone. No one can help me once I'm inside. It's my battle to fight from here and... I know. Elio replied, putting a hand on her shoulder. But we'll be there, waiting. And when you come out victorious, we'll be the first to celebrate. That's what friends do. As they prepared to leave, Elio couldn't help but feel concern. He knew Zara was strong, but like any battle, level 3 was unpredictable. However, he trusted her and the training they had done together. By the way, Chris added as they left the resting room, if we run into Marcus on the way, should we tell him you accept his duel after Zara finishes? Chris. They all exclaimed in unison, before bursting into laughter. Elio and his team arrived at the level 3 challenge area and led Zara to the officials to register as 3rd level challenger. Zara stopped in front of the pedestal where she would enter her systems book. Her hands trembled slightly as she held it, but her gaze was full of determination. You're ready for this, right? Elio said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Remember everything we've trained for? Zara nodded, a small smile curving her lips. Thank you, Elio. All of you. I won't let you down. Chris, unable to contain his enthusiasm, exclaimed, You're going to kick that monster's butt, Zara. Technically, level 3 monsters don't have butts. Ren muttered, holding his chin. They have puffy tails. Brock let out a laugh. Ren, buddy, that's still a butt in my book, sometimes you're too literal for your own good. Micah, always the peacemaker, intervened, the important thing is that we believe in you, Zara. We'll be here waiting for your triumphant return. Zara looked at each of her teammates, absorbing their support and confidence. Then, with a decisive movement, she opened the book to the 3rd page. Do you wish to challenge the 3rd trial? The world around her seemed to fade away. Zara barely appeared before she ran directly towards the threatening level 3 monster, with her 2 swords in hand. Meanwhile, outside the book, the team waited anxiously. Seconds felt like minutes, and each passing moment increased the tension. How long has it been now? Chris asked, unable to stay still. Ren answered instantly. Exactly 37 seconds. Average time for a level 3 challenges. Come on, Zara. Elio muttered, cutting off Ren's statistics. His fists were clenched at his sides, he had never felt this much tension. Even. You can do this. You have to do this. Suddenly, the book lifted off the pedestal, hovering in the air. The team collectively held their breath, the world seeming to pause in that moment of anticipation. A few seconds that felt like an eternity passed. Then, in a flash of light, Zara materialized before them. She stood tall, a triumphant smile spreading across her face as she raised her arms in victory. I did it! She exclaimed. Joy erupted among the group. Chris and Brock ran to hug Zara, lifting her off the ground in their enthusiasm. Micah applauded, his face radiant with pride. Even Ren was smiling broadly, something rare for him. Elio approached last, his heart swelling with pride, relief, and something deeper that he wasn't quite ready to name. I knew you could do it, Zara. He said softly. You're strong. Truly. Zara, still surrounded by her teammates, blushed and looked at Elio gratefully. I couldn't have done it without your training and everyone's support. She stammered, suddenly shy in the face of their collective pride. When the initial euphoria finally calmed down, Elio made an announcement. Zara, you've reached level 3. From now on, you'll be an official part of the spear thrower team. Zara's eyes lit up with excitement. Thank you, Elio. I won't let you. A strident sound cut through the air. The breach alarm was ringing, its urgent tone indicating an imminent threat. Ren, already consulting a guard, responded, It seems to be a breach in our right sector of the wall. Zara, still elated from her recent victory, turned to Elio. Can we go? I want to see the technique in action. It's the best way to test its effectiveness in a real situation. Elio hesitated. He looked at his companions, seeking their opinion. Chris was the first to speak. Come on, Elio. It's our chance to show what we can do. You already took down one, it's our turn to feel it. I agree. Brock added. We've trained for this. It's time to put everything we've learned into practice and see if our Micah, always more cautious, intervened. It's dangerous, but it's also true that we need real experience. Besides, we'll be together. Ren, after performing some quick calculations, concluded, based on our performance in training, I estimate we have a 99.999% chance of success if we work as a team. Elio looked at each of his companions, feeling the weight of the decision on his shoulders. Finally, he nodded. All right. We'll go, but with caution. Remember everything we've practiced and stay alert. Run to get your spears before the nearest squad beats us to it. The group set off quickly. As they ran, Elio couldn't help but feel excitement and apprehension at the same time. This would be the first real test of his team, the opportunity to prove their worth not only to themselves but to the entire wall. As they approached the wall's parapet, the chaos became more evident. Soldiers were running in all directions. When they reached the top, beyond the wall, they could see the threatening shapes of millions of monsters, trying to make their way on top of each other, creating the waves of a horrible sea of monster insects. Elio paused for a moment, observing the monster about to face the squad of defenders. Then, with a voice full of determination, he addressed his team. This is the moment we've prepared for. Remember, we work together. Trust the technique and trust yourselves. Are you ready? A chorus of yes resonated among his companions. With a final nod, Elio gave the order, let's go. Chapter 31, Systems New Squad. Elio's team fanned out in a semicircle, facing the monstrous creature that had just breached their defenses. The beast, a four-armed giant insect of the same species Elio had battled before, roared defiantly, its compound eyes gleaming with predatory fury. At the forefront, Elio raised one of his two spears. Remember the plan, he commanded, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. We alternate every 2 seconds. Aim for the joints and eyes. Zara, maintain your distance and observe. Zara nodded, taking a few steps back but keeping her gaze locked on the scene, eager to learn from her more experienced comrades. Now! Elio shouted, hurling his weapon with pinpoint accuracy. The spear whistled through the air, embedding itself deep into the joint between the monster's thorax and one of its upper arms. The creature shrieked in pain, staggering backward. Micah! Elio called out, his hand extended as he summoned his lance back with magnetic control. The weapon flew to his grasp, humming with residual energy. Without missing a beat, Micah stepped forward and launched his own weapon. His aim was equally precise, striking one of the insect's compound eyes. The monster thrashed its head violently, disoriented by the impact. Ren was next. His throw, though powerful, veered slightly off course, grazing the monster's exoskeleton without causing significant damage. However, demonstrating quick thinking, Ren adjusted his control over the lance mid-flight, managing to slam its blunt end into the creature's mandible on its return path. Nice adjustment, Ren. Chris shouted, his excitement palpable. Chris took his turn, his lance spinning once before lodging itself in the joint of one of the monster's lower arms. The insect stumbled, momentarily losing its balance. Brock, wearing a confident smirk, hurled his weapon straight at the center of the monster's thorax. The impact was so forceful that the creature reeled back several steps, screeching in agony. The sound of chitin cracking echoed across the battlefield. Elio watched with pride as his team executed the strategy they had tirelessly practiced. Every 2 seconds, a new attack assailed the monster, preventing it from advancing or counterattacking effectively. Keep up the pace, Elio ordered, readying himself for his second attack. The team maintained their relentless assault. Each lance that flew towards the monster was immediately retrieved, and the siege continued with the next team member. The creature, overwhelmed by the speed and precision of the attacks, could barely react. Its movements became increasingly erratic, its defenses crumbling under the coordinated assault. For his second throw, Elio aimed at the base of one of the upper arms that hadn't been damaged yet. The lance penetrated deeply, nearly severing the appendage from the body. As it returned, Elio manipulated its trajectory so that the sharp end struck the same wounded area, amputating the arm completely. The limb fell to the ground with a sickening thud, then it started to disappear. Inspired by Elio's maneuver, Micah attempted something similar. He launched his weapon towards one of the damaged eyes and, on its return, made it spin so that the flat side struck the monster's head, further disorienting it. Determined not to miss again, Ren carefully calculated his shot. This time, his lance lodged perfectly in the joint between the insect's head and thorax, causing the creature to convulse violently. Fantastic, Ren! Zara exclaimed from her observation post, impressed by the precision of the attack. On his second turn, Chris decided to target the monster's legs. His lance cleanly pierced one of the joints, further limiting the creature's mobility. The locust stumbled, its movements becoming increasingly labored. Not to be outdone, Brock directed his second attack at the base of the insect's antennae. The impact was devastating, ripping off one of the antennae and leaving the monster clearly disoriented. It thrashed about, unable to coordinate its movements effectively. The battle raged on, its attempts to advance towards the team were easily countered by the constant barrage of attacks. The once mighty creature was being reduced to a battered, struggling mass. Seeing that victory was within their grasp, Elio decided to call for the team to hold their ground and keep pushing with the concentrated assault. Hold your positions for the third round, he shouted to his team. With intense focus, Elio launched his weapon directly at the center of the monster's head. The lance penetrated deeply, piercing through the exoskeleton and embedding itself in what appeared to be the creature's brain. Recognizing the opportunity, Micah directed his third attack towards the same wound Elio had opened, driving it even deeper. Ren aimed for the base of the insect's neck, seeking to separate the head from the body. His lance struck with impressive force, causing the monster to shudder violently. We've almost got it. I'll take its head off, Chris shouted, preparing for what he thought would be the killing blow. However, before Chris could launch his attack, the monster emitted a shrill screech and collapsed. Its massive body hit the ground with a dull thud. Silence fell over the group as they watched the monster, waiting for any sign of movement. After several tense seconds, it became clear that the creature had been defeated as it began to disintegrate. "We did it!" Brock exclaimed, breaking the silence with a jubilant cry. The team erupted into celebrations, hugging each other and exchanging congratulations. Zara ran towards them, her eyes shining with excitement and admiration. "That was incredible!" she exclaimed, looking at each of her companions in turn. "The way you coordinated your attacks. It was awesome." Elio couldn't help but smile with pride. "We did it together," he said, gazing at his team. Micah was already reviewing the battle. 13 attacks," he murmured, impressed. "We defeated a breach monster with just 13 coordinated strikes. I'm sorry I couldn't participate," Zara said, a hint of frustration in her voice. Elio placed a hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, observing and learning is just as important. Next time, you'll be right there with us." Chris, still full of adrenaline, was jumping with excitement. "I can't believe I didn't get the chance to deliver my third blow. But did you see how my second attack shattered that leg? It was epic." Brock let out a hearty laugh. Yeah, we were all focused on the locus. But I thought Ren would miss, until he didn't. That adjustment on your first throw. Pure genius." Ren, usually reserved, couldn't help but blush at the compliment. "I just applied the principles of magical magnetism we've been studying," he mumbled, though it was evident he was pleased. As the team continued their celebration, Elio noticed several soldiers and officers approaching, their faces full of awe and curiosity. "Heads up," Elio warned his team. "Looks like we'll have some explaining to do." After their impressive victory over the breach monster, Elio and his team found themselves quickly escorted through the winding corridors of the wall to Von Lucien's office. Whispers and looks of awe followed them at every step. As they entered the spacious office, they found Von Lucien standing by the window, his imposing figure silhouetted against the light. He turned to greet them, a smile of satisfaction on his face. The small frog perched atop his head seemed to mirror its master's expression, its bulbous eyes gleaming with intelligence. "Excellent work, team," Lucien said, his voice resonating with approval. "You've proven that the strategy is not only viable but extraordinarily effective." Elio stepped forward, the adrenaline from the battle still coursing through his veins, making his words come out faster than usual. "Thank you, sir." The team performed flawlessly. Everyone executed their role with precision. Lucien nodded, walking towards his desk. "I know. I've received a preliminary report, and if what I've been told is true, I must say you've exceeded my expectations." Chris, unable to contain his enthusiasm, exclaimed, "It was incredible. The monster didn't even have a chance to get close to us." "Precisely," Lucien responded, a spark of excitement in his eyes. "And that's why we're here. It's time to take this strategy to the next level." The team exchanged looks of surprise and anticipation. Lucien continued, "I've been preparing the necessary resources to equip new teams with this technique. The spears are already being exchanged, and logistical preparations are underway. We're on the cusp of a major shift in our defensive capabilities." "You mean there will be more teams like ours?" Micah asked. "Exactly," Lucien confirmed. "But we'll need instructors capable of teaching the magnetic retrieval technique. And that's where you come in." Elio felt pride at the prospect. "We'd be honored to share our knowledge, sir." Lucien smiled, pleased with the response. "Excellent. Now, as for the practical details." He walked to a nearby cabinet and opened it, revealing a series of gleaming spheres. "To start with, you can keep your level 4 spheres. Additionally, each of you will receive an extra sphere of the same level." He began distributing the weapons among the team. When he reached Zara, he paused. "Zara, I understand you're new to level 3 and haven't had the chance to practice the technique yet. But I trust Elio's judgment, so I'll provide you with 2 level 4 lances so you can catch up quickly." Zara took the weapons with reverence, her eyes shining with excitement. "Thank you, sir. I won't let you down. I'll train harder than anyone to master this technique." Finally, Lucien turned to Elio. "And for you, Elio, I have something special." He pulled out a spear that seemed to radiate power. "This is another level 5 lance, to match your current one. I trust you'll use it wisely." Elio took the weapon, feeling its weight and balance, noting it was a bit light. He'd have to add some nickel layers. "It's an honor, sir. I'll use it to protect our people." Lucien nodded approvingly before continuing. "Now, regarding your new responsibility as instructors, this is what I need from you. You'll train the groups I assign to you in the magnetic retrieval technique. It's crucial that they master this skill fast." Ren, always attentive to details, asked, "What will the training schedule be, sir?" "I'll give you the schedule tomorrow, but it will be in the afternoon, so conserve your mana," Lucien replied. To allow you to focus fully on this task, all soldiers participating in the training will receive 5 payment points daily and will be exempt from contributing to the turret. This will allow them to use their mana almost exclusively for training. Brock's eyes widened. Exempt from contribution? That's incredible. Lucian smiled at the reaction. Indeed. And for you, as lead instructors, the compensation will be even greater. You'll receive 10 points daily, the same salary as the patrols controlled by the families. A murmur of excitement ran through the group. 10 daily points was a considerable sum, especially for young people their age. Since they had been training with Elio, their points were almost completely lost in training. Additionally, Lucian continued, you'll also be temporarily exempt from paying the turret. I want you to dedicate all your energy and mana to perfecting and teaching this technique. Elio, feeling the weight of responsibility, asked, how long will this training period last, sir? Lucian leaned on his desk. As long as necessary. The safety of our city depends on developing capable and well-trained defenders. We won't skimp on resources or time to achieve this. Ren, always thinking ahead, interjected, sir, will there be armor for the new teams? Lucian shook his head. For now, no. Armor requires additional resources that we're allocating to the spheres. The strategy is based on keeping monsters at a distance, so mobility will be more crucial than heavy protection. We may revisit this decision in the future, but for now, speed and agility are our priorities. The team nodded, understanding the logic behind the decision. They had demonstrated that with proper execution, the monster couldn't easily approach. Still, Elio made a mental note to work on evasive maneuvers in their training regimen, just in case. One last thing. Lucian added, his tone becoming more solemn. What you're about to undertake is not just a job, it's a crucial mission for the survival of our city. You'll be forming the next generation of defenders. The responsibility is enormous, but I have full confidence in your abilities. Elio looked at his companions, seeing the resolve in their eyes. We won't let you down, sir. We'll give our best to train these new teams. Lucian smiled, satisfied. I know you will. Now, take the rest of the day to rest and process all of this. Tomorrow we'll begin with the detailed preparations for the training program. As the team prepared to leave, Lucian added, and Elio, stay for a moment. There's something else I want to discuss with you. The others left, casting curious glances at Elio. Chris stuck out his tongue, winked, and gave a thumbs up before closing the door. Chapter 32, Systems Cores. As the others left the office, Lucian turned to Elio, his expression becoming more serious and confidential. Elio. Lucian began, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, there's something else I need to discuss with you. Something that must remain strictly between us. The frog on his head seemed to lean forward, its bulbous eyes fixed on Elio with an unnerving intensity. Elio nodded, intrigued by the sudden change in Lucian's demeanor. Of course, sir. You can trust my discretion. Whatever it is, it won't leave this room. Lucian approached a bookshelf and took out a heavy metal box, opened it with a key, revealing a smaller box. He carefully placed it on his desk. Normally, the next step in your growth would be to face the level 4 challenge. Lucian said, opening the box to reveal 10 small glowing cores. But you know that there is another way to get stronger. For the first summon, you need 100 monster cores. Elio's eyes widened at the sight of the cores. Yes, sir. But I thought I'd have to overcome the 4th level first. Lucian's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. That's how it's always been, yes. But circumstances are changing, Elio. Someone changed the rules. In the process, I've also gained advantages. And with them, new priorities arise. Elio listened attentively. The breaches have increased significantly in recent days. Von Lucian continued, his voice full of concern. The elders seem to be impatient. This increase is claiming lives, Elio. Lives of brave soldiers in the patrol and defender squads. Elio felt a chill run down his spine. That's terrible, sir. I thought we had saved them. Is there anything we can do to stop it? Lucian shook his head, a flicker of frustration in his features. Stop it, no. We can only prepare them better with your technique. But someday I want to end this madness. And this is where you come in, Elio. He leaned forward, his voice dropping even lower. Thanks to my position and the control I've gained over all the soldiers, I can now make some adjustments. Divert resources, including cores. It's not much, not yet, but it's a start. Elio's eyes lit up with understanding. Sir, are you saying that? Lucian nodded, the movement causing the frog on his head to sway slightly. That's right, Elio. I can help you gather the 100 cores you need. With the increase in breaches and these adjustments, in a few months you could have your first summon ready. Before you face the 4th level challenge. The opportunity was incredible, Almost too good to be true. But with it came a wave of anxiety. It's an incredible opportunity, sir. But wouldn't we be considered traitors? If anyone found out. We would if anyone found out. Lucien replied seriously. That's why it's crucial that this stays between us. No one, not even your teammates, should know about this arrangement. Do you understand the importance of this, Elio? Elio nodded solemnly, looking at the intense eyes of the frog for a moment. Absolutely, sir. You have my word that I'll keep this secret. Good, said Lucien, satisfied. But remember, Elio, this isn't a gift. It's an investment in our city's future. With your potential and a summon at your disposal, you'll be able to reach my level soon and become a powerful ally for me. Elio straightened up, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. I understand, sir. I won't let you down. I know you won't. Lucien replied with a smile. Now, there's another reason I'm offering you this opportunity. The increase in breaches not only means more cores available but also more danger for our current defenders. Did you discover if it's possible to damage the locus at a distance with level 3 lances? Elio nodded. It was possible. I tested it with my first throw, sir. It's only necessary to completely cover the lance in nickel and apply a bit of magnetism to repel it in flight. As long as the lance is in contact with mana, it doesn't need to be level 4 or 5 to apply the thrower's damage. Lucien stood up and began pacing the office, his voice charged with urgency. That's excellent news. We'll be able to arm all the 10,000 soldiers in that case. We need the new squads ready as soon as possible. He paused, his expression darkening. I know I've told you this before, but I want you to know the numbers. The delay in implementing the new method has already claimed 783 lives. Your technique, Elio, can make the difference between life and death for many soldiers. For families who'll never have to receive that dreaded news. Elio nodded, understanding the pain. I understand, sir. We'll do our utmost to train the new squads as quickly and efficiently as possible. Exactly. Lucien confirmed. While I take care of diverting some cores for you, your priority must be training these new squads. Every day counts, Elio. Every soldier we manage to prepare with your technique could mean lives saved in the future. Elio felt a new determination burning away the last vestiges of doubt. I won't fail you, sir. I'll dedicate every available moment to perfecting and teaching the technique. Lucien smiled, pleased with Elio's response. I know you will. And remember, the faster and more efficient you are in training, the sooner we can finish collecting cores for you. It's a delicate balance, Elio. Your personal progress and the city's safety are now more intertwined than ever. I understand the responsibility, sir. Elio responded firmly. I won't waste this opportunity. Lucien nodded, satisfied. Good. Now, go to your team. Celebrate your victory today, but prepare for the intense work ahead. Tomorrow we'll begin with the detailed preparations for the training program. As Elio headed towards the door, Lucien added, and Elio, remember, absolute discretion. The future of many, and ours, depends on it. Elio nodded one last time before leaving the office. The opportunity to reach level 4 and obtain his first summon was now within reach, but with it came an enormous responsibility and a burden of secrecy. Upon reaching where his friends were waiting, Elio took a deep breath, composing his expression. He would have to guard his emotions and the knowledge of what was to come. For now, he would focus on celebrating the day's victory with his team and preparing them for the intense training that would begin tomorrow. As Elio rejoined his team, he was immediately struck by the eager curiosity painted across their faces. They clustered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, reminding him of children awaiting a story. Well? Zara asked, unable to contain her impatience any longer. Her foot tapped a rapid rhythm on the floor. What did Von Lucien want? It must have been important to keep you back like that. Elio put on his best casual smile, a mask to conceal the true nature of his conversation with Lucien. The weight of the secret pressed against his chest, making each breath feel deliberate. Oh, nothing too important, he said with a carefully measured shrug. He just wanted some additional details about the magnetism technique we developed. Chris let out a laugh. Seriously? He kept you back all that time just to talk about that? Well, Elio replied with an enigmatic smile, you know how Von Lucien is with details. He wanted to know exactly how we manipulate the magnetic field to make the lances spin. Brock feigned an exaggerated yawn. Sounds fascinating. I bet it was an electrifying conversation. Micah, the most perceptive of the group, narrowed his eyes suspiciously. His gaze seemed to pierce through Elio's casual facade. Are you sure that's all? He seemed pretty serious when he asked you to stay behind. Elio maintained his composure, grateful for the poker-faced lessons his mother had unknowingly given him. Totally sure. Von Lucian simply wanted to make sure we understood the importance of perfecting the technique for the new recruits. He emphasized how crucial our role as instructors will be. Ren, with his usual precision, added, "That makes sense. The efficiency of our technique could increase by 27.3% with proper and consistent training. The potential impact on the defensive capabilities of our wall is significant." "Exactly." Elio nodded, seizing the opportunity to change the subject. "And speaking of training, we'd better rest well tonight. Tomorrow we start with the new recruits." The team nodded, the excitement for the new challenge quickly replacing their initial curiosity. As they began to discuss their plans for the training regimen, Elio felt a bit of guilt settle in his chest. He hated keeping secrets from his friends, but he understood the necessity. The following weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Elio and his team immersed themselves fully in training the new recruits. Every morning, they gathered in the training fields, where rows of level 3 soldiers eagerly waited to learn the revolutionary magnetism technique. Elio watched with a swelling sense of pride as his teammates adapted to their new roles as instructors, each finding their niche in the training process. Zara, with her infinite patience and encouraging smile, guided the most novice recruits through the basics of magnetic control. Her gentle but firm approach helped even the most frustrated soldiers find their footing with the technique. She didn't hit too many of them. Chris, with his infectious energy and boisterous laugh, kept morale high even during the most exhausting exercises. His ability to turn grueling drills into games helped the recruits push through their fatigue, often without even realizing how hard they were working. Were they working? Brock, his muscular frame a testament to dedication, demonstrated the technique over and over, his precision serving as an example for all. Showing that even the most difficult aspects of the technique could be mastered with enough practice. Also showing some muscle poses, Micah took charge of the theoretical aspects, his calm and methodical approach perfect for explaining the complex principles behind magnetic manipulation. His clear explanations helped the recruits understand not just the how but the why of each movement. Also why you shouldn't ask silly questions to a sarcastic teacher, and Ren, with his analytical mind always working overtime, developed increasingly complex exercises to challenge the most advanced recruits. His ability to break down the technique into its component parts allowed for targeted improvement in areas where individuals struggled. Maybe with overly specific calculations. One morning, as Elio was supervising a practice session, a familiar figure approached the training field. It was Marcus, the young man who had insisted on a duel weeks ago. His face showed barely concealed frustration as he strode purposefully towards Elio. "Elio!" Marcus called out, his voice carrying across the field and drawing curious glances from nearby recruits. "It's been 2 weeks now. It's time for our duel. You can't keep avoiding me forever." Elio sighed internally, remembering the challenge he had hoped Marcus would forget in the face of more pressing concerns. He turned to face the young man, keeping his expression neutral. "Marcus, I appreciate your enthusiasm. But as you can see, we're in the middle of crucial training for the city's defense." Marcus frowned. "So what? A quick duel won't interfere with your precious training? Or are you afraid? Is that why you're hiding behind these recruits?" Elio felt a flash of irritation at the accusation but kept his voice level. "I'm sorry, Marcus." Elio replied firmly. "But my responsibility now is to these recruits and the safety of our city. I can't abandon my duties for a personal duel." Before Marcus could protest further, a familiar voice interrupted the conversation. "Is there a problem here?" Elio and Marcus turned to see Varric approaching, followed by 3 of his usual companions. Chapter 33, Systems New City Defenders. Varric. Elio greeted cautiously, his hand instinctively tightening on his spear. "There's no problem here. Marcus was just insisting on an unnecessary duel." Varric finished, his piercing gaze fixed on Marcus. "Cousin, can't you see you're interrupting vital training?" Marcus blinked, caught off guard by Varric's unexpected intervention. "But I thought you'd be on my side in this." Varric's lips curled into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Times change, dear cousin. I've decided it's high time we put aside our differences and learn from Elio. His technique is intriguing, to say the least." Elio observed the exchange, surprise and suspicion churning in his gut. Never in 1,000 years had he expected Varric, of all people, to show interest in his technique. "Marcus," Varric continued, "I believe it's time for a family chat about our priorities on the wall. These gentlemen will escort you." Before Marcus could protest, Varric's men steered him away. Elio watched as Marcus cast confused and frustrated glances over his shoulder as he was led away. Varric turned to Elio, his smile still not quite reaching his eyes. "My apologies for the interruption, Elio. I hope you can now continue your valuable training without further distractions." "Thank you, Varric," Elio replied, still bewildered by this turn of events. "Are you genuinely interested in learning the technique?" "But of course. Varric nodded. I've been observing, and I must admit, it's impressive. I believe it would be beneficial for all if I were to join the training. Elio hesitated for a moment, but Von Lucien's words about the importance of preparing as many defenders as possible echoed in his mind. Very well, Varric. You may join us. But I warn you, the training is intense and requires total commitment. I'd expect nothing less. Varric's enigmatic smile widened. In the days that followed, Varric integrated himself into the training group. To everyone's surprise, he proved to be a dedicated and talented student, his mana control excellent as he quickly mastered the basics of the magnetism technique. Elio wiped the sweat from his brow as he sat on a wooden bench near the training field. He had been teaching the magnetic throw and retrieval technique for hours, and it was finally time for a break. A wary-looking soldier approached him, holding a water container. It was Terran, a man entering his 40s with scars on his arms that revealed his experience in active patrols. Mind if I join you, Instructor Elio? Terran asked, gesturing to the empty space on the bench. Elio smiled and nodded. Of course not. Have a seat, and please, just call me Elio. Terran dropped heavily onto the bench, taking a long swig from his container before offering it to Elio. I've got to admit, I'm impressed, he said as Elio gratefully accepted the water. Never thought I'd see the day we'd be chucking our spears around. Elio chuckled softly. Quite the paradigm shift, isn't it? Terran nodded, his expression turning serious. It is. And I can't help but wonder. How did you come up with such a technique? I mean, my whole life as a soldier, we've always been drilled to keep our spears firmly in hand. Throwing a level 3 spear. Well, we were always told it would just bounce off. Elio leaned back on the bench, pondering the question. Well, it was a combination of necessity, curiosity, and a bit of luck, I suppose. Facing my first monster unarmed in the system's test. It forces you to think outside the box. No weapons? Terran's eyes widened. That must have been terrifying. Elio nodded, a shadow passing over his face. It was. But the one who taught me the strategy to win like that, made me think differently. After that, I started experimenting with everything. One day, I stumbled upon magical magnetism and decided to figure out how it could be applied to weapons. Terran scratched his chin thoughtfully. You know, it reminds me of something I saw once. There was this veteran soldier in the family patrols. He could throw his level 4 spear. Really? Elio leaned forward, intrigued. Yeah. Terran continued, his eyes distant with the memory. He had to imbue it with the ice sacrifice metal and use a bit of mana to propel it. But he didn't do it often. Said it was an unnecessary waste of mana. Elio nodded, understanding. Makes sense. Nobody would want to waste our precious mana. With level 4 armor and groups of 10 soldiers, I guess they felt safe facing the locust head-on. Terran let out a bitter laugh. Yeah, well, those of us using level 3 ones don't have that luxury. Our armor weighs a ton and barely gives us 3 defense points, no extra resistance. And believe me, getting hurt is common. I've heard that locust attacks inflict 4 damage points over total defense if you're using level 3. Elio commented, his voice laced with concern. Terran nodded grimly. That's right. And if you're unlucky enough to get your head bitten off, well, the armor's useless in that case. Elio felt a chill run down his spine at the mental image. It must be terrifying to face them like that. It is. Terran admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Luckily, our squads are 20 strong. It's rare for a locust to have time to kill someone before we bring it down. But still. We've lost good soldiers. There was a moment of silence as both men reflected on the harsh realities of their work. That's why your technique is so revolutionary. Terran finally said with admiration and a touch of disbelief. It gives us the option of not having to get close. 2 or 3 mana points is a fair price, also not like we face them every day. And from what I've heard, it could even reduce squad sizes. Elio nodded, a spark of hope in his eyes. That's the plan. With this technique, we could reduce squads of 20 soldiers with level 3 equipment to just 10. And the 10-soldier squads with level 4 equipment could function with just 5. Terran whistled, impressed. That's incredible. But how does it work exactly? I mean, how did you manage to get level 3 spears to damage the locust? Elio smiled, excited to share the technical details. It's a combination of several things. I guess it's similar to what the soldier you mentioned did. First, we cover the spear completely in nickel, with the tip being the most important part. Then, we apply a bit of magnetism to repel it in flight. But doesn't it need a level 4 or 5 mana spear to apply the thrower's damage? Terran asked, confusion evident in his voice. That's the trick. Elio explained, leaning forward enthusiastically. As long as all the spear is in contact with the thrower's mana, its level doesn't matter. The total damage applies in full.
Terran blinked, processing the information. Wait, are you saying we could have been throwing our level 3 spheres all this time? Elio nodded, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Theoretically, yes. But to reduce the teams, you need precise control of magnetism. Being able to easily recover the sphere is essential to avoid any mishaps. Another disaster. Imagine losing it on the other side of the wall, the replacement cost alone would be crippling. Terran leaned back on the bench, shaking his head in amazement. That would be costly. But I understand that the best part of being able to throw is not getting close to the monster. To think of all the lives that could have been saved if we had known this before. Elio placed a hand on Terran's shoulder. We can't change the past, but we can ensure the future is different. That's why it's so important that we master this technique. Terran nodded, determination glinting in his eyes. You're right. I'll give it everything I've got. Glad to hear it. Elio smiled. We'll need every trained soldier we can get. The situation's getting worse. How so? Terran's expression darkened. Elio gazed towards the horizon, his voice low and somber. The breaches have been increasing, right? It seems it won't stop soon. Deaths are becoming more frequent, and the locusts are emerging less damaged, stronger. This technique could be the difference between survival and extinction for our city. Terran followed Elio's gaze, his face a mix of concern and resolve. Then we've got no time to waste, do we? None at all. Elio agreed, standing and stretching his tired muscles. Ready to get back to it? Terran rose as well, a defiant smile on his face. More than ready. Let's show those monsters what we can do with our flying spheres. As weeks passed, more level 3 squads joined the training. The city wall hummed with activity, defenders practicing the new technique in shifts. Breach defense efficiency improved markedly. Elio watched with pride as his technique spread, creating an almost impenetrable barrier against breach monsters. One afternoon, while overseeing an advanced session, Elio noticed Varric instructing novice recruits. His technique was flawless, his explanation clear and concise. Never thought I'd see the day. Zara remarked, approaching Elio. Varric's actually proving useful. Elio nodded, still somewhat wary. He's progressed quickly. His help in expanding the training has been valuable. Do you think we can trust him? Zara asked in a low voice. Elio pondered for a moment. I'm not sure. But as long as he's contributing positively to the city's defense, I think we should give him the benefit of the doubt. As the sun set, Elio gathered his core team for evaluation. You guys have done an incredible job. He began, looking at each one with pride. In just a few months, we've managed to train most of the level 3 soldiers in our technique. The city's defenses have never been stronger. The stats are remarkable. Ren chimed in. Casualties in defender squads have decreased by 82.8% since implementation. Chris whistled, impressed. That's wow. We're really making a difference. We are. Elio nodded. But we can't let our guard down. The breaches keep increasing, and we need to be prepared. Elio's right. Micah added. We must continue improving and refining the technique. Who knows why the breaches are so active lately? Brock stretched, cracking his neck. Well, whatever it is, we'll be ready to face it. Elio smiled, feeling a wave of affection for his team. Exactly. There's no bug we can't take now. The breach alarm sounded, interrupting Elio, but that was normal. Until several alarms began to blare one on top of another. Chapter 34, Systems Rising Tide. Breach alarms blared one after another, their overlapping sounds heralding multiple incursions. Elio and his team exchanged worried glances before springing into action. To the ramparts. Elio's voice cut through the chaos. Time to put that training to the test. As they raced towards the top of the wall, Elio's mind whirled. Multiple breaches were rare, and the implications troubling. Had the families further reduced the mana allocation as Von Lucien had warned they might? Upon reaching the top of the wall, they encountered a scene of controlled chaos. Defender squads were already in position, their newly honed techniques on full display. Chris, with his trademark crooked smile, pointed towards the horizon. Well, looks like we'll have more work than usual today. Did anyone bet on a quiet day? Tell me who so I can kick their ass. Elio followed Chris's gaze. In the distance, 3 locust monsters could be seen breaking through God's punishment at different points. Considering that 2 in the same area was already quite rare, their frequency was highly unusual. The monsters, identical to each other as always, determinedly jumped to the parapet. Alright team, spread out and support the squads. Elio ordered. Zara, with me. Chris and Brock, take the left flank. Ren and Micah, the right. Let's show what we've learned. Elio and Zara positioned themselves behind a level 3 squad. The soldiers' faces were masks of grim resolve as they readied their nickel-coated lances. On my signal,
Begin alternating throws every 2 seconds. Elio shouted. 3, 2, 1. Launch. At first, everything seemed normal, but something wasn't right. The monsters, though wounded, didn't falter as expected. On the left flank, Chris and Brock faced similar challenges. Chris quipped as he threw, "These bugs have been training too, huh? Maybe we should invite them to our sessions." Elio felt a pang of worry. 4 full rounds to take down a single locus. At this rate. Elio. Zara's voice cut through his thoughts. Another one's breaching. And so it continued. Locus after locus, each requiring more effort than usual to bring down. Elio's team worked like a well-oiled machine, their movements precise and coordinated. But even the most efficient machine has its limits. Elio retrieved another lance, his mana reserves dwindling with each throw. "Zara, how are you holding up?" he asked between breaths. "I'm managing," she replied. "But we can't keep this pace forever. Something's off with these monsters." Elio nodded, his mind racing. The locus' increased resilience, combined with their unusual frequency, was pushing their mana to the limit. "Keep at it," Micah encouraged, voice hoarse. "We've almost got this one." With a final ear-splitting shriek, the enormous locus collapsed, its body already beginning to dissolve. A cheer rose among the defenders, but Elio knew they couldn't celebrate yet. Locus monsters kept jumping through the rifts, and he could see fatigue setting in among the soldiers. Elio watched with concern as another locus broke through God's punishment. Like the others, it seemed healthier, less damaged than usual. "Zara." Elio called, "Mana check?" She frowned, calculating. "With the tower exemption and if you spot me 5 for essentials. Maybe 8 more retrievals." Elio nodded, aware that his situation was similar. Thanks to Van Lucien, they had a bit more leeway, but still, their resources were limited. "Team." Elio shouted, calling everyone's attention. "Gather round, we need to coordinate our efforts." As they huddled, Elio surveyed their worn faces. "What's the plan, boss?" Chris asked. "These locus are tougher than usual." "Ren, theories." Ren's brow furrowed in concentration. "Based on our observations, I'd say they're withstanding 35 to 55 damage points, up from the usual 20 to 40. Could be evolution, or someone could be manipulating the tower's mana." Micah finished, his voice laden with suspicion. A tense silence fell over the group. The implication was unsettling. "Whatever the cause." Elio cut in, "We adapt." "Brock, what's your mana status?" Brock flexed his muscles, as if that could increase his mana. "With luck, about 9. I've been practicing my mana control." "Good." Elio nodded. "You and I will take the lead there. Zara and Grizz, you'll be their second line. Ren and Micah, I need you to coordinate with the other squads. Make sure no one wastes their throws." The team dispersed, the gravity of the situation etched on their faces. After what seemed like an eternity, but was actually about 30 minutes, Elio noticed that his mana reserves were dangerously low. "Elio," Zara said, her voice low with concern. "Our mana reserves." He looked around, seeing the same realization dawning on faces across the wall. The lances flew once more, bringing down the approaching locus. Silence fell over the wall. No more monsters were visible on the parapet. Did we do it?" Chris asked, his voice mixing hope and mana exhaustion. Elio was about to respond when a lookout's cry cut through the air. "Locus! 3 more incoming!" Elio's heart sank. He met his team's eyes, seeing the same grim understanding. They were out of mana, and the monsters kept coming. "Elio," Zara said, her voice tense. "What do we do now?" Elio clenched his fists, mind racing. They trained for this, perfected their techniques, but now, because of it, the majority had no armor. He squared his shoulders, voice laden with resolve. "If we can't stop them at range, we meet them head-on." The team exchanged glances, the implications clear. Greater risk, higher casualties. But choice was a luxury they no longer had. As the team dispersed, Elio couldn't help but look towards the towers once more. The locus were approaching, relentless. The real test was just beginning. Elio gripped the handle of his spear tightly, feeling the weight of the metal in his hands. Without mana to empower it, the weapon felt strangely inert. "Defensive formation," he shouted, his voice resonating over the growing chaos. "Hold your positions and don't let go of your lances under any circumstances." The level 3 squads quickly regrouped, forming a solid line. Elio noted with concern how groups of 5 merged into larger units of 10 or 20 soldiers depending on the level of their equipment. It was necessary, but some locus might slip through to the city, or squads might end up fighting 2 monsters at once. Zara approached him, her face tense. "Elio, without the heavy armor." "I know," he replied, cutting off her sentence. He didn't need to be reminded of their vulnerability. At least they had 10,000 point resistant clothing, most soldiers didn't. Stay together and cover your flanks. A bestial roar cut through the air. The locusts were approaching. Here they come. Chris shouted, his usual jovial tone replaced by palpable tension. The squad of level 2 defenders moved forward, their shields raised high. Elio wanted to yell at them to fall back, that it was too dangerous for level 2s, but there was no other choice. The first locust rammed against the shield line. For a moment, it seemed they would hold. Then, with a horrifying crunch, the monster's claws tore through shield, bone, and flesh alike. Damn it! Brock roared, his face contorted with age and helplessness. The screams of wounded and dying defenders filled the air. Elio felt his stomach churn, but there was no time for compassion. Hold the line, he ordered. Don't let them through. The level 3 squads advanced, their spears at the ready. Elio positioned himself at the front. The next locust charged at them. Elio felt his hands trembling, but he stood firm. When the monster came within reach, he thrust his spear with all his might. The tip penetrated the exoskeleton, but not as deeply as it should have. The locust screeched in pain and fury, its front legs thrashing violently. Don't let go, he yelled, his voice barely audible above the chaos. Elio watched in horror as the locust claws reached a nearby soldier, ripping open his chest with a single swipe. Push together, Elio ordered, swallowing the bile rising in his throat. Now. As one entity, the squad pushed their spears. The locusts, impaled at multiple points, finally succumbed. But there was no time to celebrate. More monsters were approaching, and the defensive line was already showing signs of fatigue. Elio. Zara called, her voice laden with urgency. We can't maintain this level of casualties for long. Chapter 35, Systems Rising Tide, to Elio. Zara called, her voice laden with urgency. We can't sustain this level of casualties for much longer. She was right. Without mana to empower their attacks, each locust required the combined effort of several soldiers to bring down. And with each fallen monster, more defenders were injured or killed. Elio could feel desperation growing among their ranks. How much longer could they hold out? He saw Varric and his squad fighting fiercely. For a moment, their eyes met, and Elio thought he saw a glimmer of respect in his former bully's gaze. Elio. Ren's voice cut through the chaos. Look at the sky. Elio glanced up. For a moment, he couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. Then, his optimism surged. God's punishment, the barrier that kept most monsters at bay, seemed stronger. The energy rays composing it shone with renewed intensity. What's the deal? Chris panted, hope and confusion mingling in his voice. As if answering his question, a messenger came running. News from Summoner von Lucien. The man shouted, breathless. They've increased the tower's mana. 2 extra points from each level 2 soldier. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the ranks. Elio felt a weight lift from his shoulders. With the barrier reinforced, the flow of monsters would stop. You heard him. Elio rallied. Push through. The end's in sight. The defenders surged forward with renewed vigor. Slowly, inexorably, the battle began to tip in their favor. After what seemed an eternity, the last locust fell. Elio surveyed the carnage. The wall was a tapestry of blood and broken bodies, the stench of death heavy in the air. Ren. Elio called, his voice hoarse from exertion. How bad was it? Ren was already tallying. Our squad? Minimal losses. The others? His voice wavered. It's substantial. Elio nodded grimly. Their group had weathered the storm, but many others hadn't been so fortunate. Damn it. Chris muttered, his usual joviality completely absent. How many did we lose? Zara approached Elio, placing a hand on his shoulder. We did everything we could, she said softly. Our squad held out thanks to you. Elio stood atop the wall, gazing at the city where his family lived, those he had sworn to protect. But on the other side were also the soldiers who'd trusted in his infallible method. Guilt and pain warred within him, threatening to spill over. The air, always scarce, seemed even heavier today. It wasn't just the lack of oxygen, it was the weight of lost lives. How could everything go so wrong? He whispered to the indifferent sky. Zara appeared at his side. This isn't on you, Elio. No one saw this coming. Elio shook his head, unable to accept the comfort. My strategy. It was supposed to save lives, not put them in more danger. And it did. Chris interjected, uncharacteristically somber. Without your technique, we'd be counting a lot more bodies. Elio nodded, grateful for their support, but the guilt lingered. He watched as soldiers prepared for the grim task ahead. The bodies of the fallen lay in orderly rows, each wrapped in a simple white shroud. It was a heartbreaking sight, a cruel reminder of the costs of survival in the walled city God had given them. It's time. Micah said softly. The team moved closer to join the others. Elio noticed that many soldiers now wore their armor, a desperate attempt to feel safe in a world that had become even more dangerous. Varric stood nearby, his arrogance replaced by quiet contemplation. For once, there was no rivalry between them. Shared grief had united them, if only temporarily. His eyes constantly drifted towards two bodies in particular, wrapped in the same white shrouds as the rest, but meaning much more to him. Eren and Koda. Varric murmured, his voice barely audible. They were good soldiers. Elio turned to him, surprised by the display of emotion. You knew them well? Varric nodded slowly. Trained them myself. They were different. Always had a kind word, even when I was being a jerk. Said my teaching style was uniquely effective. He paused, vulnerability creeping into his voice. I sensed childhood. I was told that no one outside the families mattered, that soldiers were there to be guided by us and that. He admitted quietly. That they were expendable tools. But now. His voice trailed off, unable to continue. Elio felt a pang of empathy, recognizing the pain in Varric's eyes. It was the same pain he felt, the same guilt that gnawed at him inside. Silence fell over them again, broken only by the muffled sobs of soldiers bidding farewell to their fallen comrades and friends. The ceremony continued. A ritual manager stepped forward, his voice resonating in the silence. Today we gather to honor our fallen as our Creator suggests. Their sacrifice will not be forgotten. One by one, the bodies began to be lifted. Elio and his team joined the task, carrying the remains of their fallen comrades. Letting those insects devour them. Even the whole would be better. Why can't we burn them? Asked a young soldier, his voice broken with grief. They don't fit through the hole. Would you take charge of dismembering them? Micah asked quietly. And burning the bodies would eat our already scarce oxygen and release gases that would contaminate? Reality hit Elio anew. Even in death, they were bound by their world's cruel limitations. As they carried the bodies towards the edge of the wall, Elio noticed the system books next to each fallen soldier. They were open, their pages blank. All the mana left in their balances had been expelled after their death, a final gift to the living. It's so little. Zara murmured, looking at the meager mana points left behind. They barely had anything saved. Most of us live day to day, everything else is to support our families. Brock replied, his usual boisterousness subdued. Not much room to save when every point counts for survival. They reached the wall's edge. Beyond the ray barrier, the vast sea of monsters stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a terrifying sight, but today, even that paled in comparison to the pain of loss. With honor and gratitude, we return these bodies to the mana cycle from which we emerged. The manager intoned. May God receive them and grant the rest they deserve. One by one, the bodies were thrown beyond the wall. Elio watched as they fell, feeling a pang in his heart with each one. These weren't just soldiers, they were friends, comrades, family. Silence reigned, broken only by occasional sobs. Even Varric, normally so vocal, kept a respectful silence. When the last body was thrown, a sense of finality settled over everyone. Elio looked at his team, seeing his own pain reflected. Chris's jokes had died on his lips. Zara fought back tears. Ren trembled slightly. Brock seemed diminished by grief. Micah stood stoic, but his silence spoke volumes. It was then that Marcus's laughter cut through the air like a knife, breaking the atmosphere of mourning. Well, he sneered. What a touching scene. All this fuss over a few expendable soldiers. Elio felt anger igniting within him, but before he could react, Varric stepped forward. Shut it, Marcus. Varric growled, his tone dangerously low. This is neither the time nor the place. Marcus seemed surprised for a moment but quickly regained his arrogance. Oh, now you defend the low-rank trash, cousin? Gone soft, have we? This isn't about status. Varric retorted, voice trembling with rage. It's about basic human decency, about respect. Something you clearly lack. Marcus laughed again. Respect? For what? For a bunch of weaklings who couldn't survive? If they were worth anything, they'd still be breathing. The silence that followed echoed with Marcus's words in Elio's head. Elio felt something breaking inside him. All the sadness, all the guilt and grief transmuted into white-hot fury. Marcus. He growled, his voice low and dangerous. Shut up. But Marcus, oblivious to the danger, pressed on. Oh, is the great Elio upset? Sad because your revolutionary strategy turned out to be a dud? That was it. You wanted a duel, didn't you? Well, you'll have it. Here and now. Marcus's surprise quickly gave way to arrogance. Really? You think you can take me? Just what I wanted. Bring it on, peasant. Chapter 36, Systems Reflection. You wanted a duel, didn't you? Well, you'll have it. Here and now.
Marcus's surprise quickly gave way to arrogance. Really? You think you can take me? Just what I wanted. Bring it on, peasant. Without another word, Elio grabbed his spear. His body screamed with exhaustion, every muscle aching from the brutal battle they'd just survived. In a fluid motion born more of muscle memory than strength, he hurled the spear towards Marcus. The arrogant youth, anticipating the attack, stepped aside with a smug smile. Is that all you've got? Marcus taunted. But Elio was already in motion. Rage made his mind race ahead of his tired body. With a gesture of his hand, the lance changed direction, returning to Marcus from behind. Marcus, remembering what Kairos had told him, turned to dodge the attack. But Elio had barely recovered one mana point since the battle. His gesture was only a feint. Falling for the feint due to prior information was his mistake. When he looked forward again, Elio was already there, closing the distance his exhausted legs shouldn't have allowed. His hand, covered in metal from the fight against the monsters and out of habit due to his constant practice with the magnetism ability, connected with Marcus's jaw in a devastating blow. Marcus resistance, 27. The crack echoed across the wall. Marcus fell to the ground, stunned. The resistance and defense of the max-level armor he wore were useless on his exposed face. Before he could recover, Elio used magnetism with his last point, pulling the spear towards Marcus's neck, pinning him to the ground. Marcus grabbed the spear, struggling to prevent it from choking him. But his face was defenseless against the rain of blows Elio began to unleash upon him. Marcus resistance, 24. 21. 18. Each impact resounded with a force of 3 people behind it, the intense dull sound alerting all the surrounding soldiers to the brutality unfolding before them. Each punch was a release for Elio, a physical manifestation of his internal turmoil. He struck with all the force of his pain, his guilt, his frustration. In Marcus, he saw all his failures, all the lives he hadn't been able to save. Marcus resistance, 15. This is for Eren. He shouted, his fist connecting with Marcus's face. For Koda. For every soldier who died while you mocked their efforts. Marcus resistance, 12. The blows kept falling, relentless. Marcus had stopped fighting, his body limp under Elio's assault. But Elio couldn't stop. Each blow was a catharsis, a way to expel the pain consuming him. Elio. Stop. Zara's voice seemed to come from far away, barely penetrating the fog of rage and grief. You're going to kill him. Marcus resistance, 9. But Elio wasn't listening. He was lost in his own world of pain and rage. He kept hitting, his knuckles bleeding, mixing with Marcus's blood. Marcus resistance, 6. 3. Finally, it took Chris, Brock, and Ren to pull him off Marcus. Elio fought against them, his body shaking with adrenaline and pent-up emotion. Let me go. He shouted, his voice hoarse. He deserves it. Everyone in the families deserves. But his friends held him tightly, pulling him away from Marcus's unconscious body. Elio couldn't finish. Von Lucien's face, who also belonged to the families, flashed through his mind. Even Varric was. Gradually, the rage began to dissipate, giving way to a deep, crushing sadness. Elio collapsed in his friend's arms, tears finally flowing freely. I'm sorry. He sobbed, his body shaking uncontrollably. I'm so sorry. I couldn't save them. I couldn't. Zara hugged him tightly, her own tears mixing with Elio's. It's not your fault. She whispered. Please understand, it's not your fault. Chris, Brock, Micah, and Ren joined the hug, forming a protective circle around their friend. There was no need for words, their presence was enough. Varric observed the scene from a distance, his expression indecipherable. For a moment, it seemed he was going to approach, but then he stopped, turning to look at where Eren and Koda's bodies had been, a flicker of something, perhaps regret, perhaps understanding, crossing his face. As guards moved to apprehend Elio for attacking a family's member, Varric intercepted them. Stand down. He commanded, his voice broking no argument. I take full responsibility for this incident. No action against Elio is necessary. The guards took care of Marcus after being told off by Varric, taking him to the resting room in the central building. News of the confrontation would spread quickly, but at that moment, no one cared. Gradually, Elio began to calm down. He gently pulled away from his friends, wiping his tears with the back of his hand. Thank you. He murmured. I don't know what came over me. Elio remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the horizon where his comrades' bodies had disappeared. The adrenaline from the fight with Marcus had dissipated, leaving behind a void that threatened to consume him. Zara, who had stayed by his side, watched him with concern. She could feel the storm of emotions brewing inside her friend, but didn't know how to help him. Elio. She began softly, do you want to talk? Elio remained silent for a long moment before responding. I don't know what to say, Zara. I can't. His voice broke,
unable to continue. Zara stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder in a gesture of support. "It's okay not to know what to say," Mike murmured. "Sometimes, we just need someone to be there." Elio nodded, but even with friends by his side, he felt alone, lost in a sea of emotions he couldn't name. "My father," Elio began, his voice barely a whisper. He died in a situation similar to the soldiers today. Today we all stood our ground defending someone else." Elio looked at the city as he said these words. Zara held her breath, surprised by the sudden confession. She knew that the Tropic of Elio's father was sensitive, something he rarely mentioned. "He must have been a brave man," she said cautiously. Elio let out a bitter laugh. "Brave? Yes, I suppose so. But what good did his bravery do? He left his family alone, struggling to survive." The resentment in his voice was palpable, a wound that had never fully healed and had now reopened. "Elio." Micah spoke softly, "Your father did what he believed was right. Just like you're doing now." Elio tensed at the comparison. "I'm not like him," he whispered. "I wouldn't abandon my family for—" He stopped abruptly, the words stuck in his throat. Because deep down, he knew it wasn't true. He had not only risked his life today, but that day he tried to save a soldier, just as his father had done. The realization that he had overlooked something so obvious hit him hard, leaving him breathless. "Oh, Elio." Zara wrapped him in a hug, feeling how he trembled. "It's okay. It's okay to be who you are, you don't need to be angry." Her words echoed in Elio's mind. He'd said something similar to her once, when she doubted herself. Now, hearing them reflected back, he felt the full weight of his own impudence. Elio wanted to cry, wanted to scream, wanted to release all the emotion he had been holding back for so long. But the tears wouldn't come. It was as if a part of him still refused to accept the truth, to recognize his father's sacrifice and his own reflection in those actions. Hours later, Elio and his team were summoned to Van Lucien's office. The summoner greeted them with a grave expression. "Good work today." Lucien began, his voice heavy with fatigue. "Your squad was one of the best performers." "Thank you, sir," Elio replied. "But what's the final tally?" Lucien sighed heavily before responding. 2,415 casualties in total around the wall in a single day. The worst loss we've had in our 100 years. The number hit Elio like a punch to the gut. 2,415 lives. 2,415 shattered families. "Damn it," Chris muttered, his usual joviality completely absent. "So many lives." Zara moved closer to Elio, placing a hand on his shoulder. "It's not your fault," she said softly. Elio nodded mechanically, but the words of comfort rang hollow in his ears. He had promised them safety with his new technique, and each death weighed on his conscience. "Sir," Elio said, gathering courage. "What's really happening?" The locusts were more resilient, the barrier needed reinforcement. Lucien stared at him for a moment, seeming to make a decision before responding. "We're investigating, Elio. For now, all I can tell you is to be prepared. I fear this is only the beginning." As they left Lucien's office, Elio exchanged glances with his team. They didn't need words to communicate what they were all thinking. Difficult times were ahead. Lucien burst into Mordred's office, his eyes burning with fury. The elder barely had time to look up from his documents before Lucien slammed both hands on the desk. "How could you do this?" Lucien roared, his voice trembling with contained rage. Mordred leaned back in his chair, his face a mask of forced calm. "Lucien, I see that now even my office is the target of your transgressions. What is the meaning of this intrusion? There are protocols to follow, even in times of crisis." "To hell with protocols." Lucien snapped. "Over 2,000 soldiers dead, Mordred. 2,000. Including more than 1,000 level 3s that took so much effort to train." Mordred frowned, feigning concern. "It's regrettable, of course, but casualties are a reality in our situation." Lucien let out a bitter laugh. "Regrettable? 3 monsters entered the city, Mordred. They killed 43 civilians before we could stop them. 43 innocents. Lower your voice, Lucien," Mordred warned, his tone turning cold. "You're forgetting your place. My place is to protect this city." Lucien shouted. "Something you've clearly forgotten. How much, Mordred? How much mana did you reduce from the turrets?" Mordred rose slowly, his eyes narrowed. "Be careful with your accusations, boy. I won't tolerate insubordination, not even from you." "I'm not asking for your tolerance," Lucien retorted. "I demand answers. Thousands are dying, Mordred. All for what? For a few cores? You could do it at a more sustainable pace." "Enough," Mordred roared, slamming the desk. "How dare you question our decisions? You, who boasted that your defense and management would be better. Where is that efficiency you promised, Lucien? Lucien recoiled as if he'd been slapped. Are you blaming me? After you sabotaged the turrets? No one has sabotaged anything. Mordred responded with disdain. Your accusations are unfounded and dangerous, Lucien. I suggest you reconsider your position. My position is clear. Lucien growled. I demand to know how much mana you reduced. Mordred approached Lucien, his voice a threatening whisper. There's nothing to know, because there has been no reduction. And I warn you, Lucien, if you continue down this path, you might find yourself in a less favorable position. Before Lucien could respond, the door opened. Another summoner named Varan entered with a determined step. What's going on here? Chapter 37, Systems Heroes. The door to Mordred's office swung open, revealing Varan, another summoner. His eyes darted between Lucien and Mordred, sensing the tension. What's going on here? Varan asked, his gaze alternating between Lucien and Mordred. Mordred's composure returned instantly. Just a disagreement over recent events. Nothing of importance. Mordred responded smoothly. Lucien was expressing some concerns about the recent battle. Varan's gaze settled on Lucien. Understandable concerns, I'm sure. But we must trust in the wisdom of our leaders, mustn't we, Lucien? Lucien stared at Varan in disbelief. Wisdom? Thousands have died for nothing. Sacrifices for the greater good, thousands more will live thanks to the difficult decisions our leaders must make. Varan countered smoothly. We can't let emotion cloud our judgment. Lucien's anger flared. This isn't emotion, it's sanity, it's common sense. Something that seems to be in short supply around here. Careful. Varan warned. You're treading dangerously close to treason. Treason? Lucien let out a bitter laugh. The real betrayal is sacrificing our people for what? A few hundred cores ahead of time? Mordred intervened, his voice laden with authority. Enough. Lucien, I suggest you withdraw and reconsider your position. Your accusations are serious and unfounded. I won't tolerate any more insubordination. Lucien glared at both men, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. This isn't over. When the truth comes out, may the system have mercy on you both. With those words, Lucien turned and left the office, slamming the door behind him. Mordred and Varan waited a few moments, ensuring Lucien had moved away. Impeccable timing, Varan. Mordred said, a slow smile spreading across his face. Varan nodded, allowing himself a small grin. Thank you, sir. Although I must admit, Lucien seemed more volatile than usual. Mordred made a dismissive gesture. Lucien has always been too sentimental. He doesn't see the bigger picture. Speaking of the bigger picture, Varan said, lowering his voice, what was the final core count? Greed glinted in Mordred's eyes. Hundreds, Varan. In a single day. Our plan exceeded expectations. Though the boy has a point, we can't sustain such drastic reductions. Varan nodded, pleased. Excellent. But why push the reduction so far? Did Elder rest in? Mordred chuckled. Ah, you should have seen his face. Apostrophe 2%. He shouted. Why not 3%? Before we knew it, we were debating 4% and 5%. And in the end, you settled on? Varan asked, curious. 5%. Mordred's smile was all teeth. Why settle for less when Lucien's strategy is so efficient? Their laughter jarred against the recent tragedy. And the core distribution? Varan pressed. Mordred's frown returned. That old fool insists on the majority. As if his family outranks ours. But you reached an agreement? Equal split, for now. Mordred sighed. But mark my words, Varan, it won't last. I have plans requiring additional resources. Varan nodded slowly. And Lucien? He seems determined. Let him bark. Mordred sneered. He has no proof, and we control the information flow. Besides, his smile turned cruel, we can always adjust his mana allocation if he becomes problematic. Risky. Varan cautioned. Lucien has loyal followers. Mordred leaned back, eyes glittering with malice. Everyone does, until they're left high and dry. I've played this game far longer than Lucien. He'll learn his place, or his neck will. Varan nodded, a similar smile spreading across his face. As you say, sir. What are our next steps? Mordred stood up, walking to the window overlooking the city. For now, we maintain the pace. Let the people lick their wounds, let them mourn their dead. And meanwhile, we'll prepare for the next harvest. Most have to die anyway. The two men fell silent, contemplating the city sprawled before them. A city that, unbeknownst to it, was at the mercy of their greed and ambition. In the corridors, Lucien strode purposefully, his mind racing. He had no proof, But he was certain the elders would abuse the defenses again. And he was determined to stop them, no matter the cost. The days that followed were a blur. Elio immersed himself in training, pushing his team and himself beyond their limits. It was easier to focus on physical pain than to face the emotional turmoil within. Zara tried to reach him, offering moments of respite, but Elio remained distant. He was present physically, but his mind battled unseen demons. Finally, the announcement of their annual leave arrived. A week of rest, a respite from the constant struggle for survival. Lucien had managed to get the families to contribute an extra 1,000,000 mana to reduce the risk of breaches during this period, a small victory amid so much loss. The night before his section's departure, Elio found himself atop the wall once again, contemplating the city he'd sworn to protect. Zara found him there, as she knew she would. He had been coming to see the view every day lately. "Home tomorrow?" she said simply. Elio nodded, his expression unreadable. "Yeah. How are you feeling?" Zara probed gently, trying once more to break through the barriers Elio had erected. She wasn't the very best at that kind of thing though. Elio was silent for a moment before responding. "I don't know. I should be happy to see my family, but it reminds you of your father." Zara finished softly. Elio closed his eyes, pain visible in every line of his face. "Yes. And I don't know how to handle that time. I don't know how to face them knowing that I'm just like him. That I might fail them one day, for some dumb heroic." Zara took his hand, squeezing it gently. "That's not a bad thing, Elio. Your father was a hero, just like you." Elio wanted to believe that was a good thing. Part of him yearned to accept those words, to embrace his father's legacy. But the other part, the hurt and resentful part, the part that saw the downside, his own faultiness, resisted. Luckily he had a way to feel better now. "I have over 150,000 mana points," he said abruptly, changing the subject. "I could give them a better life, at least until all my siblings grow up. That will make me feel better, if anything happens to me they at least." Zara looked at him, surprised by the amount. "That's amazing. I thought you were miserly, but wow. Your family will be overjoyed." But even as she said the words, Zara could see that Elio wasn't convinced. Wealth couldn't fill the void his father had left, wouldn't fill the void he could leave, nor resolve Elio's internal conflicts. "Maybe this break is what you need," she suggested. "Speaking with your family might help you find some peace." Elio nodded, though without much conviction. "Maybe." The next morning, Elio found himself at one of the wall gates, ready to depart for home. His team was there, having delayed their own departures to bid him farewell, each offering words of encouragement and support. "Don't forget us little people while you're living it up, rich boy," Chris quipped, trying to lighten the mood. "Keep your skills sharp," Ren advised. "You never know when we'll need them to better our chances." Brock gave him a pat on the back that nearly knocked him over. "Take care of yourself, buddy. Try to relax a bit, yeah? Maybe put on some muscle to feel better." Micah, ever perceptive, looked at him with concern. "Remember, Elio, it's okay not to be okay. Take the time you need to heal." Finally, Zara approached. Without a word, she wrapped him in a tight hug. "We'll be there for you," she whispered. "No matter what." Elio nodded, grateful for his friend's support. With a final glance at the wall that had been his home for the past year, he turned and began his walk back home. As he walked, Elio's thoughts wandered between past and present. Memories of his father intertwined with recent events, creating a whirlwind of emotions that threatened to overwhelm him. He carried with him not only the over 150,000 mana points, but also the weight of his experiences, his losses, and his doubts. How would he face his family? How would he convey everything he had lived through, everything that had changed? And more importantly, how would he face his father's legacy, now that he understood more than ever the true meaning of his sacrifice? These questions accompanied him throughout the journey, and though he was heading home, a part of him remained lost, seeking answers he both craved and feared to find. Chapter 38, Systems Homecoming. Elio Ilian's statistics, skills, Sacred Flame, Holy Water, Ice Sacrifice, Familiars, Salamander, 15 out of 100, Frog, 0 out of 1000, Rabbit, 0 out of 10,000, 0 out of 100,000, Level 4 required, Level 3, Mana, 30 out of 30, Resistance, 30 out of 30, Stamina, 7 out of 7, Attack, 3, 8, Magic Damage, 3, Strength, 3, Defense, 3, 5, Speed, 3, Agility, 1.3, Superior Mana Spear Attack 5, Superior Mana Spear Attack 5, Superior Resistant Uniform Defense 2, Portable Oral Oxygen Stone, Balance, 157,715 mana points. Elio paused before his house door, his heart pounding. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. With 157,715 mana points in his balance, he knew he was about to change his family's life forever. Finally, he gathered the courage to knock. The familiar pattern of knocks resonated inside the indestructible white stone structure. The door opened, revealing Lena's tired but loving face. To Elio's surprise, she was no longer as thin as a stick, and her face looked much healthier. Her eyes lit up at the sight of her son. Elio. She enveloped him in a fierce hug. My boy, you're home. Elio melted into the embrace, tension seeping from his shoulders. Hi, Mom. He managed, voice thick with emotion. Before he could say anything else, a small whirlwind of energy pounced on him. Elio! Shouted Ryan, his now 7-year-old brother, clinging to his legs. You're back. Elio couldn't help but laugh, lifting the little one in his arms. Hello, Shorty. Did you miss me? Ryan nodded vigorously. A lot. You have to see my new trick. Before Elio could ask, Ryan wriggled free from his arms and proceeded to do a somersault. Or at least tried to. He ended up rolling sideways but got up with a triumphant smile. See? He exclaimed proudly, his face red from the effort. Elio applauded, laughing. Impressive, Ryan. Soon you'll be ready to join the wall. Elio. Jackie's voice, his now 9-year-old sister, called from inside the house. Come quick. You have to see this. Intrigued, Elio entered, followed closely by Lena and Ryan. He found Jackie in the living room, holding a small stone slab with markings. Look. She said proudly, showing him the stone. I've been practicing my writing. I can write our names. Elio studied the rudimentary strokes, warmth spreading in his chest. That's incredible, Jackie. You've come so far. Jackie smiled broadly, her cheeks flushing with pleasure. Angie, 11, thundered down the stairs, thrusting a small, carved stone at him. It's a luck charm. She explained, eyes shining. I made it. Will it work? Elio examined the scratched oxygen stone carefully. It's beautiful, Angie. With craftsmanship like this, how could it not? Angie nodded, satisfied. Elio. Brenda, 13, called from the kitchen. Come taste this. Elio headed to the kitchen, where he found her assembling what looked like meat between bread slices. My invention. She declared. I call it a brandwich. It's tasty, Brenda, although I'm not sure if that name is the best. Elio said, doubting his sister's taste. Anne and Lola, 15 and 17, appeared last. Anne offered a quick hug. Welcome home, brother. Lola, trying to maintain her cool teenager facade, just nodded. Hey. But Elio could see the smile she was trying to hide. Lena watched, eyes glistening. It's good to have you home, Elio. Elio felt a surge of love for his family. He made a decision at that moment. Mom. He said, turning to Lena. I have something to show you. He took out his system book and opened it to the balance page. Lena's eyes widened at seeing the amount. Elio. She gasped. This is... How? I've been saving. Elio explained. And I want to give you 150,000 points. Lena shook her head, overwhelmed. I can't accept so much, Elio. You'll need it for... I already have everything I need. Elio interrupted. To prove it, he took his 2 level 5 lances from his back. Look. They seem like steel ones but it's max level equipment. Von Lucian has my level 5 armor too. I'm now level 3 and have 30 daily points, I don't need more. The tips of the lances glowed with an aura of power that made all his siblings gasp in awe. Cool. Exclaimed Ryan. Can I touch it? Asked Jackie, her eyes shining. Don't even dream about it. Lola replied, pulling her younger sister away. Those things are dangerous. Elio smiled, returning the lances to his back. They're just for looking, not for touching. He warned. Lena still hesitated. Elio, are you sure? With the situation at the wall. Elio took his mother's hands. I'm sure, Mom. It's because of the situation at the wall that I want you to be safe, to have a good life in case. Please, accept it. Finally, Lena nodded, tears spilling. Thank you, my boy. Thank you. The transfer was made, and suddenly, the atmosphere in the house changed. It was as if an invisible weight had been lifted from everyone's shoulders. This deserves a celebration. Lena declared, wiping away her tears. Kids, let's prepare a feast. What followed was an organized chaos of activity. Elio immediately noticed the changes in the house since his last visit. The air was fresher and more abundant, a sign that Lena had been using mana points to maintain a constant oxygen supply. The kitchen, once sparsely equipped, now had several good quality utensils. Elio watched Brenda use a sharp knife, a luxury they couldn't afford before. Mom bought some things for the house. Anne explained, noticing Elio's gaze. She said it was an investment in our happiness. Elio smiled, realizing he hadn't expected this from his mother. Even with limited resources, Lena had managed to save for his maturity. The somewhat stingy image of his mother he had cracked. While helping prepare the food, Elio learned how things had changed since his last visit. Lena had used a good part of the 10,000 points Elio had left her last year to gradually improve their quality of life. Mom bought emergency air stones for everyone. Angie said excitedly. Now we can breathe better when we go out. And we have thicker blankets, added Ryan. I'm not cold at night anymore. Lola, who was bringing some food, nodded. Mom also bought some wooden weapons. She says it's important that we keep practicing before maturity. Elio felt overwhelmed with gratitude towards his mother. With limited resources, he thought she would try to spend as little as possible in case something happened to him. But apparently, his mother had full confidence that he would return. Elio found himself dragged from one task to another, helping Brenda not burn the food, holding ingredients for Lena, and being the judge in an impromptu dance competition between Ryan and Jackie. Meanwhile, Anne and Lola bombarded him with questions about his life on the wall. Is it true that you can make your spear fly? Anne asked, fascinated. Have you seen many monsters? Lola added, trying and failing to hide her interest. Elio grinned. I'll show you my technique after dinner, okay? Both nodded enthusiastically. Finally, they sat down to a feast. The table was full of dishes Elio had never seen before. The aroma was heavenly. We've been trying some luxuries from time to time, Lena said, placing a plate in front of him. Dinner was a simple but abundant affair. There was soup, fresh bread, and even a large piece of some kind of meat for each one, a rare luxury. Even for Elio, who had gotten used to spending 3 points per meal, it was a feast. Just that amount of good meat would cost about 10 points. For the first time in a long time, Elio truly felt satisfied. After dinner, as promised, Elio demonstrated his technique in the backyard. He showed how he could control its trajectory in the air. Wow! Exclaimed Ryan, his eyes wide. You're magical, Elio. It's not magic, silly. Jackie corrected. It's science. Right, Elio? Elio laughed. It's a bit of both, I guess. As his siblings debated magic versus science, Elio felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Lena. I'm proud of you, son. She said softly. Your father would be too. Elio's throat tightened at the mention of his father. He wanted to say something, express everything he felt, but the words wouldn't come out. He simply nodded. That night, lying in his old bed, now with a proper mattress and warm blankets, Elio reflected on the changes he had seen. His family was better off, more comfortable, safer. But he knew that the challenges he faced on the wall were still there, waiting for his return. The constant threat of monsters, the manipulations of the privileged families, the mysteries of the system. All of that awaited him. However, for now, at this moment, he was home. He was safe. And his family had a brighter future ahead. With that comforting thought, Elio fell asleep, a small smile on his lips. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but tonight, he was exactly where he needed to be. Chapter 39, Systems Reconciliation. The days of Elio's vacation flew by, filled with laughter, games, and precious family moments that he would cherish forever. However, as the end of his vacation approached, an unease grew in his heart. The shadow of his father, and Elio's conflicted feelings towards him, weighed heavier with each passing day. The night before his departure, Elio sat in the backyard, gazing at the stars, blurry spots of light shining through the city's polluted air. Lena found him there, her face showing love and concern. May I join you? She asked softly. Elio nodded, making room for his mother to sit beside him. For a moment, both remained silent, contemplating the night sky. Finally, Lena spoke. You're still thinking about your father, aren't you? Elio tensed but nodded slowly. I can't stop thinking about him. What he did to us. How he left us. Lena took her son's hand, squeezing it gently. Your father was a complicated man, Elio. Brave and defiant, but above all, good. He abandoned us. Elio murmured, the old bitterness seeping into his voice. He chose to save some. Instead of staying with us. Lena sighed, her gaze lost in the distance. Elio, there's something you need to understand. Something I perhaps should have clarified long ago. Elio turned to her, curiosity piqued. I knew the risks your father took every time he went to the wall. Lena began, her voice steady. I agreed to it. I knew each day could be his last. Sometimes it hurt me as it hurt you, but I also understood why he did it. Why? Elio's voice was barely a whisper. Because that was who your father was, Elio. He couldn't be anything but a hero. Lena replied, her eyes shining with pride and sadness. not in the grandiose sense of the word, but in its purest form. He believed in protecting others, in doing what was right, even at great personal cost. It was as much a part of him as breathing. He couldn't go against that will. Elio felt a lump forming in his throat. But how could you accept that? How were you not angry with him for putting us second? Lena smiled softly. Oh, sometimes I was angry, furious even. Sometimes I was afraid. That day I was devastated, terrified, but mostly, I was proud. Because I understood that what your father did was bigger than us. He was fulfilling his role of protecting not just our family, but all families. Our city. She turned to look Elio directly in the eyes. And now, I see that same spirit in you, my son. Elio felt tears beginning to form in his eyes. I'm not like him, Mom. I can't be. Aren't you? Lena asked gently. Haven't you risked your life to protect others? Despite your disagreement with your father. Haven't you worked tirelessly to improve the city's defenses? Elio could no longer hold back his tears. They began to fall freely down his cheeks. I'm afraid, Mom. He confessed, his voice breaking. Afraid of ending up like him, of leaving you all alone. Lena wrapped her son in an embrace, rocking him gently as she did when he was little. Oh, my brave boy. Fear is natural. Your father felt it too, he didn't want to leave us either. But he didn't let fear stop him, because he wanted a better world for us all. He didn't stop, and I know you won't either. I might be afraid, angry, even devastated, but mostly, I'll be proud. For the first time since his father's death, Elio allowed himself to truly cry. He cried for the father he had lost, for the hero he hadn't understood, for the legacy he now carried. I miss him, Mom. He whispered through tears. I miss him so much. I know, sweetheart. Lena replied, her own tears mingling with her son's. I miss him too. Every day. They stayed like that for a long time, embracing under the stars, sharing their pain and their love. Finally, as the tears subsided, Elio pulled away slightly, looking at his mother with new understanding. How do you do it, Mom? He asked. How do you keep going, despite the pain? Lena smiled, caressing her son's cheek. With hope, Elio. With the hope that each act of bravery, each sacrifice, brings us a little closer to a better world. So it wasn't for nothing. And with the pride of knowing that my son, like his father, is doing his part to create that world. Elio nodded slowly, feeling as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. For the first time in years, he felt at peace with his father's memory. Thank you, Mom. He said softly. For supporting me. For supporting us. Always, my child. Lena replied. I'll always be here for you, no matter what. They stayed a while longer under the stars, talking about memories of his father, laughing and crying by turns. And when they finally went to sleep, Elio felt renewed, ready to face the challenges that awaited him. The next morning, as he prepared to return to the wall, Elio hugged his mother one last time. I love you, Mom. He said. And I promise I'll do everything I can to come back home. I know. Lena replied, with tears in her eyes but a smile on her lips. Go and be the hero I know you are, Elio. Your father would be as proud of you as I am. With those words resonating in his heart, Elio departed back to the wall, carrying with him not only his family's love but also a new understanding and acceptance of who he was. Elio was walking back to the wall, his mind still processing the conversation with his mother. The weight of his father's legacy felt different now, more like an honorable responsibility than a burden. However, barely a minute from his house, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a familiar and unpleasant voice. Well, look who decided to grace us with his presence. Elio stopped in his tracks, immediately recognizing Marcus's sneering tone. Turning slowly, he saw him accompanied by 4 burly youths, all with threatening expressions. Their equipment was complete with level 4 armor and spears, except for Marcus with both at level 5. Elio lamented having to keep a low profile. If only level 5 armor could be disguised like the spears. He thought ruefully. Marcus. Elio said, keeping calm. I don't have time for this. I need to return to the wall. Marcus let out a derisive laugh. You think I give a damn about your schedule? We've got unfinished business, Ilian. Elio noticed how Marcus's companions began to surround him. The tension in the air was palpable. This is foolishness, Marcus. Elio tried to reason. We're soldiers. We have responsibilities. I already gave you the duel you asked for. Shut up. Marcus shouted, his face contorted with anger. You just humiliated me in front of everyone. You're going to pay for that. Without further warning, Marcus lunged at Elio, his spear aimed directly at the young man's chest. Elio, with his improved reflexes, managed to dodge the initial attack, spinning on his heel and pulling one of his spears from his back, striking Marcus's face with the blunt end in one fluid motion. The 100 resistance points of the level 5 armor would be a huge wall for Elio with the 8 points of defense total. He would need to inject mana for magic damage, but his 30 points could only be 90 as damage. But Marcus's hateful and exposed face was another story with only 3. Marcus, 25 points. Marcus's 4 henchmen joined the fray. 2 of them, whom Elio mentally labeled as henchmen 1 and 2, attacked from the flanks, while the other 2, henchmen 3 and 4, stayed back, spears at the ready, prepared to exploit any opening. Elio blocked henchman 1's attack with his spear, the clash of metal against metal resonating in the air. Taking advantage of the momentum, he twisted his weapon, deflecting the attacker's lance and pushing him back. Without missing a beat, Elio activated his elemental control ability, covering his free hand with a layer of nickel. With a quick movement, he struck henchman 2 in the face, the magical metal's damage bypassing the defense. Henchman 2, 27 points. Henchman 2 staggered back, gasping, but henchman 3 was already in motion. His spear whistled through the air, cutting Elio's arm. The resistant dress absorbed part of the impact, but Elio felt a burning sensation where the tip had struck. Elio, 28 points. Marcus, recovered from the initial exchange, launched a flurry of thrusts. Elio retreated, blocking and dodging, his mind racing for a solution. With a sudden movement, Elio managed to create a small opening. Seizing the moment, he threw his spear at henchman 4, who was approaching from the rear. The spear flew with precision, but henchman 4 moved, the lance impacting the attacker's shoulder, only damaging the armor. Henchman 4, 30 points, 7 points armor. Momentarily disarmed, Elio reached for his second lance. Marcus, seizing the opportunity, pressed his attack. His spear found its mark, piercing Elio's side. Pain exploded through Elio as his resistance dropped to 25. Gasping, Elio activated his elemental control again. This time, he combined oxygen and hydrogen, creating a small cloud of vapor around his hand. With a quick motion, he grabbed Marcus's hand and cooled the vapor, the sudden temperature change causing the hand to go numb for an instant. Taking advantage of Marcus's surprise, Elio spun, pulling out his second spear and in the same movement, striking Marcus's weakened hand. The weapon clattered to the ground, leaving Marcus temporarily disarmed. Henchmen 1 and 3 attacked simultaneously. Elio managed to block one with his spear, but the other found an opening, his weapon cutting through the resistant dress and leaving a deep gash in Elio's thigh, his resistance dropping to 23. Grunting in pain, Elio concentrated his mana in his free hand, creating a small flame. With a desperate move, he threw the flame towards henchman 1's face, who instinctively recoiled from the shock and minor burns. Henchman 1, 27 points. Marcus, now disarmed, seized the moment to tackle Elio, knocking him down. Chapter 40, Systems Onslaught. Elio, knocked down by Marcus's armored tackle, felt the air escape from his lungs. The impact against the ground momentarily blurred his vision, but the adrenaline rushing through his veins kept him alert. He knew he couldn't afford even a second of weakness. With a grunt of effort, Elio activated his magnetism control, focusing on the spear he'd thrown at henchman 4. The weapon, still embedded in the henchman's armor, began to vibrate. Marcus, still on top of Elio, raised his fist. "It's over, Ilian." But before he could deliver the blow, Elio's spear wrenched free from henchman 4's armor, flying directly towards them. Marcus, focused on Elio, received a blow to the back of his head, momentarily going limp. Marcus, 20 points. Elio seized the moment, leaping to his feet and retrieving the spear. Now dual-wielding, he faced his attackers. "It won't be that easy," Elio said, breathing heavily but unwavering. The henchmen, momentarily surprised by Elio's recovery, quickly regrouped. Henchmen 1 and 2 attacked simultaneously, while 3 and 4 hung back, seeking an opening. Elio, leveraging his enhanced strength and dual weapons, blocked henchman 1's attack with his left spear while spinning to dodge henchman 2's. In a fluid motion, he used a right lance to strike henchman 2's face, resistance dropping to 22 points. Without losing momentum, Elio spun, using both spears to create a defensive arc that momentarily kept his attackers at bay. Marcus, regaining consciousness, snatched up his spear from the ground. "Don't let him use his tricks," he shouted to his henchmen. "Attack all at once, you idiots." Just as it seemed all 5 would launch an attack, a familiar and terrifying sound traveled through the air, the invasion alarms. One after another, the alarms began to sound, their urgent howl resonating throughout the city. Elio felt his blood run cold. "Marcus, we have to go to the wall," Elio shouted. Not showing up to defend is treason. But Marcus, blinded by his thirst for revenge, wouldn't listen to reason. "You're not going anywhere until I'm done with you. Attack now." All 5 lunged at Elio in a coordinated wave. Elio, knowing he couldn't block all the attacks, opted for a risky strategy. He threw one of his spears directly at Marcus's face, using magnetism to guide it with precision. Marcus, overconfident, deflected the spear at the last second, but the movement left him off balance. Elio seized this opportunity, closing the distance and delivering a swift blow to Marcus's chin with his remaining spear. Marcus's resistance dropped to 15 points. Henchman 1, seeing Elio focused on Marcus, activated his own magnetism control. The spear Elio had thrown began to vibrate and awkwardly fly back, this time aimed at Elio's back. Elio, spotting the danger in his peripheral vision, ducked at the last second. The spear grazed his hair. Without hesitation, Elio snatched it from the air, once again armed with 2 spears. Henchmen 3 and 4, working in tandem, attacked from opposite sides. Elio blocked Henchman 3's attack with 1 spear while deflecting Henchman 4's blow with the other. The clash of metal against metal rang out, sparks flying from the impact. Marcus, face bleeding but recovered from the previous blow, launched a series of quick thrusts towards Elio's face. Elio was forced to retreat, blocking and dodging as best he could. His mind was working at full speed, looking for a way out. With a sudden movement, Elio created a small opening. Seizing the moment, he hurled his spear at Henchman 3's face. Caught off guard, Henchman 3 couldn't dodge completely. The spear grazed his cheek, the mono weapon making the superficial wound burn. Henchman 3, 25 points. But the attack left Elio vulnerable for a second. Henchman 1 capitalized, landing a blow to Elio's side with his spear. Elio felt the air escape from his lungs, his resistance falling to 21 points. Gasping, Elio realized his mana was low. With only 15 points left, he knew he couldn't keep fighting much longer. He needed to end this quickly. Using magnetic magic control, he made the spear spin around him, creating a momentary defensive barrier. Marcus and his henchmen, who hadn't practiced magical magnetism too much, couldn't fully understand what was happening and hesitated for a second. That moment of hesitation was all Elio needed. With a movement of his hands, Elio directed the spinning lances towards his attackers. The weapons, propelled by magnetism, flew with lethal precision. Henchman 2, who was closer, received the direct impact of one of the lances to the face. The blow was forceful, making his head snap back. His resistance fell to 17 points. Marcus, reacting on instinct, managed to deflect the other spear, but the impact forced him back several paces. The force of the clash reverberated through his arm, loosening his grip momentarily. Elio, taking advantage of the confusion, lunged forward and created a thin layer of ice on the ground in front of Henchman 4. The henchman, not noticing the danger, stepped forward and slipped, losing his balance. In one fluid motion, Elio scooped up a fallen spear and struck Henchman 4's face as he fell. The impact was accurate, and Henchman 4's resistance dropped to 25 points. But all the effort was exhausting Elio. His mana was at 8 points, and his body was shaking from the exertion. Marcus, recovered from the initial surprise, saw the opportunity. With a cry of rage, he lunged at Elio, his spear aimed directly at his face. Elio, without the strength to dodge completely, managed to move enough so that the blow didn't enter through his eye and become critical. The tip of Marcus's spear grazed his cheek, leaving a superficial cut, but the mana weapon applied its full damage, the damage system being omnipresent. Elio's resistance dropped to 16 points. Staggering and gasping, Elio tried to raise his spear in defense, but his arms felt like lead as he wasn't getting enough oxygen in this barely breathable atmosphere. Marcus, seeing his rival's weakness, smiled maliciously. "It's over, Ilian." Marcus growled, preparing for a strong blow. Marcus's henchmen, recovered from the previous attacks, moved to surround Elio. The situation looked dire. Elio, breathing heavily, looked at his opponents. Despite the pain and exhaustion, a spark of determination still shone in his eyes. "Not yet," Elio murmured, more to himself than to his attackers. With a final effort, Elio concentrated his remaining mana. Just as Marcus was preparing to deliver a blow, Elio extended his hand. A small spark of fire appeared in his palm, weak but bright. The sudden flame caught Marcus off guard, making him hesitate. That split second was all Elio needed. In a desperate move, Elio flung the small flame at Marcus's face. The flash of light made Marcus blink instinctively. Elio used that instant to sidestep, narrowly avoiding Marcus's attack. He stretched out his hands, once again making his spears spin. Henchmen 3 and 4 took blows to the face, leaving them with 20 points each. Elio, down to his last 3 mana points, attempted to summon one of his spears from behind Marcus. If he could weaken Marcus just a bit more, he might be able to use him as a hostage to negotiate his escape. Unfortunately, Henchman 1 knocked Elio's spear out of the air with his own. That was Elio's last act of defiance. Exhausted and disarmed, he could do nothing when Henchmen 1 and 2 firmly grabbed him by the arms. His resistance was still at 16, But he only had one mana point left. Marcus, recovered from the surprise, let out a derisive laugh. Nice try, Ilian. But it's over. Marcus approached Elio. Without a word, he began to punch Elio's face with his nickel-covered fist, savoring each impact. Each blow resonated with a dull thud, and Elio felt his consciousness beginning to fade. His resistance fell to 13, 10, 7. Just when it seemed Elio was about to lose consciousness, a deafening roar filled the air. Before anyone could react, an enormous mass fell from the sky, landing with a crash. It was a locust, its exoskeleton shining under the sun, its compound eyes fixed on the group of humans in front of it. Panic seized the attackers. The two holding Elio immediately released him, backing away in terror. Elio fell to the floor. Marcus was paralyzed, his fists still raised in the air. Elio, barely conscious, looked at the monster with both fear and resignation. His body was at its limit, his mind clouded by pain and exhaustion. As the locust prepared to attack, Elio could only think of his mother and the promise he had made to her. The locust attacked. Chapter 41, Systems Onslaught. The locust's roar resonated through the air, momentarily paralyzing everyone present. The creature loomed menacingly just meters away. Its forearms waved erratically in the air, its compound eyes reflecting the scene before it. Elio, still on the ground where he had fallen when Marcus's henchmen released him, struggled to combat hypoxia. The pain from the blows received and the lack of oxygen clouded his mind. His lungs burned, desperate to process the air in the city's rarefied atmosphere. Each inhalation was agony, every movement a titanic effort. Fortunately for Elio, the locust seemed more attracted to the humans in motion than to the nearly motionless one on the ground. Marcus and his henchmen, caught between shock and fear, instinctively retreated. Their level 4 and 5 armor gleamed under the sunlight, their supposed superiority seeming insignificant in the face of the fear of being captured. Defensive formation. Marcus shouted, his voice betraying a tremor of fear he tried to hide. His men obeyed automatically, years of training overcoming their initial panic. Marcus, reacting quickly, threw his level 5 lance. The weapon flew with precision, impacting one of the locust's compound eyes. The creature roared in pain, momentarily retreating. Now! Marcus yelled. Use the lances. The locust, however, didn't wait. With a speed belying its size, it lunged at the group. Its claws cut through the air, heading for the nearest henchman. The man, whom Elio had mentally labeled as Henchman 1, raised his lance in a desperate attempt at defense. The clash between the locust's claw and the lance resonated with a metallic boom. The force of the impact made Henchman 1 stumble, his feet sliding on the smooth, indestructible surface of the street. Marcus took one of Elio's level 5 lances near his feet and threw it. The other 3 henchmen launched their level 4 weapons almost simultaneously. All of them found their target, embedding themselves in the locust's exoskeleton. But it wasn't enough. Marcus, seeing the opportunity as the locust retreated a step, shouted, "Use the darn magnetism." The henchmen tried to use their magic magnetic control abilities, but their lack of practice due to their employer's disdain for Elio's technique was evident. The lances vibrated weakly but were reluctant to leave their new home in the monster's body. The locust, wounded but far from defeated, counterattacked with renewed fury. Its claws moved like a blur, seeking flesh and blood. Henchman 2, too slow to dodge, received a direct hit. The man went flying, crashing headfirst against the indestructible wall of a nearby home. As the battle unfolded, Elio struggled to move. Every inch he crawled was torture, his body protesting the effort. His mind, still clouded by lack of oxygen, focused on a single thought, reaching his lance. Henchman 1 launched an attack with his lance, aiming for one of the locust's compound eyes. The lance's tip sank into the creature's exoskeleton. The locust roared, more from rage than pain, and lunged at Henchman 1, grabbing him. Elio had managed to crawl to his lance. His fingers closed around the cold metal, a sensation of relief momentarily flooding him. But he knew he was far from safe. With a supreme effort, Elio got to his knees, leaning heavily on his lance. His vision was still blurry, his breathing ragged. He observed the battle before him, his mind split between the survival instinct screaming at him to flee and the understanding that he wouldn't get far in his current state. Despite a level 4 armor of Henchman 1, the strength stat of a locust is hypothesized to be 10 points. The man, unable to escape the grip or receive support from his allies due to lack of lances to throw, was brutally torn apart. Shit. Henchman 3 shouted, panic evident in his voice. This is madness, they don't pay me enough for this. I'm out of here. Without waiting for a response, Henchman 3 turned and began to run, abandoning his companions. Coward. Marcus roared, his face contorted with rage. Get back here, you traitor. But his shouts fell on deaf ears. Henchman 3 quickly disappeared down a side street, leaving behind the chaos of the battle. The locust, oblivious to the desertion, continued its relentless assault. Marcus and the remaining henchmen decided to flee in different directions. It was then that Marcus saw Elio's last lance. Marcus thought for a moment that he could easily take it from Elio's hands, that he still had a chance to kill the monster and get another core. He had 96, he only needed 4 more so it would be worth it. But it wouldn't be so. The locust lunged forward and one of its upper claws caught Marcus by the torso. The level 5 armor creaked under the pressure but held thanks to its high resistance. Marcus screamed, not from pain, but rather from rage, as he tried to free himself from the monster's grip. Elio observed the scene with a mixture of horror and fascination. Part of him wanted to help, despite everything Marcus had done to him. Another part, more pragmatic, reminded him that he hadn't even managed to stand up yet. The locust lifted Marcus off the ground, its compound eyes fixed on its prey. Marcus fought frantically, pounding with his fists against the claws that held him, but his attacks didn't seem to bother the creature. With a fluid motion, almost elegant in its brutality, the locust brought Marcus closer to its mandibles. There was a moment of terrible stillness, as if time had stopped. Then, with terrifying speed, the locust's jaws closed around Marcus's neck. There was a horrible crunch, a choked scream, and then silence. Marcus's body fell to the ground with a thud, separated from his head. The level 5 armor, still intact, gleamed under the sunlight, a cruel reminder of its ultimate uselessness. Elio felt a wave of nausea at the sight, but he didn't have time to fully process what he had just witnessed. It was at that moment that Elio noticed something strange. A faint glow emanated from the book next to Marcus's lifeless body, barely perceptible but undeniably present. Chapter 42, Systems Onslaught 3. Around the battle scene, chaos had erupted. Civilians who had witnessed the confrontation were running in all directions, their screams of terror mixing with the locust's roar. Panic spread like a shockwave, infecting everyone in the vicinity. Elio, still kneeling on the ground and clinging to his lance, observed the scene with horror. His aching body protested with every movement, but his mind was completely focused on the threat the locust posed. The monster, with 6 lances embedded in its body, seemed momentarily disoriented by the frenzy of movement around it. Its compound eyes moved from side to side, following the civilians fleeing in panic. It was then that Elio noticed something strange. An odd, faint glow emanated from Marcus's lifeless body, barely perceptible in the daylight but undeniably present. With a start, Elio realized that Marcus's book had released the monocrystal, the balance that is always expelled upon death, but there were also dozens of small monster cores next to the crystal. The locust roared again, and Elio watched in horror as the creature began chasing a group of civilians running down the street. For a moment, he felt guilty relief realizing that the monster wasn't attacking him. However, that relief quickly turned to terror when he recognized the direction the locust was taking. It was heading directly towards his house. With his heart pounding frantically, Elio crawled towards Marcus's body. He knew that taking someone's drops after death was considered treason, also an offense to God and the system, but at that moment, with his family in danger, he was willing to risk everything. With hands trembling from pain, he brought his book to the balance page close to Marcus's. Immediately, his book began to absorb the cores, even the monocrystal. His core count began to rise rapidly, 20, 30, 50, 90, until stopping at 111. At that instant, a bright blue light emanated from his book. In front of Elio, materializing out of nowhere, appeared a small blue salamander. The creature, no larger than Von Lucien's frog, looked at him with intelligent eyes. Elio had no time to marvel at his new summon. In the distance, he could see his mother, Lena, probably returning from the exchange statue as she had food in her arms. The locust was dangerously approaching her. "Mom!" Elio shouted with all his might. "Get inside the house." Lena, seeing the danger approaching, ran towards their home's door. However, realizing that the locust was very close, instead of entering, she stayed in the doorway, her body blocking the entrance. Elio understood with horror that his mother was trying to protect his younger siblings who were inside. With one last effort, Elio stood up, leaning heavily on his lance. "Salamander!" he shouted, pointing towards the locust. "Attack!" The blue salamander opened its mouth, and a fireball shot towards the monster. Elio felt his last mana point being consumed with the attack. The fireball impacted the locust's side, causing 8 points of damage. The monster roared in pain, but the attack wasn't enough to bring it down. However, it achieved something crucial. The locust shifted its attention from Lena to Elio and his salamander. With the monster now heading towards him, Elio gripped his lance with determination. It was his only remaining weapon, his last hope. As the locust approached, Elio raised a silent prayer to God and the system, begging that the lance in his hand would be enough to bring down the creature. The locust roared, its jaws opening wide, ready for the final attack. Elio, with his heart pounding in his chest and muscles screaming from exhaustion, raised a lance with trembling hands. Prepared for the throw that would determine not only his fate, but that of his entire family. Elio knew this was his last chance. With a heart-wrenching cry that mixed pain, fear, and determination, Elio threw the lance with all his might. Time seemed to slow down as the weapon traveled through the air, leaving a bright trail in its wake. The lance impacted with a nauseating crunch in one of the monster's eyes. The locust roared in pain, violently shaking its head. Black ichor gushed from the wound, but to Elio's horror, the creature was still standing. No. It can't be true. Elio murmured, panic growing in his chest. The locust, now enraged and more dangerous than ever to the unarmed young man, focused all its attention on Elio. With terrifying speed, the creature lunged at him. Elio tried to run, but his legs barely responded with a few steps. He knew it was futile. Without mana and with his resistance almost depleted, he was easy prey for the relentless predator chasing him. He still kept moving. Thinking, if only he could take it one step further from his home, one more step. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his torso. The locust's claws had caught him, squeezing with monstrous force. Elio screamed in agony, feeling his resistance plummet. 5 points vanished in an instant, leaving him on the brink of death with only 2 points remaining. The world became blurry, the edges of his vision darkening. Elio could feel the locust's fetid breath, its jaws opening to deliver the final blow. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind like lightning. It's in those moments when we discover what we're really made of. No. I'm not made of fear. With a strength born of pure desperation, his eyes fixed on the lances still protruding from the creature's body. One of them was within his reach. Ignoring the searing pain that ran through every fiber of his being, Elio stretched out his leg. With a cry that was half pain, half triumph, Elio kicked the lance. The weapon detached from the locust's body. Elio felt his ribs were about to give way, but he refused to give up. With a desperate movement, he stretched out one of his arms. His hand closed around the lance's handle. The cold metal against his skin felt like a promise of salvation. The locust brought Elio closer to its maw, ready to tear his head off in a single bite. Elio could see every horrible detail of the monster's jaws, the razor-sharp teeth, the viscous saliva dripping. In that instant, when death seemed inevitable, Elio attacked. With a roar that rivaled the locust's own, he plunged the lance into the monster's exposed throat. The weapon's tip penetrated deeply, piercing through muscle and whatever constituted the internal anatomy of the creature's head. The locust shook violently, its roar turning into a choked gurgle. Elio didn't let go of the lance. With the last vestiges of his strength, he twisted it and pushed deeper. He felt something crucial give way inside the monster. Chapter 43, Systems Resilience. Suddenly, the locust's grip loosened. Elio fell to the ground, gasping and coughing. He looked up just in time to see the enormous creature stagger. The locust took one faltering step, then another. Its compound eyes, once bright with murderous fury, were now dimming. With a final death rattle, the beast collapsed. Elio found himself staring at the locust's lifeless corpse. The lance protruded from its throat like a macabre victory standard. Elio crawled close to the monster, each movement in agony. His body was at its limit, his resistance barely above zero. But he was alive. With trembling hands, Elio opened his system book. The numbers he saw showed him how close he had been to failing and leaving his family and neighbors at the monster's mercy. Elio alien level, 3 resistance, 2 out of 30 mana, 0 out of 30. A hysterical laugh erupted from his throat. He had been so close to death, so close to losing everything. But somehow, through sheer guts, he had survived. The roar of battle had faded. In the distance, Elio could hear the muffled screams of people, the chaos that still reigned in the city. But for now, in this small corner of the world, there was peace. Elio closed his eyes, allowing himself a moment of rest. He knew he would soon have to get up, face the consequences of his actions, of stealing the drops, if discovered, and of being late to the wall. But for now, he was content to savor this hard-won victory. The salamander approached him, rubbing its head against Elio's hand and making him open his eyes. "Thank you," Elio murmured, gently stroking the creature's head. "I couldn't have done it without you." "Elio." His mother's desperate voice cut through the haze of his consciousness. Lena ran towards him, her face a mixture of relief and terror. She knelt beside her son, her trembling hands running over his body in search of serious injuries. Elio tried to sit up, each movement in agony. "I'm okay, Mom," he murmured, his voice hoarse from the effort. "I'm alive." It was then that Lena noticed the blue creature cuddling close to Elio. Her eyes widened, a mixture of awe and fear reflected in them. "Elio, what is?" "A summon?" The blue salamander, not much larger than a hand, watched them with intelligent and curious eyes. Elio looked at the creature, a tired smile forming on his lips. "It's complicated, Mom. I'll explain everything, I promise, but now. The alarm sirens, which had been a constant background noise, suddenly seemed to intensify. Elio tensed, the reality of the situation hitting him with renewed force. I have to go to the wall, he said, struggling to stand up. Lena held him by the shoulders, fear evident on her face. You can't. You're hurt, you can barely move. Let others handle it, you've done enough. Elio shook his head, determination shining in his eyes despite the pain. I can't, Mom. If I don't go and register, it will be considered treason and you know it. I have a duty to make you proud, remember? I also have a duty to the city, to everyone. But. Lena began to protest, but stopped when she saw the resolution on her son's face. It was the same expression she had seen so many times on her husband's face, before he left to defend the wall for the last time. A lump formed in her throat as realization hit her. With a shaky sigh, Lena nodded. I understand, she said softly, tears shining in her eyes. But promise me you'll be careful. Remember that I'll be proud, but when you're not here, we all miss you. Elio hugged his mother, ignoring the pain the movement caused him. I promise, Mom. I'll come back. Elio turned to the blue salamander. Can you hide in my clothes? I don't think it's a good idea for them to see you and decide to execute us. Elio looked at the blue salamander, which was watching him with a mixture of curiosity and incomprehension. Come on, little one, he murmured, extending a hand towards the creature. I need you to hide. The salamander tilted its head, its large luminous eyes blinking with what seemed to be confusion. It took a small step back, as if assessing the situation. We don't have time for this, Elio growled, feeling the urgency of the situation. He tried to grab the salamander, but the creature, with surprising agility, slipped between his slow and tired fingers. Lena, despite the gravity of the situation, couldn't help but let out a small laugh at seeing her son, the brave warrior who had just defeated a terrible monster, struggling against a salamander of that size. Maybe if you speak to it kindly, Lena suggested, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Elio shot his mother an exasperated look, but decided to try it. Hey, little friend, he said, trying to soften his voice. I need you to hide in my clothes. Can you do that for me? The salamander stared at him, blinking slowly. For a moment, Elio thought it had worked. Then, the creature simply turned around and began to walk in the opposite direction. Oh no, you don't. Elio growled, stretching his aching arm to catch the salamander. His fingers closed around the creature's slippery body, but it writhed with surprising strength. In his struggle, Elio lost his balance and fell face first, the salamander escaping his grasp and landing on his head. Lena could no longer contain her laughter, the sound of her joy contrasting sharply with the chaos of alarms around them. It's not funny, Mom, Elio complained, though he couldn't help a smile from forming on his lips. He sat up, the salamander still clinging to his hair like a peculiarly alive hat. Oh, but it is, Lena replied, wiping a tear of laughter from her eye. My brave son, defeated by a creature as small as his foot. Elio sighed, carefully reaching for the salamander on his head. This time, the creature didn't try to escape, but looked at him with what Elio could swear was an expression of amusement. Okay, little one, Elio said, bringing the salamander close to his face. I know this is strange for you. You probably just hatched and the world is a confusing and scary place. But I need you to trust me. I need you to hide to keep you safe. Can you understand that? To his surprise, the salamander seemed to respond to his tone. Its eyes, a deep and bright blue, fixed on Elio's. There was a moment of connection, as if the creature was assessing the sincerity of his words. Then, to Elio and Lena's amazement, the salamander nodded. A small but unmistakable movement. Good, Elio said, a smile of relief spreading across his face. Now, let's try this again. Chapter 44, Systems Betrayal. Carefully, Elio brought the salamander close to his shirt. This time, the creature didn't resist. With somewhat clumsy but determined movements, it began to crawl under the fabric of the resistant dress. Elio couldn't help but laugh when he felt the salamander's feet against his skin. It tickles, he gasped, squirming a bit as the creature settled in. Lena watched the scene with a mixture of amazement and tenderness. For a moment, the chaos surrounding them seemed to fade away, replaced by this small bubble of normalcy and even joy. Finally, the salamander found a comfortable spot, creating a strange but not too obvious bulge under Elio's shirt. How does it feel? Lena asked, a smile still dancing on her lips. Elio shifted a bit, adjusting to the sensation of having a living creature against his skin. It's weird, he admitted. But I think it'll work. Lena approached, smoothing Elio's shirt to make the bulge less noticeable. Her hands paused over her son's chest, where she could feel his heartbeat and, right next to it, the soft movement of the salamander's breathing. "Be careful," she whispered, the gravity of the situation returning to her. "Both of you." Elio nodded, covering his mother's hands with his own. "We'll come back," he promised. And with that, Elio prepared to depart for the wall, carrying with him not only the weight of his duty but also that of his new companion. Despite the danger that awaited him, he couldn't help but smile at the occasional movement of the salamander against his skin. Somehow, its presence gave him a strange sense of comfort. Elio began his painful journey towards the wall. Each step was agony, his body protesting the effort after the brutal battles. The streets near the wall were filled with running soldiers, shouts and confused orders filling the air. Elio moved with the current and wasn't knocked down despite the chaos surrounding him. When he reached the base of the wall, he quickly registered. The guard keeping the record seemed to believe him when he said he had taken down a locust in the city, seeing him beaten and bloodied. The guard just noted something down and asked him to go up to defend with the others. Elio looked up with a mixture of disbelief and dread. The 500 meters of stairs seemed like an impossible mountain to climb in his current state. "Damn stairs!" he growled under his breath, beginning the ascent. Each step was a test of will. His muscles screamed in protest, his lungs burned for oxygen in the city's rarefied air. It was then that he decided to use his mother's gift, an oxygen stone. He activated it gratefully, feeling how the pure air filled his lungs, giving him renewed strength. As he climbed, Elio could feel how his level 3 body responded to the challenge. Where before he would have collapsed, now he found reserves of strength he didn't know he possessed. Even so, when he finally reached the top of the wall, he was panting and covered in sweat. Without wasting time, Elio headed to Lucien's office. As a member of the special team, he had permission to enter. Inside, he found his level 5 armor, a testament to the trust Lucien had placed in him. He put it on, feeling the comforting weight of the enchanted metal on his battered body. He stepped out onto the battlements, where chaos reigned. Soldiers ran from side to side, shouting orders and warnings. In the distance, beyond the wall, Elio could see the undulating mass of monsters crashing against the city's magical defenses. On his back, in the armor, were his 2 level 5 lances, which he had recovered when the locust disintegrated. Elio took them, feeling the magical energy pulsing through the metal. He was ready for battle. Without hesitation, Elio took position. With practiced movements, he began to throw his lances at a monster that was getting too close to a squad. Each throw precise, each impact lethal. But Elio couldn't retrieve his lances after each shot, so having provided support, he waited. Meanwhile, Lucien's rival, Varan, was frantically searching for Marcus. His frustration grew with each passing minute without finding him. "Where is that brat?" he muttered to himself, scanning the rows of soldiers. Varan's eyes darted from face to face, his brow furrowing deeper with each unfamiliar visage. His fingers twitched nervously, playing with a small pouch at his waist. Inside, he could feel the weight of the 4 monster cores he had been saving for Marcus. The cores that would have completed his set of 100, granting him his first summon. As he searched, Varan's mind raced with possibilities. Had something happened to him? Finally, the locust that Elio had attacked earlier began to fall. The young man saw his opportunity. If he could retrieve his lances from the disintegrating monster's body, he could continue supporting the fight. Without thinking twice, Elio ran heavily to the locust's body. His hands closed around the lances, wrenching them from the creature's body. It was then that disaster struck. A second locust appeared suddenly behind Elio. Before he could react, a massive claw struck him from behind. The impact was brutal. Elio felt his vision darkening at the edges. The level 5 armor prevented the blow from being fatal. Still, Elio fell to the ground, stunned and barely conscious. In his semi-conscious state, Elio barely registered that the blue salamander was emerging from its hiding place, dazed by the impact. The creature staggered, disoriented, in plain sight of everyone. Varan, who was nearby, witnessed the incident. He approached quickly, more out of curiosity than concern. It was then that he noticed. His eyes narrowed at the sight of the blue salamander, immediately understanding what it meant. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place in his mind, painting a picture that filled him with rage. "So that's what happened," Van Varan murmured, his voice barely audible over the roar of the battle. "Marcus is dead, and you've taken his cores. And Lucien. That traitor has been helping you, his famous warrior, hasn't he?" Elio tried to speak, to deny the accusations, but his body wouldn't respond. Van Varan leaned over him, his voice falsely concerned. "You're hurt, young Elio. Let me take you to a safe place to recover." With surprising strength for his size, Van Varan lifted Elio. As he carried him away from the heat of battle, a sinister smile spread across his face. Elio, in his semi-conscious state, didn't realize they weren't heading to the infirmary, but to the family's complex. As they moved through the corridors, Varan's grip on Elio tightened. The young man's trial and execution were about to begin, and he wasn't even aware of it. Chapter 45, Systems Machinations. Lucien sat in his office, his face betraying the fatigue and tension accumulated after the last hours of chaos. The dim afternoon light filtered through the windows, casting long shadows over the scrolls and maps scattered across his desk. The silence that now reigned in the city was almost as unsettling as the roar of the monsters that had ravaged it moments before. "Uncle." Varric's voice broke the silence, a tone of barely contained impatience in his voice. "Are you listening to me?" Lucien looked up from the reports he was reviewing, his tired eyes meeting those of his nephew. "I'm listening, Varric. But you must understand that this isn't the best time to." "And when will be the best time?" Varric interrupted, his frustration evident. "I've been training relentlessly. I've mastered Elio's technique, I've even gotten along with him, just as you asked. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your part of the deal?" Lucien sighed deeply, rubbing his temples in an attempt to alleviate the headache he felt growing. Recent events weighed heavily on him, the breaches in the barrier, the locusts that had managed to enter the city, the lives lost. "Varric," he began, trying to keep his voice calm, "we've just suffered an attack similar to the one a week ago. 20 locusts managed to enter the city. 20 because the reduction of 1,115 soldiers created gaps in the initial defense. Although only 54 soldiers died this time thanks to the prompt response from us injecting more mana. 400 innocent lives have been lost, we even lost your cousin Marcus. This is not the time to think about personal challenges, right?" "But uncle," Varric insisted, "don't you think having more level 4 warriors would help in situations like this? If you allow me to face the challenge, I could be of greater help in defending the city." Lucien rose from his chair, walking to the window. From there, he could see part of the city, the aftermath of the attack still visible in the streets. "It's not that simple, Varric, you also can die. The families have their reasons for maintaining the age protocol for the level 4 challenge. Changing it is not a decision that can be made lightly. But you're a summoner, the greatest and most influential leader from the 5 on the wall." Varric pressed. "If you talked to them, if you explained." Lucien turned to face his nephew, his expression serious. "Varric, do you truly understand the gravity of the situation? We've lost more than 1,000 lives in the previous breach. And now this. If this continues, the wall will be on the brink of collapse. The families are more concerned with obtaining cores than allowing exceptions to their rules. Being as hungry for cores as they are, do you think they'll give you a summon so soon?" Varric opened his mouth to protest, but Lucien raised a hand to stop him. "However," he continued, his voice softening slightly, "I understand your point, I made you a promise. And I recognize your effort and dedication." Lucien returned to his desk, sitting heavily in his chair. After a moment of reflection, he spoke again. "All right, Varric. I'll talk to the families about your case." Varric's eyes lit up with hope. "You will? Really?" Lucien nodded slowly. "Yes. In any case, I have to meet with those damn elders. This time I won't go alone. I'll take Raeler and Celine with me." "Summoner Celine?" Varric asked, a shiver running down his spine. "Crazy Amsel. Uncle, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Her rudeness is the reason she got so high level being a woman. Every time she sees the elders she starts say, 'I need her this time.'" Lucien confirmed. "We'll need all the influence possible if we want to make the family see reason. Not just about your case, Varric, but about many other things that need to change." Varric seemed about to say something more, but at that moment, the office door burst open. A young soldier, with a disheveled uniform and labored breathing, burst into the room. "Summoner von Lucien," exclaimed the soldier, making a quick bow. "Excuse the intrusion, sir, but I bring urgent news. It's about the soldier you asked us to monitor with priority." Lucien stood up, his face showing concern. "Speak, soldier. What's happening?" The soldier swallowed, clearly nervous. "Sir, Summoner von Varen has been seen carrying Elio Ilian towards the family's building." A tense silence fell over the room. Lucien felt his blood run cold. "Are you sure about this?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. The soldier nodded vigorously. "Yes, sir. Several witnesses confirmed it. Young Ilian appeared to be unconscious or severely injured." Lucien cursed under his breath, his mind racing with the implications of this news. "This is not good," he muttered. "Not good at all." Varric, who had been observing the exchange with growing confusion, finally spoke. "Uncle, what does this mean? Why would Uncle Varen take Elio to the family's building?" Lucien looked at his nephew, internally debating how much he could reveal. "Varric, there are things you don't know about Elio. Things that could put him in danger if the families discover them." "What things?" Varric pressed, his curiosity evidently piqued. Lucien shook his head. "There's no time for detailed explanations now.
What you need to know is that if Von Varen has taken Elio before the families, his life could be in danger. Varric, despite his initial disagreement with Elio, had begun to feel respect during the past weeks of training together. He seemed slightly interested. "What are you going to do?" he asked. Lucian moved quickly, picking up his armor and his max-level sword. "I'm going to the family's building right now. Varric, I want you to find Rayler and Celine. Tell them I need them there immediately." Varric nodded, his expression serious. "I'll do it, uncle. But what about my request?" Lucian paused at the door, looking at his nephew with a mixture of exasperation and affection. "Varric, right now there are more important things at stake. But I promise I haven't forgotten your request. If we manage to get out of this crisis, I'll do everything possible to allow you to face the level 4 challenge.